And we had Japan qualify today. Shout out to Scars. And as we look at these qualified teams, Bobby, when it comes down to these squads, any surprises here for the teams that are already qualified for Stage 5?
I'm not sure I would say it's a surprise, but I think it's definitely very impressive that we have 3 Brazilian teams representing LATAM, and then the team that just qualified earlier today, Scars, did not drop a single map en route to their championship. They're looking pretty dominant heading into Stage 5.
A single map whatsoever. They only had one spot in Japan, and Scars proved once again that, hey, we are the best in the region. Now, as you guys see at the bottom, Europe, we got 3 teams to qualify, and that is the region in which we are focusing on today. NA will be next week. Don't miss out on that show. But when it comes down to Europe, Allie, you know, we saw a lot of talented teams here, and, you know, we're going to figure out who is going to come out on top victorious. But, you know, when it came down to those 4 teams, who did you like the most that made it to the day?
Oh, man, that's tough. I think I'm going to have to go with Limitless. You know, we were kind of wondering, maybe Limitless and Cidium, just because it was like, we know who the 2 teams are kind of at the top in the Animus and Nova, even though Animus was 4th seed heading into this, and we had that big surprise and Light dropping down, so it's like, okay, we might have 2 surprising teams making it into Sunday, so I think those are the 2 that kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, it definitely was, right? And so Limitless, the way that they ended yesterday was absolutely insane, and that series completely ran through Prometheus. But when it comes down to all of our teams, let's remind you all at home how they made it to Stage 4. Check it out.
The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is back with Stage 4, the regional playoffs. Watch the best teams from all across the globe fight it out for their share of a $2 million prize pool and a spot at the World Championship Finals.
This is unbelievable.
3 stages are complete, and now it's elimination time. Teams will face off over 2 days. 2 wins on day 1 gets you through to the next day. 2 losses, and you're out. Day 2 teams face a double elimination bracket. Win and move on to the next round. Lose and go down to the lower bracket. Lose again, and you're eliminated. Only the top teams from each region will make it to the ultimate stage, the World Championship Finals. 40 teams, 5 regions, the fiercest Call of Duty mobile competition in the world. Who will make it to the top? It all starts now.
We indeed did see the fiercest competition yesterday in day number 1. Now, let's kind of talk about some of our moments and favorite highlights that kicked it off. You know, when we started off, you know, Nova and Animus, you know, 2-0 convincingly to start the day. We really didn't see a lot from Nova, you guys, but today we will get a chance to see them a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes down to it, Bobby, what was one of your favorite moments that you saw yesterday in the series that you casted? Or just watched in general?
Oh, I mean, I think anybody that watched yesterday would have to say came down to the search and destroy between COD Esports and Zidium. And it was just an absolute banger of a matchup. Nobody could tell who was going to come out on top. And that's the beauty of the new overtime format for Search and Destroy in Call of Duty Mobile. It gives it that extra edge, that extra amount of hype, and the build-up to that was absolutely beautiful.
It was insane. Allie, what about you? What was your favorite moment here in day 1?
I mean, I would obviously echo Bobby. The search and destroys yesterday, especially that overtime, were incredible. But weirdly enough, I was enjoying some of the controls. Like some of the, like it came down to TDM most of the time, but like some of the situations that could have gone sideways very, very quickly. Like on that summit when Liddy had to stop that clock of 5 seconds, like that was so on edge. Like even though it wasn't like a 3-2 win, like that was like a 3-1 still. Like there was still wiggle room. It was still just the matter of the possibility of what could have happened. That was very, very exciting.
And that's a great point. We saw so many control games come down to 4v4 situations, okay? Those final few lives where you have to really, you know, think ahead of the game, you know, take all the information which you've learned so far on the map and close it out. And it was some exciting finishes there. Day 1 definitely delivered. And for all of you all at home who got a chance to tune in, watch with us, we want to know what you all are thinking, okay? Make sure you come through today and use the hashtag CODMChamps2020 and let us know, 22, CODMChamps22, and let us know on what you're thinking, who you think will qualify for Stage 5 with our remaining 4 teams. And so let's take a look at our bracket and see how it shook up. As you will see, those remaining 4 squads is Nova Esports, Zidium, Animus, and Limitless Esports. Man, looking at these series today, you guys, Allie, talk to me about Animus and Limitless. How do you feel Limitless chances are going up against Animus, especially the way that they ended off day 1?
I think it's difficult. I think it's a difficult hill to climb going up against a team like Animus. The same thing you could be said for Zidium having to go up against Nova Esports. I think in a perfect world, it would have been so exciting to see a round 1 Nova versus Animus. Somebody has to get sent down. Somebody might not qualify, and then all of our predictions go out the window. But it's a tall hill to climb for both of these teams coming out of the lower side of that bracket, but it's not impossible. We saw some great things at Limitless yesterday with that 3-0 against Prometheus, but at the end of the day, you know, you have to say, well, it was Prometheus who also got 3-0'd by Nova. So it's like, you know, maybe it wasn't that high level of competition, but you never know.
You never know, indeed. Now, Bobby, when it comes down towards that top matchup, Nova going up against Zidium. Nova, we didn't see a lot of them, but they look clean. It was 3-0 in all their series. Do you think that clutch factor of Zidium will be able to take down Nova today?
I think it's going to be really tough. Obviously, one thing that we talked about a lot yesterday was the importance of that 5th man. And right now, Zidium's 5th man in Cree has not been doing great. The only player among the qualifying teams that is in the bottom 5 for the Respawn KDs. They need him to step his game up big time if they're going to have a shot, especially with the way that Spy is playing. Currently, he sits atop the leaderboard at number 1.
All right, he's going to have to sit up straight and sit up and start shooting straight, and we'll see how they progress forward. Taking a look at our first matchup to kick off the day is going to be Animus versus Limitless Esports. So we get a chance to see if Limitless can pick up where they left off. They was our last match to end the day, and they'll be our first one to start the day. Now, let's start kind of really breaking this series down and see, you know, who we think is going to come out on top. And, you know, before we bring our casters in, you know, quickly, just kind of across the board, Bobby, I got your thoughts on Limitless, Allie, but Bobby, I didn't get your thoughts on Limitless in this series.
I feel like this is the series of those first 2 matchups that has the best chance of maybe us seeing an upset. I think Limitless looked really, really strong toward the end of yesterday, and obviously they did have a Prometheus opponent that just didn't seem to be on their A game, but there were definitely some weak spots in Animus's game. They didn't look strong in the control, and there's a very good chance with that being the swing mode that maybe we see Limitless capitalize.
All right. And, you know, Animus at the end of the day, hey, they won 2 matches right off the bat and they qualify. Animus just had a more difficult run to get there. So we'll see what Animus is going to bring. They look fantastic. But to bring in our casters for this matchup, you know we're not alone. So we got to bring in the Wonder Twins themselves. It's Shift, it's Mommy, doing the fusion dance. Oh, that finger's off. Hold up.
I know.
Y'all going to come.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you'll figure it out, right? I just don't, you know, I don't know what you guys will come out looking like, but we'll figure that one out. We'll find a little mesh fusion for you all, okay? Now, when it comes down towards our competition so far, I think that with the 4 teams that's left, Nova and Animus, I think you guys are all unanimous that those 2 teams may make it through. But my question is, the 3rd spot, Limitless versus Zidium, who do we think can go through? Allie, talk to me.
In a very weird sense of things, I'm actually going to go for Limitless. They actually have already held a loss to Zidium, 1-3. But, I mean, they haven't lost their search and destroys. I mean, their hard points across the board looked way better towards the end of yesterday. So I feel like if we see those 2 teams match up again in the lower bracket, that I think Limitless is going to come out on top.
Okay, Limitless going to come out on top. Shift. You know, Limitless and Zidium seems like the underdogs here coming into today. You know, Animus and Nova, they seem great. Why is that?
I think the biggest thing about it is the history of a lot of the rosters for both the 2 teams that you just mentioned. A long-standing competitive history with a ton of success in the European region for both those 2 teams. So it's really easy on paper to look at them and say, all right, heavy hitters, like Bobby was mentioning. It just really comes down to who's got the best 5th man between those 2 squads.
Okay.
Whereas for Limitless and Zidium on the other side, it's kind of a collection of some newer players, some veteran players that didn't quite crack the code last year. So it's kind of a proving point. And I think as far as those two teams are concerned, the team that has the best chance is the team that comes out the hottest. Because like you guys are mentioning, Limitless had a little bit of a warm-up period where they started to finally catch stride, but you don't have the time to have that catch stride moment here today. You got to come out fiery.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pick up where they left off. Bobby, how you're feeling coming in here, especially when it comes to that third spot?
I think, obviously, the favored team is probably going to be Limitless, but I heard a lot of people talk yesterday about the underdog story that is Zidium. A lot of those players were on Tier 3 rosters coming into this year, but with the pickup of the leadership that we've seen from Karma, and obviously you have a lot of firepower coming out of players like our guys like Afer, who's top 5 on the leaderboard for Respawn KD right now. That's definitely a difficult thing to contend with.
It is going to be really difficult to contend with. Mommy, how you feeling here? Okay, we got 3 spots to go on to stage 5. Who's going to make it?
I mean, the usual top 2, yeah, Nova and Animus for sure. But, I mean, I'm going to have to mirror Bobby with this one. I feel like Zidium might actually have a little bit more when it comes to the clutch factor. And yes, they might not have the best S&D numbers, but we definitely know, compared to Limitless, that they can clutch it up. Round number 10, that is, they can bring it to the distance. And not only that, I feel like they had a tougher competition yesterday in day number 1, going up against the likes of Limitless, Animus, and Cold, where a while ago we saw Limitless go up against Axabite and Prometheus, which is not going to be here in this competition anymore. So it's going to be stiff by the end of the day.
It is going to be stiff by the end of the day, and I think you made a great point. Zidium clutching up in the S&Ds, a game mode in which they weren't too good in coming into stage 4, but when it mattered, they got it done. Now, without further ado, I'm ready to get stage 4 kicked off. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's lock it in. Let's figure out who's going to make it to stage 5. Shift, Mommy, take it away.
This is a really interesting series. Kind of furthering the conversation, both of the two teams that are going up against Animus and Nova are going to be distinctly underdogs. For me, it's whoever is able to keep the series as tight as possible. And the good news here for Limitless is, like Allie was saying in the desk, they were flawless in Search and Destroy yesterday. So if they could keep that up, I think we have a really good look here to probably extend this series past just 3 maps.
I feel like it really depends on what map that they use. I mean, as always, when it comes to different game modes that we have. And so far, they have a pretty good chance when it comes to the takeoff. So I feel like for them, yes, keep that. But they're going to be in trouble if Animus wins that coin toss and eventually plans to take off from the map bans and pools.
This is a tough pool, I think, just to start, because Animus they looked really good on Raid and really just all of the larger hardpoint maps yesterday. So I think when you look at this series layout from the perspective of Limitless, you have to win map 2, which we didn't see them play Summit at all yesterday, but it's their map pick. So you have to win the 2. You have to get this to 5 and win the 5. I think this is a Neslo series. I think you have to 2-3-5 this series if you're Limitless Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm taking a look at that takeoff, search, and destroy, where if they bring it to the distance, if they win that standoff game, they can definitely win it here in takeoff, because they've been absolutely great here. But, I mean, here we go. Raid, hardpoint. Like what you said, we haven't really seen it quite yet for both of these teams, so this is going to be definitely an interesting map for us to see today.
Yeah. I think the expectations here is that Animus is going to have some natural favor. Just again, I mean, yesterday they played maps like Takeoff, Raid, and Hacienda. Like, they love the more open-style maps that force you to have to commit to rotation, whereas Limitless was playing a lot of the nittier, grittier maps when it comes to their respawn. So, have to kind of adjust, and talking about kind of some of the X factors to watch. Mathila yesterday, the 5th man up here for Animus. Really, really solid stuff for him and his squad. Opening stuns look good. Drari Grizz win the opening exchange, control the ring, and an opportunity to start getting some early time. But the X factor for the side of Limitless, an owner, he was one of the top KD leaders on the leaderboard overall across Europe. He needs to step up and try to match the precedent that we see out of Animus throughout the day.
Most definitely. I mean, right along beside him, it's definitely going to be Boot trying to go in for the other Slayer role that we really love to see if he does pop off here at the very end. But I feel like one player that is not really mentioned as much is going to be Narcs. He's had the most hardpoint times out of all of these teams here. 3 minutes and 36. And let's see, in the same map mode, in the same map. So let's see if he can pull off the same thing with this team.
And his overall KD also happens to be a 1.6, so guys doing it all. Good start here, though, for Animus. Pretty much flawless through the first hardpoint, as they're going to get just about a full 60 seconds, which is dangerous to say the least, as Limitless is already getting their body shot by Drari, who's feeling himself inside of money. Brother, you might not have enough bullets if you keep doing this. Boot, the next contestant, shut down, and Drari's going to let him know. Woo, Animus feeling themselves, and Drari on the killing spree, 5 in a row.
Not only that, he has the Hunter-Killer drone to play with. Doesn't really quite get anyone yet, though. There's such a solid hold here at Kitchen. No contest here whatsoever, and there is they try to go in for the side, but there's just no response whatsoever because Nari just shuts them down. Speaking of Narcs himself, already with 2 score streaks available to him.
Not a great start here, Limitless. Finally, they'll get a little bit of time, but I selectively use the word little because it's only 2 seconds. The spawns will flip on the backside. 30 seconds to fight for here. You have to get this break. Have to try to shut down this quick momentum out of Animus, but Marvel with the SKS gets a double from inside Kitchen in particular. That opens the door for possibly more Animus members to flood on forward, but finally, Boot, Mojito, able to respond in a little bit of time still going the way of Limitless.
Scrap time going for Limitless, but then take a look at the rotation in Money Hill. It's going to be Animus all over the map, and that's going to be really hard to break, and that's why we like to call it the Money Hill. Let's see how well they can go in for the break, because so far, they're doing so well, but unfortunately, just not winning their gunfights, and Daytel goes down.
Smoke will deter a lot of this push. Limitless looking to set things up through driveway and Jim. With Illis right here throwing shoulders. Little slide, nearly able to finish things off, but he at least sets up his teammates to confirm the trades. Hunter Killer drones come out. The read out of Grizz as far as where the next hit's coming from is absolutely flawless. So it's on to Narcs here, already earning his first specialist because he's absolutely dominating. Will actually get broken in. Okay, hold on a second. You got Mojito in the hard point. A little bit of a pitch trying to be set up here from Limitless, but honestly speaking, how is Mojito still alive? He's still in the backside corner, finally taken down. But now the hit coming through Jim. You have to find success right here if you're Limitless, and the first 3 kills are good as they're able to get the break.
You need to make the Lambos explode because Narcs is going to be in a very precarious situation, and Boot can definitely try to go and do that. I mean, this spot is definitely going to be really big, and finally big kills coming in from Limitless. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, that's scrap time. You need to go and rotate yet again, and so far it's going to be blue.
Watch out for number 9 here. Or pardon me, number 3 in yellow. Number 9. What am I talking about? That number's never down on the map anymore. He's got 9 kills. Boot with the Annihilator early. Weird timing on it. He actually loses the full charge without really even taking any shots with it. So now you go back over to Animus, who are already at basketball first. Hardpoint can open up the next 5 seconds. And you've got operators and score streaks being phoned in here for Animus. Kills you expect to be coming through. Mojito shut down before he could take the first shot with the Annihilator. Big moment for Animus to once again increase their lead.
And a very heavy investment coming in from Animus right now because they've probably propped 2 Predator missiles and now with Annihilator as well. So they really want to get the points here. And I feel like it's a pretty good call because so far, Limitless can't even touch the point.
No, not looking good here for Limitless. The specialists essentially do nothing for them. I think there were 3 Annihilators that are pulled, and I don't think a single kill came through for Limitless while using the specialists. Little pitch play getting set up here. You got the front hit coming through. Boot is also watching over towards jungle. A little bit, oh my gosh, they spawn right next to each other. Okay, so Limitless an opportunity to flip these spawns back around. Grizz in a little bit of trouble. Wide out in the open, still wins the gunfight over the top of the heady. Finally traded out as Mojito gets his Annihilator into play. But it's only good for a single kill. I'm not gonna lie, specialist usage right now for Limitless is very ineffective.
They really heavily relied on those specialists to try and go in for the break, but then did not really do anything for them. And now they're trying to find a way to just have this one Annihilator try to flush out every single one of these Animus players going down. Doesn't really quite get the shots. Doesn't really quite get it. 2 shots wasted, but there you go. Finally gets it. But I mean, that was a waste.
I think we could count on one hand how many kills by 5 Annihilators just happened for the side of Limitless, and I want us to tally is 2. Not great news as far as trying to use those to get back into this game, but so far through the early time here at the 5th Hill, looks solid. Shutting down the plays through Kitchen, at least for a time. Jari right back on in. He does get traded out, but the numbers coming through for Animus through Pillars will allow them a chance to recontest and get their break.
And now the timing of the Hunter Killer drone was supposed to be good, but then they just didn't anticipate how many players are going to be coming in from Pillars. And now, again, it's a really solid break coming in from Animus. And it's the first time they're going to try and break a hill and not have any kind of early rotations, but still winning all the gunfights. Godzilla, 14 already to his name with a diggle. That is going to be really big.
Absolutely styled on Guithil with the quick swap. And I will say, as we complete our first rotation of hills with a over 100-point lead for the side of Animus, the most dangerous thing you're starting to see is the Drari effect. He was one of my favorites coming into this tournament. Didn't have the greatest day yesterday, but man, is he absolutely turning up right here. Already at 29 kills through the first rotation. Give him the 30 bomb early. Drari shutting everything down for Limitless.
And right now, I mean, Honor's not doing the best as well. Mojito's actually doing a pretty good job with 19 kills to his name, but taking a look at the other side, Grizz already with that 20 and Jirari with the 31. They just really can't compete with the firepower that Animus is bringing to them.
Through the smokes, break attempts start to come through over towards Rain. Got a little bit of a pitch set up automatically for Limitless as the split spawns that come through, hitting from Laundry and Driveway at the same time. Narc's overwhelmed. Help not here as of yet, but Wasilla seems to think he can get on forward. And how has he stayed alive? He's completely concussed, but gets prone. Stays underneath the fact for a little bit longer. but Limitless will at least convincingly be able to control some of the space needed to start getting some time back on the board.
Finally, life coming into Limitless, and just like that, Mojito using that pred can also have something else to play with a double kill, but then the XS1 Goliath prepared already for Animus, already going in for the solid defensive setup, going into Kitchen.
Owner, I don't think Owner may have disconnected for a second. He wasn't able to move, it looked like, for a moment. It looked like they were going to try to contest this Goliath call in, but hey, at least they're able to shut it down immediately upon it being called in. So not a lot of effect off of Animus's big score streak. And honestly speaking, as we still open up this hard point at Kitchen, bit of a 50-50 battle, and a lot of the 1v1 gunfights are starting to turn up in favor of Limitless. The problem is they do not have the spawns, and it's on to players like Asaka to try to hold down from the back. The hit coming forward for Animus, a lot of it coming from the front. Asaka back in the action, not able to win the first gunfight versus Darks, and that will be a favorable kill feed for Animus as they get into the hill and get over 200 points.
That's a good thing. Spawn is going to be in the favor of Limitless right now, and that play when it comes to the Annihilator coming from Mojito, which is absolutely insane, but Guatilla has an Annihilator of his own, trying to go in there for the defense, and Boot also has his own, trying to go in for the shots, and there you go, big kill from Boot. Tries to go in there for the contest, but doesn't really quite get any shots here, and so far until Animus getting the scrap points.
Yeah, this is do or die time all of a sudden for Limitless. Not just because you have to fight for this scrap time, but you also need to win shorthandedly. This rotation over towards Garage. Narc's first one in. Completely eludes Boot initially. Has the 1v1 with Mojito, and Narc's still feeling good. My goodness. Not only is he able to once again get over the 20 kill threshold, but he's got tons of time in the hill. The Animus look good on the rotations. They try to close this game out.
And Daytel and Boot probably should have waited for the rest of their teammates to go and rotate, because Boot was just taken out just like that, one by one funneling in. And it's going to be really hard to go in and funnel if you're going to be just one player. But they do have the operator skills to go and try to find the break, but unfortunately just Grizz all over again, try to shut them down.
Yeah, solid read here as well with Phillips spawning out towards driveway. You know for a fact that Limitless is coming from the glass side over towards AC. Narc's ready for it, already pre-aimed up. Guatilla throwing shoulders by the fountain, but the kills still turn up the way of Limitless. Can they actually find a way to break through this? Marvel falls over the top of the van, and the break is as clean as you'd like for Limitless. Problem is, you start talking about the word perfection, because that's what's needed if Limitless want to make this comeback happen.
I feel like it was Mojito spawning behind two players coming in from Animus, try to go in from the side from Pillars. That was a really big spawn flip that we really like to see, and that's why they have this hill right now going in for the pinch a while ago. But then again, the rotation is always so late from this team, and like what we saw a while ago, Animus already there set up, and not only that, but it's a good thing though, they don't really have much specialists and operators to go and defend this as heavy as a while ago.
This is doable here. You've got Boot, number 2 in yellow, who's all the way around the back. That's going to block out spawns here for basketball. So if you can find success with kills from the front while also getting success off the pinch, you should be able to start to swing this hard point to your name, but the problem is the kills just are not quick enough, and that leaves time for Animus to try to recover. Pred missile called in by Drari. Operators are all still also being played with, and the kills turn up convincingly for Animus as they close out this game 250 to 153. Drari for 44, an absolute demon.
This man is just absolutely crazy, but everyone else in his team did such a great job. And yes, they had a really good time when it comes to timing all those specialists down, the operator skills. And I feel like the only misplay I saw was Narcs throwing in that hunter-killer drone right by the pillar. I mean, that's about it. I mean, mistakes happen, but obviously Animus just polished this one really quickly, and it was just unfortunate for Limitless. I feel like Mojito was the one that was really carrying his team.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. It also just mentions to be said that Daytel had a really slow start, started to pick it up late, but they look to see Daytel hit the routes. He's kind of like their rogue player that will try to flip out spawns, make cheeky plays. He just didn't really find a lot of success early. And to be fair, I mean, when Drari starts off on like a 15 spree, it felt like shooting bodies while still finding a way to get up to multiple kills in a row. It's hard to mentally feel like you have the ability to find success when you start to hit those routes, because you're being shut down by so many different individuals from the side of Animus. So really solid start, I think, from the side of Animus, generally speaking, because Drari, who was a key factor yesterday, but didn't necessarily bring the slaying power that we're used to seeing, now that he's looking like this, I don't know. This is a tough ask, I think, for Limitless to try to shut this guy down.
Absolutely. And another guy that we really need to showcase here is going to be Narcs, having 3 minutes. We talked about them before the start of this hard point. And yes, because everyone else in his team is actually doing a really good job outside of the hard point, trying to go in there for the slay. So he's just there for the objective.
Yeah.
And whatever someone goes in, he's there for the slay as well. And so for me, one of the best slayers definitely going into putting into the objective. But I mean, Owner, missing those 2 shots, just unfortunate to see.
Replay ops did him dirty on that one, but it is merited to be said that in those moments, you have to capitalize. I mean, we literally saw all 5 Annihilators get called within this probably about the period of full-on 60 seconds or a minute. And I swear I could only count maybe 2 or 3 total kills, which is never something that you want to see. So tough opening start for the side of Limitless, but to be fair, that's kind of the expectation that we laid out looking at this series, just due to the fact that we knew for a fact Animus' hardpoint was going to be really strong, especially on a map like Raid. The response has to be convincing right here for Limitless. This, in my mind, is the series. I don't see a world where Limitless can reverse sweep Animus based on what the map layout we have. You have to win this Summit Search and Destroy and try to extend this series as long as possible if you want to try to get into that advancement final.
And how they're going to do that is to try to shut down Marvel, because that guy is so good at the search and destroy, especially with that sniper, and you already know he can definitely deliver with the deagle. And so for a small map like Summit to really approach them, that is going to be a really good call coming in from the side of Limitless. I mean, Onur can try to pop off, so let's see. I mean, it's going to be a full team effort here, especially from that loss a while ago in Hardpoint.
Yeah. And I love this little 1v1 setup here, because the player that I was going to say on the opposite side when it comes to shutting down Marvel have to be Ahsoka. He really kind of was a standout for me, like just mentally thinking back to last year because of his ability to dominate in the sniper rifle battle. So you have to feel like that's going to be a condition here on Summit. It just comes down to how much investment are you going to try to put into these sniper 1v1s, because very regularly, outside of a battle possibly over towards the top side of snow or inside the interior of the middle of the map, you can't really play for picks as loosely on a map like Summit as you can comparatively to other maps that we saw out of Limitless yesterday. So I would really, I think, just like to see them try to do something a little bit more team-focused and not so much a, let's just sit back and let Ahsoka do what he wants and see if he can find a first pick, because I think that's a little bit too limiting in their ability to try to explore the map and try to get this search and destroy into their grips.
I mean, both of these teams have perfect records when it comes to search and destroy. So
True, yeah.
I'm interested to see how obviously this map might be favoring Limitless just a tiny bit, but we haven't really seen Animus play at a small map like this.
That's
I
facts,
mean,
yeah.
every time it's been standoff. Exactly.
Yep.
So I don't know. Is it do they choose that map just because they're good at it, or can they play S&D as well?
Right, and I think the thing that's really peculiar is after seeing the map records from yesterday, the fact that Summit was not played at all by Limitless, but was their designated selection for Search and Destroy. So they have to have something up their sleeve that they didn't really reveal at all throughout day one. So that's where, if you're a Limitless fan, you're sitting here saying, we got this. There's a reason we selected this map. It just feels a bit strange to go to a map that they didn't play at all yesterday. Will we be able to see the confidence come through in what merits the pick in the first place? That's where my head's really at, and it can't just be on Ahsoka. That's why I kind of go to that narrative first.
It makes sense, because Animus, you already know that they played one map for the entirety of Search and Destroy, and like what you said, I feel like they might have something up their sleeve, and they brought it out just in time, just to show how, you know, how powerful we can be here in Search and Destroy Summit. So with the conversation being, okay, Summit is going to be a really tough one for both of these teams, I want to take it into our game number 5, possibly.
That's
Takeoff.
huge. The fact that the picks went the way that they did, and Limitless gets the ability to also see Takeoff for a potential map 5 is really crucial to them, because they looked good on the map yesterday. So I'm really curious if they can find a way to show us something new here in Summit and find a way to take one of the other 2 respawns to get us to that 5th map, because that's where the potential of an upset starts to come through. It's weird because as commentators, we love to talk about the underdog story,
absolutely.
But you also have to remember this Animus team is nasty, dude. Like, they're filthy. Like, if they take this second map, the potentials of a 3-0 absolutely top decked on the cards.
I mean, they did go up against Sidium yesterday, where they gave them an absolute destroy type of game, destruction. And so, yeah, I mean, 3-0, that's definitely going to be really interesting, because Limitless did go up against Sidium, and they lost that pretty convincingly as well. So, I mean, now it's really down to the...
Convincingly,
like,
it was tight 4 maps.
Yeah, well, I guess so.
I don't know. That's why we're really excited about the potential of who's going to be that 3rd team today, because I think outside of Nova and Animus, who are looking like favorites, the other 2 is paper-thin margins.
I mean, yesterday it was a matter of like a few points in the respawns, right? But then it's the Search and Destroy, where it's also going to be tight, but they did win that in Takeoff. So again, that's why we're both really excited to bring it into a game number 5. But for me, I think the most interesting part here as well is that standoff hardpoint. Because we already know that both of these teams, I feel like Animus likes it in Search and Destroy. I mean, Search and Destroy, but for the respawns and hardpoint, I feel like Limitless has a little bit more of an edge there.
It's interesting, I think, just due to the fact of what we just saw on Raid. Because Animus has been really baking their bread and buttering it on large open hardpoint maps. And so standoff's going to kind of provide that same exact experience. But I don't know, enough kind of foreshadowing. Let's get on in.
Enough caster talk. We're going to be talking some more here. We hear you, chat. We can see it. Let's start the game already. And there you go. Starting the game, we are. And here we go. Search and Destroy Summit, where we think that Limitless might have a little bit of an advantage to try and shut down the likes of Narcs and Marvel.
Well, Boots already got one sniper rifle. Soka's actually not sniping. Interesting. So we'll see exactly what Limitless have up their sleeves here for their opening attack. Looking to play largely through the second hard point, looks like, up top. Conditions for the defense are pretty much just off point of contact defense. Not a lot of nades were thrown off the rip. Drawery able to read out. Yep, they are indeed over towards Catwalk. The rotation comes out for Marvel. He'll be the one responsible for making sure nobody pushes forward.
And now the bomb is in a very tricky spot if we can see that Narc's going to get it. But then big kill coming in from the side of number 3. That's Daytel. No, Hisaka rather. Takes down Grizz, and the central player coming in from Animus. Definitely a really good Slayer.
That's so good from Limitless. They completely stretched the defense out by finding that kill, a crossover towards A. The defense has no way to rotate over, and as they try to make moves back over to A, they get completely caught off guard by the force of the hit coming out of Limitless from the top side of the minimap. Mojito all the way around the back. Nades coming out to make Narc's life extremely difficult. He's got no exit here, pending, of course, that he doesn't absolutely beam Mojito off a heady, which he does at least shoot back into. But a tough 1v4 with the bomb planted. Narc's, where do you even go? And I think that's kind of the biggest question. Hisoka's going to scout him out, say, yep, he's still here in the mid-snow path. And, well, it feels like a matter of time here before Narcs will just eventually drop.
This is such a good setup coming in from the side of Limitless, where they finally got one, but then Narcs gets one more. Are they going to be isolated, though? Mojito goes down. It's a 2v1 situation, 15 seconds left on the clock. It's still very possible for him to go and clutch up if they line up, but no, they don't. So he already knows that. He's going to be slowing things down just a little bit. So, again, a good play right now. Hisoka finally takes the final bullet, and Narcs goes down, giving one to Limitless right now.
Yeah, love that call to Limitless. And we didn't really get a chance. I think it was a jump-up position inside of mid to look down over towards A through the windows from that kind of upper catwalk area that allowed them to get that first blood. And that was the only defense that Animus had, was the sole player of Grizz down over towards the A site. So we'll see. Does that change Animus's defense? Looks like at the moment, no. Grizz is still playing really far forward, and I mean really far forward. He's already gotten through the A site and is already contested over towards the backside of the P4 warehouse. Marvel also finding first blood makes things difficult for Limitless that are absolutely stuck right outside of rails.
Daytel, give me that information, knowing very well there's one player there. Throws in the stun. But then if he peeks that yet again, there you go. You shouldn't really stay there for too long because you're going to get taken out. And Narcs and Patilla get to a piece, and now it's going to be a 1v5 and a 1v3 situation. Honor tried to go and clutch that up, but unfortunately for him, doesn't really quite get so.
All right, so here's the thing, and Limitless aren't going to know this. Well, maybe they will. Actually, Grizz did get a kill on that long flank. You have to contest Snowpath. You cannot allow Grizz defensively to run up to A and run through over towards Plow here on the left-hand side as we come out of spawn for Limitless. Narcs also tried to play a little bit forward that last round in towards mid, and it worked out for him. This time, full contest of PC. Oh my goodness, Animus are going quick. Yeah. This is just a lack of respect being shown by Animus as they're just saying, we'll just outgun you, we'll force the gunfights, and so far it's a strategy that's working out.
Because they already know that they're going to be pushing second floor and control room. They are reading this to the T.
Man.
I mean, Grizz didn't even have to go all the way around, and they're just one player down. Limitless. Mojito, what can you do? Spots Grizz, finally gets one. And, I mean, the good thing for him is that they're going to be split up. They're going to be isolated just a little bit. But, I mean, just as I said that, they're going to be regrouped just like that.
This is an impossible situation for Mojito. He doesn't have the bomb. He has plenty of time to try to navigate this, but you don't know because of Grizz's route from before. Is there anyone on my long flank? Is there anyone playing up top at rails? You have no intel, no information whatsoever. And it's curious just to see Animus come out with this three-man hit right in towards mid-PC and just say, we're going to force engagements. Marvel going to get caught out here, though. Should get caught out here, though. Oh, my goodness.
How?
Mojito may be needing a mojito after that. That was tough to watch.
No, I think Mojito already had a mojito, and that's why he missed that shot.
Steady it up there, brother.
Slow it down with the mojitos right now, but I mean, that was such an amazing display, and Marvel with the deagle is just absolutely nasty. We've already seen it yesterday. We got a beautiful three-piece coming in there, and now we need to say it's going to be a different side now because they're going in there very passively.
Oh, no. Not good news. Not good news. Narcs able to slide away. He's going to have help on the crossfire. You can't challenge this Boot. Oh, lucky to be alive as Boot here after they dropped the first blood. Marvel with a second snipe connecting in the round will turn this to a 5v3, and Limitless just do not have a response for this forward defensive aggression out of Animus.
They're just being outgunned every single time, and now Jari finally getting Daytel. 2v5 situation, and now, I mean, A's right there, guys. You don't have to go through control room every single time, and they keep repeating the same thing as a while ago, and that's allowing the likes of Animus to go in there very aggressively because they know they can win those close quarters combat.
The thing about it is you have high ground control when you play through the middle of the map from the offensive side. The thing that's really been puzzling is the fact that Limitless aren't even stopping at the windows. They're trying to get down and in towards the mid PC early, and they're not able to find any nades connection because there's always a trophy at this front door. And it's the same setup from Animus. Mathilla's going to watch up top, little poke and prod down towards the bottom doorways. This time there's smoke encapsulating the catwalk, and Jari will be very conscious that there could be a forward hit coming out. But once again, Grizz is just, I mean, this is a Century 21 sale. There's so much real estate for him to work with. And he's all the way around the back through Plow again. Sniffing it out as Ahsoka. I just don't know if he's seen him yet.
It's the COD timing. That's going to happen here. And so far, he does get spotted. And Ahsoka, even though that he got the first spot, doesn't really quite get it. We keep seeing it in this matchup where you get to see that Limitless, the players of Limitless, see the players of Animus, but they still get turned on.
The thing is, this is Limitless map pick. How do you not have a default offense set up to deal with aggression? No one has even looked towards Snowpath once for Limitless on this offense. Finally, they're going to adjust. Boot's going to be the one on the low ground with the Peacekeeper. And it looks like Grizz has seen this. He's like, all right, I'm just going to back off. You have this, that's fine. We'll take our focus back over towards Rails. And for Limitless, finally some ground to work with. But Mathilla, number 3, has worked around the back. He's found his second kill in the round. And even though Ahsoka's hitting a bit of a flank, this is still a tough offensive round to try to work through, but Ahsoka's able to double onto Grizz, and now all of a sudden, Limitless have some space to try to get their second round on the board here, final of their offensive half.
That was a really good show, because I feel like I think it was Boot and Onur tried to go in for the bait and switch and finally got that kill. And now they have to do the same thing where they have to stick together, but the bomb is going to go down. So that's going to be a little bit more difficult in this 1v2.
And he sees it too. Perfect timing, perfect read. Does he expect the second? Over the top? Surely not. Mojito, not again, brother. Not again, brother! Oh, no!
Get ready for the next round.
Can't happen. Can't happen.
I am at a loss for words. They had every right to win that gunfight, and mechanically, Animus is just going to be superior here in this map, especially in this close-range gunfight. No, they didn't even think that they could go and get a lot of more kills, especially with that 2v1 situation. And now we're going to finally see some sort of, presence here in A.
Dude, look at Grizz. Number 2 in blue, he just pushes right through in towards Snow. This is not... Okay, this is the Limitless that we saw Swiss round 1 yesterday. Not the Limitless we saw in the last chance qualifier at the end of the day. And that's not great news. Ahsoka, do as he may. Able to get a double, but bombs down. Daytel catches the rear end of Grizz, but only gets the left cheek. Needed both. Stun over the top. They finish the kill. No, Grizz is able to get the regen off. And now Ahsoka is here to try to assist. But Mathilla deep pushes back. And now the clock becomes a major opponent, especially as Ahsoka's the last one left in a 1v3. It's all gone wrong here for Limitless. And he's just not going to have any time. Tough.
There you go. And I'm just going to mention, Boot has 0 kills. And we're already in round number 8. And that is just going to be unfortunate that he can't find anyone through his scope. And with that sniper here in Summit, if you're having a hard time here in Summit as a sniper, just change your gun. Because someone like Marvel is actually doing a pretty good job at it.
The thing about it is we really haven't seen a setup from Limitless that says, this is how we're going to use Boot. And I think this time he has gone back over towards an AR, able to help out for first blood. Traded out by Drari, who in response meets the same fate. So we get a pinstripe kill feed in the opening 20 seconds, and it gets us to a 3v3.
And now the bomb is going to be chased just for a little bit from Mojito. And Nars is going to give that information. And so far, they have none yet. So I like this setup coming in from the side of Limitless because they're just going to be chilling over here. And they just need to find a way to just stay back and wait for the plant and go in there for the retake.
The problem about this is a double scope setup for Animus.
Ooh,
Marvel has found himself a KSP to work with, but I believe he does have a sniper rifle in his back pocket. So there's the ability to watch this post plant at range. Narcs will back off. Marvel deep is watching the potential flank. And yeah, the post plant setup here for Animus is all banking on playing off of Narcs' first point of contact.
We need to find a flank.
Yep. I mean, this is so slow.
It's too slow because you already know that there's going to be a sniper over here in A, and you already know that they're going to be pushing back just a little bit, and they have nades to play with. And not only that, they're going to be pinch play number 4. Marvel gets 1. You would expect that someone would always be there. It's just shambles.
This is a Limitless team that they're absolutely... since the Drari was shooting bodies P1, it just feels like they've completely lost composure. Wow. Not good news here for Limitless. Withilla all business. And right not. I mean, that little 1v2 at the end over the top of the heady is something that we should not be seeing on Sunday of a final qualifying day.
Small mistakes that eventually lead to unfortunate losses here. And where we thought that Summit Search and Destroy was going to be a limitless map, it's just Anima shutting them down every single time in a very convincing fashion in the first 2 maps so far here. And now this is making us look back into what is going to happen for Control, because so far, Control is not looking so good for this team right now for Limitless.
Yeah, Boot, I don't blame you for leaving the lobby early, brother. It's just, the thing is, watching back some of that final match from yesterday for Limitless against Prometheus, it looked like throughout the day, Limitless was really catching stride. Tough opening matchup versus Zidium, close 4 maps. They came out, still were able to showcase a lot of presence from players like Owner, Hisoka. Mojito played pretty darn well yesterday. And by the end of the day, they looked like they were really clicking. They were like, everything was really coming together solid, but this is another slow start out of Limitless, and you just can't have it. I mean, by round 3, as soon as Animus started to push up defensively, it looked like Limitless lost full confidence in why they even chose this map in the first place.
And they just had no response to Drari going in there for the flank. You always pointed that out, where he went there. How many rounds? 3 rounds in a row.
You're talking about Grizz on
Grizz, rather.
Yeah,
Grizz.
yeah.
And then it was just absolutely insane that Hisoka tried to go in there, but then didn't even win the gunfight, even though he spotted him first and just got turned on. So, again, Limitless looking a little bit...
This one
this
hurts.
one is just painful. Able to isolate.
Yeah, you gotta have that. You just gotta have it. I mean, Withilla is literally half HP. You gotta hit 1 burst.
His movement's so good.
Yeah,
I mean,
solid.
They didn't peek at the same time. They just got isolated, very unfortunate, and then this happens.
Yeah, 7-1. Wow. And now things become terrifying, because how do you win a firing range control and a standoff hardpoint versus an Animus team that absolutely destroyed you in the raid hardpoint? I mean, here's the other thing about it. Like, we saw this kind of from Prometheus's POV yesterday. They had a great opening Swiss round 1. Got destroyed by Nova, and then it looked like they were mentally chalked for the entire rest of that final series. If you're Limitless, you have to stay composed, because regardless of the result here, you go down to elimination round 1, that is your last chance. You're either the last team in, or you're the last team out, and your year is over. So you have to put together something in this map number 3 that could establish some sort of confidence, because regardless of the outcome of this series, you may have to play a second matchup almost immediately after this against a team that beat you yesterday. So that's where I'm kind of looking at this from Limitless's perspective. Whereas for Animus, the fact that you came out and dominated your opponent's Search and Destroy, that's great news, I think, as far as your ability to possibly win this whole thing.
I mean, this is the point that I made a while ago when Blaze actually asked us as to who is going to get that 3rd seat. And I immediately went to Cidium because they had a harder day 1.
I agree.
They went up against Animus, Cold, and Limitless, where, yes, they had a really hard time going up against Animus, but we've seen it already here. They're so good in every single kind of game mode. And now we're finally moving on to firing range control, where both of these teams doesn't have any kind of information yet, but coming in from that hot 2-0 advantage to Animus.
Here we go. Animus on the opening attack over towards A. Smokes will allow them an opportunity to try to get over towards Trailer. Marvel watching over the top. This has secured first blood, but Daytel holds on nicely in towards the interior of Trailer. Follow-up out of the ARs will once again establish that the defense is tough to break off the opening rip, but this could be a problem. Marvel, if he continues to win 1v1s at range with this SKS, that's going to allow Animus a lot of looks to come in from the side door. Fortunately, Boot is here. Doesn't love to play forward, and, well, at least there's enough pickup as Hisoka will make sure that once again, the A zone stays cleared out.
And now Narcs lost that gunfight, and now that's going to be really big 3-man push coming in from the side of Trailer. That's going to be really big coming in from Narcs. There you go. That's going to be really big as well. Still wins that gunfight, and oh my goodness, there you go. The break finally comes through.
Well, defense holds.
That's defense holds.
But that's a lot of final 1v1s that Limitless needed to have. And with this, you got Boot in the middle of the map watching through Tin, so the rotation getting over the mid is going to be difficult, and it's now forcing Animus to have to consider getting to B. At the moment, Limitless are kind of conceding this, looking for some wood control. Love the call from Boot, but how do you defensively get back over here? And, well, they may not need to. They can just set up a bit of a spawn trap. That seems to be the goal. First tick of progress locked in, and Animus still cruising to add an extra minute to the clock.
And now it looks like the defensive is going to be really heavy coming in from Alpha. But there's no any kind of presence whatsoever coming in from Bravo. And finally, they're trying, but then they're just going in there one by one. And we already know that that's not really going to work out. And now the third tick from B finally pushing through. But they're still pretty even when it comes to the lives. But you already know A is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Well, they've lost 10. This is the thing. There was 1 or 2 players from Limitless that tried to late contest over towards B. The spawn trap, if that was the call, if you're going to chalk B and set up a spawn trap, you have to commit to that. So now all of a sudden, Animus have the middle of the map to work with. Plenty of time to just play this as a TDM and an 8v8, but Ahsoka, maybe the difference maker, not able to find the third in a row. Trades come through, but Limitless hold a small life lead.
Limitless needs to try and go and take 10. And his suckers are going to try to do that. But there's a really quiet spot, Drari, right there in the corner. They need to bring down at least 2 players to try and get that power position because it's going to be really hard. But then taking a look at that, it's going to be evened out. They are going to be stuck.
They're absolutely
4 and 5.
Narcs has pulled out a second SKS. They're just looking to chew him away at range. And Grizz, once again, route man getting paid. He's making the play around the flank through container. He's number 2 in yellow. And oh boy, he's about to win this round single-handedly if he finds a good piece of timing, but doesn't make a difference. His teammates get the job done from the front, and that is just really poor decision-making out of Limitless. I'm fine. If you chalk B, fine with it. Don't care. But don't go back there with only 1 or 2 players when you're trying to set up a spawn trap in mid-control. They give away both at the same time at the worst possible moment, and Animus absolutely will punish you on those mistakes.
Not only that, they were funneling into B just 1 by 1 and also giving up the power position that is 10, which you definitely need, especially if you want to get the lives of the players that are trying to funnel into A. And now we're going into the switcheroo where Mojito, really good shots, really good spot, but if 2 players push him out, it's going to be troublesome.
He does lose the 1v1 with Drari on the follow-up. Kill staying even. Onair in a little bit of trouble. Eventually gets finished off by Grizz, and now it's on to Boot. Gives up his position, able to at least get concussive stun kill off of the Drari. But the problem is these are still a little bit too individualistic. With Ola able to find a long flank around the back through B. Yeah, there's progress made here at A with the first segment finally completed, but still, the problem here is Animus could just set up for a spawn trap and keep you absolutely pinned to the back of the map.
And right now, so far, it's going to be in wood where they get most of their kills. Trying to go in there for the trap as well. And there's going to be a little bit of help, though, going into the side of Animus where they're trying to go in for the contest, but it doesn't really quite happen. The state tail going to be really big. But Drari, bringing out the Annihilator, shuts him down. Doesn't get the other.
Yep. Okay. Extra minute on the clock, but again, you kind of see what Animus is doing that Limitless was messing up on the last round. It's just the simple fact that Animus only go to contest A once they feel like they have a solid spawn trap in play. So a 6-life lead is currently in effect. Annihilators are coming out for Limitless as they feel desperate to try to get this offense going. You don't want to go down 0-2 in the control, but they're completely stuck. And even though they're chipping away at the life lead, it's just still, you have 2 members in wood that are wreaking havoc on your spawns, and Animus could use that as their win condition.
I mean, Narcs and Marvel have been there at it, and that's the reason why they have so many kills already. It's just so unfortunate for Limitless to not have an answer to that, and not only that, 1 minute and 5 left.
Not good.
That's not going to be good, especially if you want to capture B, which they're not going to show and get.
Predator missile called in. This is a 4v10 situation, a round that seems pretty unwinnable. Marvel responds with one of his own to make sure Animus's defense will not be tested here in the final moments. Has to be something convincing over towards B. Have to force Animus to come back to this. Narc's in a little bit of trouble backside tires, but has kept his life. Tries to get the regen off and is denied. So an opportunity for Limitless to get onto the zone. But the thing is, they only have 1 life to spare. Marvel over the top could do it himself. Gets maybe caught out here. No, not the case. And they get off the zone at the exact wrong moment because now Marvel can deplete the progress. Takes the stun, pistol out, doesn't win the gunfight. And okay, hold on a second. Limitless still have some room to work with, but the problem is they didn't stay on the point. They didn't force Animus to have to move. And the defense sustains. They're up 2-0.
It's like they're scared to go and try to engage when it comes to the gunfights. They're just really reluctant to go in for those gunfights. And you already know mechanically that Animus is just absolutely great. But there were close moments where they could have turned things around. And now we're finally here at match point where it could have been a really good series. But turns out it's just Animus every single time.
Yeah. Strong start on the day for Animus. Trying to get it done with their second offensive attempt. Withilla over through B, loses the 1v1 with Mojito. Grizz should be able to secure the trade, and is. Jungle is wide open. Limitless not even contesting the middle of the map largely at all. So an opportunity here for Animus just to freely get on towards B and try to get this clock up to a minute 57.
Mojito, though, with a really big kill. But again, there's 3 players on the hill. And it's going to be really difficult because they keep leaving Bravo open and just sending one person over there. That's going to be number 5. That's going to be Mojito going in there for the defense. But, I mean, it's just going to be a free take over here in Bravo. Not just that, you have to control Bathroom as well.
Enemy taking B.
The decision just has to be clear. You have to call up for, okay, we're chalking B, we're setting up a spawn trap. And at least for Limitless, they do hold some numbers, even though the second tick of progress is completed and the third will immediately follow on towards B itself. So now the question stands, can Limitless hold on and make lives a huge problem for Animus as they try to set things up over towards A? But once again, on the rotation from B, you've got 2 members of Animus's attack already in the middle of the map trying to control. They tell decent opportunity to try to double up, but could only find one, and Animus have successfully broken out of the spawn trap.
But then the life advantage still into the favor of Limitless right now with 4 lives. But still, you already know that Animus might be able to go and bring it down. But with Marvel going in for the Annihilator and also with Marvel with SKS, it's going to be very difficult for them. Boot gets shut down, and Narcs, the only person in his team right now that can try and take it. Number 3 needs to win, and there you go, Gwithilla.
This is bad news, Bears. Not good news. Drawry's in the middle of the map, still making sure the rotation is held. He actually confirms his own trade and actually takes himself out of the picture with the Hunter Killer Drone. But the thing about this is the second tick of progress is now on the way. 11 playing 11. Owner able to find a double, but Drawry's Annihilator off spawn comes out of his pocket to the second tick of progress coming in. How do you get in if you're Limitless? Have to find a way. Drawry's watching you on rotation. A triple from Drawry. And that may just be about it. No one's going to touch in time. A 3-0 in the series and a 3-0 here in the control.
Well, I'd just like to say whoever chose Limitless as their third might need to reevaluate, especially after this Animus game, because we thought Limitless, especially with some of the maps in their favor, just did not perform. It was that Summit S&D where they could have had a chance to bring it to the game number 4, game number 5.
They got smoked.
Yes.
Not a good start for Limitless. Not at all. Now, the only bit of good news is I believe Nova absolutely beat the brakes off of Zidium 3-0. So both teams got absolutely mollywopped in their first round as they're now going to have to play for a final spot into Europe. We can also confirm, of course, because 3 teams are going to Europe, that now all of a sudden Nova and Animus have locked in spots for Stage 5, meeting the expectations of, I think, the entire community.
And something that we're not really surprised. I mean, Zidium did get beat yesterday by Animus pretty convincingly as well. And so we get to see the same story here, Limitless and Animus. So that conversation with Zidium going up against Limitless now is going to be a very interesting one. It's a fight for third. And obviously we're going to be seeing that later on. But I'm curious about the numbers of what went down versus that Nova and Zidium game, because this one, not close at all. I want to see how close the numbers is against that number 1 seed.
Bobby just looked over and just gave me the, it wasn't close at all. It was a pretty easy cruise. I will say, as much as we've talked about the perspective of both Zidium and obviously in this series looking at Limitless, you have to give a lot of credit to what Animus is doing. And I think the biggest thing about it for me is the fact that you're not just seeing 1 or 2 players pop off. Drawry's in effect today, and that's dangerous when you consider the advancement final, which we'll see Nova play Animus for the first time in a while.
Everyone's doing their job, basically, essentially. And for the side of Limitless, it was just 1 or 2 players that was trying to carry their team. But obviously, we have our lovely analyst to break things down and how well Animus played up against Limitless.
Yeah, Animus absolutely turned up right there. What a stomping, okay? And let's give a huge congratulations to Animus and Nova for making it to Stage 5 and making top 3 so far throughout this tournament. You know, because we know that that's what's most important, getting to Stage 5, coming out as the best Call of Duty mobile team in the world. Now, as we talk about this series just a little bit more, this one and the Nova series both were 3-0, and the scores were similar. No, the scores were exact in the Search and Destroy and the Control. The only difference was Zidium got 30 more points in a hard point in map number 1. Wow. That was it, okay? So, Bobby, first round over. How were you feeling watching this Animus and Limitless matchup?
Honestly, I was hoping for a little bit more of a match. Out of both of them, I feel like both Zidium and Limitless prove that they're here to play, but it doesn't seem like they warmed up. I don't know what the issue is, but both teams got completely obliterated in their respective matchups, and I think we do also have to give credit to both Animus and Nova for how well they've been playing. I definitely am excited to see those two face off against each other.
Yeah, I am too as well. That's going to be a battle because they are playing at the same pace, same caliber entering the day. Just looking at the score lines, and we didn't get to see a lot of Nova's matchup there. But as we take a look at our bracket, just to show you guys Nova versus Animus, a battle for the grand finals. Those two teams looking like they're going to be going for first place unless we get a Cinderella story coming up next, because as you see, it's Zidium versus Limitless Esport down at the bottom, and Allie and Bobby, you guys cast that one coming up here soon. Woo. But so far so good. You know, after seeing how Limitless played, do you think that they'll have a tougher time up against Zidium? But they kind of had the same score line. You know what I'm saying? I think that one's probably going to be our closest series. It's going to be a bloodbath there in the losers.
Yeah, I think we definitely thought that, like, depending which team kind of comes out hotter against these top two teams, and Animus and Nova was going to be the one with the edge heading into the next series in that lower bracket to try and grab that final third spot.
Yep.
But, I mean, the scores were very similar. I mean, the 30 points more in hardpoint doesn't really speak too much to me when it comes to, like, Zidium. So when I think back, I have to be like, okay, well, if you really want to give a team an edge, it kind of has to be Zidium just because they've already played Limitless yesterday and they beat them in a 3-1 fashion. However, I'm still sticking to my guns. I think Limitless's Search and Destroy, besides the one we just saw, looked a lot clean. Yes, very clean yesterday, and their hardpoint looked better near the end. So I think Limitless is going to come out on top personally.
Okay. Limitless still looking good in your eyes there. And, you know, Bobby, you were one of the people to go for Zidium here in this next matchup. You know, with Zidium, you know, we saw that their Search and Destroy was a little bit, it was actually the best that it ever looked. And I think they're going to have to bring that same caliber up against Limitless if they want to take them down. They cannot falter.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect right here. I think, if anything, maybe give a little bit of an edge to Limitless, because it seems like maybe they don't like scrimming and warming up before, and maybe they just need that warm-up match. So
yeah, you know,
hopefully the spanking they just received got them nice and warm.
And, you know, when we think about it, too, and Limitless and how they played yesterday, it was a slow progression until they kind of hit their final form at the end of the night. Now, with them being down in the elimination side of the bracket, they're going to have to make a loser's run. It's going to have to start with Zidium. Then they got to either get revenge up against Animus again or go up against Nova. So they're going to have to rebound quickly if they want to make it to that grand finals. But more importantly, they should just be worried about taking down Zidium, making it to stage 5. Don't get too ahead of themselves. Just start going for it, all right? Now, let's get you guys up to date on our qualified teams as we just locked in 2 more, and we got 1 from Japan, it's Scars, 2 from India, Godlike and Vitality, 3 from LATAM, and all Brazilian squads in Cascade and Influence, and then now Nova Esports and Animus. We still need 3 more NA teams and 1 more EU team, so only 4 more squads can get qualified for Stage 5. All right, everybody, you are all up to date so far on the tournament, but now it's time to move on over towards the next matchup. It's going to be Limitless going up against Zidium, an elimination match that you do not want to miss out on. Only 1 spot remaining. Who's going to take it? Don't go anywhere. We'll find out right after this.
Hey COD mobile fans, visit CODishop.com, the easiest way to purchase COD points without a credit card. Choose from multiple payment options and get exciting offers like 10% off. CODishop is an official partner of Activision, so you know it's safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs as we just qualified 2 more teams to go to Stage 5, and that was Nova and Animus, and now it's time to qualify 1 more because we understand how big the stakes are going up into, of this tournament here, all right? And to help me cast it all, and break it all down, I got the beautiful Beef Mommy and Shift with me on the desk as Stage 4 has been awesome so far, you guys. We have 1 more team to push through, and we need to figure out who's going to come out on top with the victory. You guys just saw an exciting matchup here. So let's actually kind of, with the last series, you guys had Limitless and Animus, which was absolutely crazy. It was quick, but let's start talking about Zidium real quick. Because Zidium coming up in this next series, how do you feel like, what do they need to change going up against their next opponent?
I mean, it was a complete mirror of what happened in Animus and Limitless back in their first matchup with Nova here for today. I mean, it's just a matter of a little bit of points in hardpoint where I think Limitless just had a little bit more of an advantage. But I will still go with Zidium when it comes to the win here, possibly. But I think this is going to go the distance compared to the first 2 matches that we did see, because we already know that these 2 teams are pretty even when it comes to the kills and the matchups.
Yeah, they are. And, Zidium, they have had, an interesting tournament so far, just showing that clutch factor, showing a lot of heart. And, we see right here, this was one of their games yesterday up against COD Esports. That crazy clutch finish coming out there from Rondo with the glide and the Goliath at the end. Then we start seeing them clutch up some S&Ds here, Chef. Zidium, we talked about it with Bobby and Ali on the desk that they can't falter there when it comes down to Game 2 and Game 5. They're going to have to stay focused. But on the flip side, when it comes to Limitless, what do they need to do to take down the Zidium team?
Regain. Both these 2 teams, it's really going to be down to who regains the fastest, because both are coming off complete stomps in their first round today. And we saw Prometheus yesterday kind of completely come out flat after they got absolutely smoked by Nova. So I think this is going to be another one of those tests.
Yeah.
Who can come through and find a way to get back to what they looked like at the end of the day yesterday. The clutch factor you said from Zidium, but also just the general brute strength that we saw from Limitless. That was completely absent in this first series. The only good news coming up is the fact that you're going to be able to meet up against a team that you played closely again, and you're going to see some repeat map mode combinations. So you have to be able to make adjustments, come prepared, and feel like you can beat these guys this time coming off of a stiff loss, which we saw Limitless do yesterday. We just need to see that again. They need to be woken up. They need to be shook back to life here, because you can't have a slow start versus a Zidium team like you just had versus Animus.
You can't. They already got the slow start out the way. Now Limitless is going to have to shift gears, and we got to see that form again. Now, quickly, I want to know from both of you, 1 player, okay, from each team that we need to look out for. If you had to pick somebody, Mommy, that needs to shine, who you want to put the pressure on?
I mean, for Limitless, it's going to be Onyor. I mean, he's been having such a great time when it comes to the respawns. But for the side of Zidium, I mean, we can't just not say Afer.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is absolutely crazy. But you know what? I think a quick second frame is definitely going to be safe.
Okay, all right. What about you, Shiv?
I have to go with Afer for sure. He was the biggest surprise yesterday. He needs to be consistent today. That's, I think, the biggest thing overall is consistency for these 2 teams that are largely put together pickup squads that have a lot of younger players that are new to major tournaments. It's do or die. Either you're the last team in or the last team out. There's no other way about it. This is a high-stakes matchup.
It's a high-stakes matchup. Do or die. You do not want to get double eliminated today. Both of these teams are looking to get that 1 win on the board to make it to Stage 5, and it's time to kick off our elimination round 1 matchup. Bobby, Ali, it's time to get this one started.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Honestly, it's what we all expected, but maybe a little bit faster than we expected it to happen. I don't know about you, Bobby. I'm going to pretend like those first 2 series didn't happen. I mean, they were almost identical in the way that they ended up playing out. I want to focus more on the fact that the last time these 2 teams matched up, Limitless had the edge in the search and destroy, but it was Zidium that came out on top. And when we talk about this, The control. I mean, it was 3-2. It went to round 5, and the hard points were only within. The first one was 250 to 218 in the likes of Zidium. The second one was 250 to 242. So I'm interested to see if we hop into some of the same maps and modes that they've previously played each other on, but it's still a very close series overall.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, it's probably a toss-up. You look back at that first matchup, and obviously Zidium comes away with the win. But it also seems like Limitless just needs that warm-up. So I feel like those two, to a certain degree, almost balance each other out. Talking about players to watch, obviously, we know who's going to slay out. I think for me, the real question is, can those fifth men step things up? Talking about Kree at the beginning of the show, his KD, especially in the respawns, has not been there all weekend long with a .83. He's got to bring that up if they're going to have a chance at locking in a stage 5 spot.
I completely echo that. And then on the flip side, you talk about the highest KDs on both teams. You're looking at After right now with a .15 overall. But on the flip side of that, you got Onura with a 1.55. So those two players are certainly going to go head-to-head. But we are going head-to-head in a series and a map and mode that these two teams have already played against each other. Firing range, hardpoint, the last time they matched up, Zidium won 250 to 242. Very close indeed. But right off the rip, it's going to be Zidium with control of P1.
There's a whole lot of yellow in the feed right now. It is a couple return frags from Limitless as they go ahead and get things cleared out. So not too much time going in for either team, obviously, as expected, especially on a map like Firing Range. A couple SKSs in play, and actually 2 in play for Zidium. That's not something we tend to really expect. Typically, it's 1 SKS, 1 Peacekeeper. So interesting change. It looks like maybe some weapon swaps already, as Saze is yet to pick up a kill. And same for Afer. To have your 2 top fraggers start off that slow, not a good sign. And following the slow start, Limitless has not slowed down a bit.
Yeah, no, Limitless actually has turned this game on its head fairly quickly. I mean, we're still at the tail end of the first hard point, but it's Limitless on the rotation as well. Already, a hunter-killer drone has been put into use by Hisoka. Mojito actually has 6 kills under his name already. That is usually the player that when you watch on the minimap, he's going to be the one that's in that hill time, soaking that objective. But on the flip side, Zidium after 0-5, a complete turnaround from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I believe he was top 5 in respawn KD heading into today. So having that slow of a start has been incredibly detrimental to Zidium. And they got to find a way to get him going because, I mean, for the most part right now, it's a 3v5. And the 3 players that are playing, not looking that great either. As expected, Onur popping off for his squad. He's got 9 kills on the board already. And
they still haven't gotten a kill.
They've just got things locked down. Afer finally gets kill number 1, make it kill number 2. But, man, they've got to find a way, and especially with you already giving up a Goliath, only on the second hardpoint rotation, you put yourself in a terrible position.
I mean, we talk about Mojito, but now Onura has woken up as well. 9 to his name. We're going to have the Goliath get called in by him, and I'm not a big fan of the placement, to be honest, but when you can call it this early in the game, I mean, almost an 80-point lead. Sure, call it whenever you want. Yeah, I mean, it's questionable. I agree, Bobby, but you know what? That just means you can earn another one just as fast. No.
I mean, everybody, I feel like everybody in Europe, I think we've seen one good Goliath play the entire weekend. That was from COD Esports on that summit map. Every single other Goliath, I feel like we see 1 or 2 kills, and then it's gone. I feel like these guys have to be a lot more calculated, especially for something that high value.
After this map, me and Bobby are going to go record a how to use your specialist in your Goliath properly in Respawn COD Mobile Edition Stage 4 heading to Stage 5. Limitless still in the driver's seat right now. They didn't have the rotation onto this P3, but they certainly made the break. 20 seconds left now on this hill. 114 to 33. Absolutely no life out of Zidium thus far. I mean, it's just looking like a lot of solo chows right now. A lot of solo pushes. It doesn't look like everybody is on the same page. People are just getting picked apart time and time again. Your kill feed is going to continue to light up blue in favor of Limitless.
You got 0 double-digit players over on the side of Zidium. Everybody but Boot already reached that marker.
They've had 2 kills since we talked about it. At P2. We're in P4.
We're almost on the rotation back to P1, and we already have a 100-point lead We expected this matchup to be at least closer than the first couple, but it still hasn't been the case. And you got to wonder what Zidium is missing right now, because this just does not look like the same team that we watched yesterday. Yes, you got a slightly more difficult opponent, but there just seems to be no team chemistry there, and you got to feel like the comms are likely suffering as a result as well.
At this point, let's regroup. Let's head into new. I mean, it's very unlikely to come back from such a deficit in this hard point, but at least try to get your team chemistry back on par. And it almost kind of looks like what they're doing. There's a couple of yellow arrows heading on to the front of Old right now for some reason, but they do have the initial lockdown as well. But I mean, the kills are all going in favor of Limitless, but that's going to be Says with a 3-piece. Okay, I'll take that. The Annihilator has been pulled out. Couple of kills going their way. If they get a full 60 here, maybe they can start talking about themselves being back in this game.
And Onur's on a spree right now. He's going to try to stay alive and see if he can build those a little bit more. Another Goliath might be nice. Not sure they'll be able to get anything out of it, but Boots got one in his pocket now, and that's a great sign over on the squad once again. Limitless, they've just been completely rolling, and there's been very little slowdown since that initial P1. Zidium gets a little bit of time here initially. Looking to push up from the bottom side. That's not going to be an easy push to make. Rasmo been one of the more consistent players on this Limitless squad as well. He's now up to 23 on the board, and looking to cut off Kree, who we talked about him being one of the X-Factor players. Needing to bring the KD up. Bottom fragging right now, but I mean, you got your team MVP for the weekend. Afer not that far ahead.
Say specifically has really kicked it up now at 11 kills. I believe they were at 4 not even like 30 seconds ago. So it's still a deficit of 175 to 68. Limitless in the driver's seat. Rasmo is 26 and 12. Another KD leader off of yesterday. Not somebody we expected from this Limitless squad, but after search and destroys, he's able to translate that slaying power into the respawns now as well. 50 seconds left on this next hard point. Limitless couldn't win it here, but they could get pretty dang close.
And it seems like for the most part, the rotations haven't really mattered all that much, because even when Limitless is getting beat on the rotations, they basically get the instant break for the most part. So it's going to be an attempted re-break right here. Says 1 HP, comes away with the gunfight win. Annihilator coming in handy, but a couple Limitless kills in the feed, and it looks like they're going to be able to hop in for the contest. Looking for the break. No ammo in there. The FHJ doesn't hit a bullet. Kree trying to solo hold right here, and somehow he's still alive. I don't know where the shots are going, but Limitless makes their way back in. They'll pick up the scrap time right here. Early rotation. That's a good sign for Zidium. The real question has been, will they be able to hold it?
They need to. This is the hill that's going to put themselves back in the game. We are now at the trailer, and there is 4 members of Zidium surrounding it. The initial's going to pop. The time's going to go their way, 194 to 103. It is not impossible. A Goliath call from the likes of Boot. I can't say it's my most favorite call, but then again, I haven't seen any good Goliath calls from the past 2 days. And a couple of kills, though, are going to be going the way of Limitless, but they still aren't getting into this time. They're trying to break through this door with the Goliath, but I mean, it's just not working. It gets a kill. They break in 200 to 122. It looks like Zidium has woken up a little bit, but just also a little bit too late.
Guys, where are the trophy systems? It's so easy to defend a Goliath. I did not see a single trophy come out in the entire duration. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of using the Goliath to break the hard point in general. It's much more effective if you can get it inside the hard point before the other team and then capitalize on having that firepower and that HP on the inside. But the teams still have not managed to get a grip on that. It is the early rotation once again for Zidium, but those have not held strong for the most part so far. Mojito sneaking his way in. I don't think Zidium's going to realize that he's on the inside with them right here. Contested initially. Afer looking to win the gunfight. He's able to do that, but still hasn't been able to pick up much. It's the veteran Karma doing the majority of the work for the squad. Now up to 24 as he picks up a couple with the Annihilator. Same for Storm right here. getting big value out of those Annihilators. That is step number one if you want to make a comeback happen.
Well, what's scary right now for the likes of Limitless is they are heavily outslaying the likes of Zidium, but Zidium's all in control right now. They are playing incredibly well around each other in this Wood Hill, and Limitless, I mean, they're just trying to wallbang. They're just trying to play for the kills. I'm not really pushing any pressure to contest this time right now whatsoever. So what was almost an 100-point deficit now by the end of this hill could be closer to about 50, 227 to 160. 10 seconds left to go by the end of this, 227 to 170. This is still incredibly doable for the likes of Zidium, especially with the likes of Karma dropping 28.
And right now, you force them to spawn bottom firing range. You get a player up inside tower, and those power positions are going to be crucial. Rasmo trying to take some map control for his team from top 10 right here, and that is going to flip the spawns out. It's now going to be Zidium spawning firing range. I believe the one player inside tower has been taken down as well. And now Limitless back in the driver's seat. Looking at the scoreboard, Rasmo going crazy with that 38 and 21. Having himself a game. Can't sleep on Onur's 2KD up there as well. They do get broken right here, but booting the bottom side of 10, going to be looking to push on in. Mojito, Annihilator out, should be able to clear out that last player. And if we can get a shot out of Mojito, which we don't get right there, he gets swung on by 7 people at the same time. Hisoka slides in the backside, clears things out. Not going to end quite yet. They're trying to keep their hopes alive, but at 249, there's only so much you can do. Zidium stays alive a little bit longer, but how long can they hold it?
Yeah, 1 second. You can't give a second of scrap.
And he's got 1 HP.
A second of initial. Still in it. I mean, nobody's there. 7 seconds till the pop, but I mean, all of Limitless is here. All of Limitless is surrounding this point. And I mean, the contest might come through, and that's going to be game 1, 250 to 197. I will say, honestly, in the likes of Limitless, I wouldn't feel very happy with that win because of how hot they came out and how much of a lead that they gained for themselves after the first couple of hard points. It was about a 100-point deficit. You end that game with about a 50-point deficit. So not the most comfortable win for like the Limitless Esports, and a little bit worrying heading into Search and Destroy now that Zidium seems to maybe have warmed up quite a bit.
I mean, the biggest L for Limitless was those Goliath uses. Like, you get to combine, 2-3 kills out of 2 Goliaths right there. You get basically no hardpoint time out of it as well. You have got to do better than that, and I think that's the biggest lesson to take away, because had they managed to get big chunks out of either of those Goliaths, this probably ends up being closer to a 100-point game than a 50-point game. But I mean, look at the scoreboard. We said Kree's got to pick it up. Storm, not that far out of the bottom 5 for Respawn KDs as well. Those two, they just got smacked around right there. And Karma, A for says they did what they could, but trying to play 3v5 in a Respawn's never a fun thing.
I will say, like, the speed that Kree has to be playing to die 40 times is impressive. But then again, when you look at engagements overall, it just means more people won their ones than Kree ever did. Don't worry, we believe in you. We saw the nasty 2 Deagle headshots, but you only got 21 seconds in objective as well. If you know you are having a slow start to the game, just sit in the hill. Just go early on rotation, sit in a corner somewhere, soak for your teammates. But, I mean, this is mostly a Limitless highlight from the first hard point. Bobby, I think it's time we have our powwow about the Goliath usage. So I think the Goliath guys, this is personal opinion, okay? Obviously, you guys still won the map, but if you're going to call it Goliath, I think we can both echo the sentiment of, number one, call it closer to the hill that you're trying to protect or contest. I think a lot of times we see it get called in spawn and have to track across the map. And at that point, like 20 seconds have gone by. I don't know what you're fighting for. Number 2, probably do it when you have control of the hard point. Set the Goliath in time. Gonna soak that hill. Try to funnel one lane where the enemy team has to come. Challenge the Goliath. And then it's just free kills at that point.
I think the one thing you missed, trophy system. Use your trophy system. There are FHJs, there are nades, there are score streaks, there are operators. There's so many ways a Goliath can die. You have one tool to stop them all. Trophy system. We didn't see a single trophy system in that entire first game, at least when it came down to the Goliaths. I think you throw a couple of those down in strategic positions, you can get so much more value.
Praise. That can go for most specialists as well, guys. Use them inside of the hill or when you have control, except maybe unless you have an Annihilator and it's a fairly open area. But anyway, we're going to stand off Search and Destroy now. These two teams, I don't believe they have fought on this one just yet, but the edge when it comes to Search and Destroy is going to be in the hands of Limitless, except for today. Yesterday, they went 3-0. They were undefeated on the likes of Search and Destroy, and the deficit was fairly big. They did beat Zidium on Search and Destroy 7-5, so it was a little bit closer there, but they went on to win 7-2 the rest of the day. So with the momentum from that first map, as we head on into it, it's going to be Zidium on the attack.
Yep, and I feel like coming off that, you feel like pretty much all the momentum on the side of Limitless right now. Rasmo feeling aggressive. He's going to push up, try to get some map control over on that B bomb site. Not going to spot out anybody, and Zidium, honestly, looking very similar to how we saw Axabite play the SM yesterday.
God.
Very indecisive. They want to sit back. They want to let their snipers find a pick. Rasmo accidentally gives away a little bit of information right there, and maybe an opportunity for Zidium to get pushed up a little bit further, but nobody making any type of progress past that grandma's building. Bomb kind of running back and forth from Broken Wall to Statue, but still not a whole lot of info.
I just want to know why the bomb player looks like it's going to be the first person to be in an engagement. It's actually Rasmo that finds the first blood, but I'm going to go back to this for a second. The bomb player was like pushing up into middle, peeking onto the A site. Like, you die there, you put the bomb in the most unfavorable position to try and get that recapture, and then you still have to go for more map control. Why are we standing still, guys?
He's playing like an entry fragger right now, and he's carrying a sniper around. He picks up an SMG as well, but it just seems like questionable placement for a lot of these players. You do still have Mojito defending over here on the A site. Cree not going to find the information. Does get a hit marker on the boot. I don't know if they realize he's on the backside right there. Karma's going to be able to pick up the kill. The bomb site's open, but it's heavily contested. The quick scope out of Cree, but boom, fires back. 2 to his name. They're going to get the bomb down, but trying to hold a 2v3 retake, and Rasmo slides the corner to leave Says all alone. The hip fire connects. Headshot damage on point. But now one player left to defend, and they're going to wrap the corner right there. They don't spot him out, but the deagle shots go through. He's going to go for the stick, and Onur plays it to perfection, trusts his teammate right there, and that gives round 1 to Limitless.
Kudos to Onur. I absolutely would have hopped off of that bomb once my teammate got killed like that. But the round will go the way of Limitless just because on the likes of Zidium, they could not get him off the defuse in a time. I would really like to know if that two-piece was a collab. That happened very back-to-back. And if it was a quick scope, I also want to see that as well. So wherever that clip may be, I want to find it. But once again, on the attack is going to be Zidium. Bomb is still, entry fragging mid right now. Storm just moved back to group up into house, so the bomb is literally by itself currently. Never mind, one player has rotated, but Storm, what are you? You're by yourself with the bomb, and you're trying to entry snipe. Give it to somebody else, please. Oh, it says, excuse me.
Right now, they do get a little bit of information. Karma working his way back alley. They'll have Onur to contest. It's Storm fighting first blood. Even though his respawn numbers haven't been great, he's been phenomenal for them in Search and Destroy. They push up a little bit too far on the back alley side, and Onur makes him pay. Now, down to a 4v4 right here. Cree, does he get the timing? He has no idea. That's a free kill for Mojito. Make it 2. Can he make it 3? Yes, sirree. Storm all alone, running for his life, but he's not going to be able to make it out. Onur finds kill, and that's 2-0 now for Limitless.
So Zidium did play this map yesterday once, I believe, against Animus. They lost it in a 2-7 fashion. Limitless now with a 2-0 lead. Zidium still on the attack. I'd like to see more objective pressure, and I think that's what we're going to get in this round as all 5 players try to take over and overwhelm this A site. There is going to be Mojito right in first. He will find one before going down. The trades are going back and forth currently. It is still a 3v2. Bomb site control technically is in the hands of Zidium, but they are kind of backed into this corner here in house as they are afraid of what Limitless player could be watching this cross, as it's a little bit of a standstill now. Things have quieted down quite a bit.
And right now they're letting Limitless get more and more map control. They've allowed Hisaka to wrap all the way around. He's going to get a free kill right there. That puts the last player in a rough spot. And just very questionable plays out of Zidium. Why you put yourself into a trap and then you give them time to wrap and pinch you right there. Like, I don't know what they expected to happen, but that's happened 2 rounds now that you get only 2 players left and they're trying to either clutch up in that situation or you insta-plant the bomb and set them up for a retake with a man advantage. Why not push out, try to move to a different position on the map where you're not going to be at as much of a disadvantage and see if you can work it a little bit more. But they, once again,
lay the bomb.
They looked lost in game 1.
Okay.
They have looked lost in game 2 as well. Try to bait out the audio cue with the bomb. Slides away from the nade. Afer staying alive. Okay. Staying alive.
Okay.
And a couple first bloods for Zidium right here to open up that plant.
Lay that bomb. There we go. Lay the bomb. I love this. Honestly, this is fairly calculated from the side of Zidium. It is now, unfortunately, a 1v5 for like Mojito. But like, they decided on that B bomb control. They smoked out the bomb to get that information. There was a beautiful opening nade from the likes of Zidium to get that first blood. And now they have full map control. Bomb is down. That looked like a beautiful in-game decision change from the side of Zidium. A much better offensive round out of them. Now, hopefully, they can continue it. It's a 1v4. I mean, it's possible, but 18 seconds on the clock. Mojito's going to get shut down. That's going to be the first round on the board for the likes of Zidium. That's so much better. I want to see that every round out of them.
That wallbang angle was something crazy right there. If he could have connected, maybe a miracle. Wasn't meant to be. And right now, Zidium, at least a glimmer of hope in this matchup. Obviously, they did take a couple rounds. What the wallbang was that? What a shot out of Rasmo right there. Wish I could have seen the opposite POV, but Stormfire's back. Once again, been one of the big factors for them in the search and destroy. So now down to a 4v4. Still slow playing it, but they allow a player to get pushed way up through gas station. That's going to be Onur. Storm drops Mojito, so man advantage.
Okay.
And Afer takes down Rasmo as well. Now Hisoka and Onur left to try to clutch up. You see the shots through the wall right there, and as Hisoka gets taken down and Onur gives away his location, that should wrap up the round, and now it looks like the momentum's starting to swing the way of Zidium.
Yeah, I think Limitless is just getting a little overzealous right now. You can see the aggression on trying to go for that spawn control pushed up in the gas station. It was a decent play, but you have to be able to play your life there as much as possible, because the second that you die, that's information and a lane open for Zidium to punish. And as they've now rewrapped, they've planted the A-bomb, 30 seconds on the clock. Onur is stuck in a 1v4. Things can happen, but I'm going to go ahead and start talking about the next round until something crazy starts going on. Zidium, I think one thing that I think they can take away from these offensive rounds is the fact that Limitless always send 2 players towards that A site to snipe that middle. And I think if they work on like a team nade or something, they could very easily smoke that player out and retake that bomb site control and get the bomb down fairly quickly. So again, just a couple of strategies, a couple of, in-game decision making that I think Zidium could take advantage of, but they now have 2 rounds on the board. Great in-game adjustment out of them.
Yeah, I think we talked yesterday about the importance of the tactical usage and that utility in how these teams play search and destroy. That seems to be the thing that separates the goods from the greats. And right now, it's mostly 1v1 gunfights. So Noor trying to make his way through bottom. Grandma's not able to take down Afer. He started to heat up a little bit more. Karma, Storm, Says picking things up as well. And even with Kree still struggling as he has all weekend long, Zidium looking like they're in position to at least have the advantage this round. Onur's out of the equation. Rasmo fires back, now into a 4v4.
On the flip side of things, Limitless, I think they need to realize they need to plant the bomb. Like, this is still search and destroy. This is still objective-based gameplay. I think when they get a little overzealous, they feel like they have to get information. They have to find a player to shoot at, and that is just simply not the case. You can run the clock. There's a minute left. As long as you are sitting in your positions on these sites, you're going to have control for a majority of these games, and that's going to be 3 kills now going the way of Limitless. Kree stuck in a 1v4. What was momentum in their side quickly got stomped out by the likes of Limitless.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and flip sides. I feel like we'll see a slightly more confident Zidium here on the defensive side. You don't have to be as decisive. You know your setups. And all you really have to do is evaluate once you see the push out of Limitless. But we've seen Limitless look pretty strong on the offensive side as well. So we'll see what Zidium has to counter right here. A very similar approach, at least off the start right here, so not as much commit with the utility for Limitless, as they do just look for that initial information. None of the wall bangs going to connect, but Onur gets a little bit over-aggressive. There's two snipes waiting for him on the opposite side of that wall, and the first blood quickly goes to Zidio.
Kind of the same sentiment. I mean, look how incredibly spread out Limitless is playing right now. They're still kind of backed up into their spawn, but really, I mean, there's some map control. You got number 4, Rasmus pushed up with the sniper in mid, and obviously, you know, can call out. There's absolutely nobody near the B site. Maybe the bomb can push up here for some sort of kitchen control, but that's going to be another kill in the likes of Creed. The issue with the side of Limitless is they used all of their nades for the majority right off the bat. Like, they all instantly threw a lot of their artillery, and so now they can't use any of that for any sort of information now later into this round.
Yep, that's something you got to value highly, and neither of these teams have really capitalized on it at all through these first couple of rounds. Rasmus seeing if he can lurk his way in with the snipe in hand, but that's an ego chow if I've ever seen one. Doesn't matter. Sage drops right there. Kree finds another. He's starting to heat up. Talked about his importance for this team is Rasmus' opener gonna have a big impact right here. He gets pushed up all the way through spawn. Easy shot on Decree, but he can't connect. Decree here, it doesn't matter. Quick scope to the noggin, and just like that, it's gonna be a 2v2 as the bomb goes down. Boop. Able to get the plant right here. Afer content to prone on the backside of that wall. The pressure on. Double snipes in play for Limitless right here. And they got to find an opener to make something happen.
And 2 subs on the side of Zidium. Very interesting gunfight should be happening down here. The issue is right now is Rasmo has saved his nade until the end of this round. Should it connect? You would sure hope so. They have the bomb. They have the bomb. Honestly, I'm proud of that. It feels like a lot of these rounds, these players aren't really checking the bomb, aren't looking to plant the bomb. Even in their defensive setups, they aren't really looking for a bomb plant. Again, they're just kind of looking for the map control and the kill. So I was very happy that Limitless went and made that decision in that 2v2 to instantly put the bomb down. The issue is they didn't keep eyes on the bomb afterwards. So that's going to be another round likes of Zidium. A couple of trades going out here in the next round, though. Some going to the favor of Zidium, but Rasmo evens it out with the sniper. Oh, he does it, another one.
Did they not hear him? I figured they would have that kill on lock, and Boot's going to be able to pick up another with the snipe, and 30 seconds surpass, and we're already down to a 1v1 right here. Bomb going to get picked up, and it looks like Storm has no desire to contest this right now. He's actually working his way back alley, and this should be an easy kill right here. Going to be able to line up the snipe, and just like that, we figured Zidium would look a little bit more confident on the defensive side, and it's showing right here, back-to-back rounds.
The snipes have been insane these past couple of rounds.
Defend the objective.
4-4 now, it's all tied up. Zidium putting themselves back into the game. 11 for Rasmo, by the way. Highest, the kill leader in this lobby currently. Once again, a very spread out setup from the likes of Limitless. Maybe looking a little bit more towards the B site to maybe get this bomb down. Hisoka's find his way pushed up onto A. That's going to be the first blood in the hands of Limitless. And now the bomb is going to go down. I love this decision-making. Trophy has been called. That bomb should get planted. 40 seconds on the clock. It's all on Zidium now in this retake.
Yep, and down, what, 3 players? You got Kree, who, despite a couple nice shots, and another one right there is going to get traded out. Afer, last one remaining. They know his exact location, and only a matter of time. Onur not going to waste any time on that one. Limitless able to retake the lead right here, and that's going to be their first offensive round. Definitely a more decisive commit right there toward that A site, and the tactical usage was on point to get the information, get that initial area cleared out. Curious to see if they commit to it again.
I really like that round from Limitless, to be honest. Like, the second they realized they had that control on the A site next to Hisoka's first blood, they got that bomb down. They used their utilities wisely, and that ended up giving them the win. Let's see if they can pull it off once again. A little bit of information now for the side of Limitless and Zidium. A little bit more favorable in the likes of Limitless, knowing that there is a player with some pressure over towards the B side, but actually a very passive approach once again towards its A site. That's going to be Hisoka with the first blood again, but little does he know there is another player in Karma for Zidium there at the A site as well. Now a 4v4. Things all tied up. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Bomb has still yet to really leave mid-map, but there's a lot of A control that they could go for right now.
And right now, you take a look at Kree. He is way in the back of spawn, watching that long line of sight all the way over to the gas station. There's going to be no options to push there. So that really limits the different angles that you have to watch. You get a player pushed up into A, and right now, the pressure onto Karma to find a kill right here. We saw him with some clutch plays, defending solo, but he's not going to be able to make it happen. Rasmo, kill number 14 on the board, leading the lobby by a mile. And Bomb's going to go down. Pressure on for the retake, but Rasmo's not missing today. 2 players remain. Kree and Afer trying to find an angle, but with Mojito pushed up right here and Kree missing the quick scope, his location given away. Rasmo, he's unstoppable right now. 16 on the board and all down to Afer. A 1v4 retake just doesn't seem to be in the cards.
I hate to point fingers, but I'm going to point fingers. Karma, why take that angle? Like, why give yourself an unfavorable angle across the bomb heady? I mean, just completely giving up the site almost, and then giving such a gross heady to Limitless for free to get that kill on you. That kill has been gotten almost every round.
They've been going to that defensive spot every single time when it gives you no advantage. The only advantage is if you catch them off guard, and they're expecting it every single time.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like, you just leave yourself open for that kill. I'm not a big fan of that play there from side of Zidium. Specifically Karma, but we're not going to point fingers. Bomb, though, trying to make its way towards mid-map. Zidium learning their lesson, sending 3 players over to the A site to shut down Hisoka. So that's going to be no free first blood in the likes of Limitless. Again, they are technically at match point. It is a 6-4 lead. Limitless could close it out here, but they are on the back foot currently.
Yep. Looking for those picks. Sniper still out right now. Boot not going to be able to connect. Kree looking for something. Storm's been good for them so far. It's been relatively consistent across the board, and I think an audio cue right there for Rasmo. Let him know there's a player on the inside of Delhi. They're going for the plant. Pretty risky as the nades come out, and that's going to connect right there. Is he going to stay alive? Kree's going to drop a double quick scope out of Rasmo. He wants the 20 bomb. Seeing what he can do right there. Still 1 player on the inside of Delhi. Storm's going to wrap to the outside. It's about to be face-to-face, but Mojito has his back right there. And now another one going to connect. Can he get the 20 bomb to win it right here? Nearly hits the wall bang. Karma left to try to clutch. Sniper still in hand. He's got 19 seconds to work with, and it goes! The 20 bomb and the win. Rasmo goes big and Limitless takes map 2.
Somebody better instantly be working on putting that into a montage to go on YouTube. I expect it live at the end of the day. That was disgusting. We thought it was O'Near. We thought it was Mojito. We thought it was Hisoka. It's Rasmo. It's Rasmo with the 20 bomb.
Oh my gosh, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the flow state at its finest right there. The reads, the comms from the teammates knowing exactly where everybody's going to be. And you got to give big credit to Mojito. Takes down Storm as he gets ready to hop in the window right there. Another headshot onto Says and played the head glitch to perfection. I'm going to be honest, I don't know why Karma pushed that. All you got to do, sit back, you play time, you know he's hitting every snipe. There's zero reason to full body peek with the deagle.
Yeah.
You've got a KSP in your full body peek and a sniper in the flow state with a deagle.
In the flow state.
I mean, that's...
I love that, in the flow state. I will say, to Karma's defense, I understand, like, from a different standpoint for me is like in the CDL, like that's like a normal play. If you're going up against a sniper rifle, you have a normal gun in your hand, specifically a sub, you know, you're going to try and play the angle and full push that sniper out. And usually you're going to win that gunfight. But the issue is here in COD Mobile, these snipers do not miss ever. Their quick scopes are grosser than their hard scopes, okay? And when Rasmo is looking to drop a 20 bomb, I'm simply not challenging that, to be honest. Congratulations to Rasmo for the huge 20 in that gross sniping layout there. Limitless now up 2-0 in the series. We're going to be heading into a summit control. Both these teams have been struggling in control across the board, so it really could go either way, but with the momentum all in the hands of Limitless and Rasmo shooting like that, I don't really know, Bobby. It's not looking good.
Yeah, I am curious to see how this plays out because we've seen a lot of these EU teams try to force the SKS on Summit Control. And it's a very, very specific play style that's required to make that effective. So I'm curious to see if they can adjust a little bit. Most of the times, the snipers are the ones rocking that SKS. And we know based on the first time these two matched up against each other, Zidium did have the edge in the control. So
yeah.
Obviously, momentum, very, very big factor right here, and it feels like Limitless on their path to that stage 5 spot, but they're going to have to execute here in the control to make it happen.
I completely agree with you. When these teams went up against each other in that series, you know, Zidium obviously came out on top. It was a 3-1 win. The S&D went the way of Limitless the same way, is now gone to Limitless in this series as well. Not as close as last time. But my worry currently is that last time, the hard points and the respawns went all in the favor of Zidium. The hard points, they were fairly close. We head into that firing range again. It was 250 to 242. This series, 250 to 197. A much larger deficit in the hands of the opposition in Limitless. So heading into this control, it was very, very close last time these teams matched up. It was a 3-2 win for Zidium. So again, worrying scenes on the likes of Zidium. If they need to shut down one player on Limitless, Bobby, who is it going to be heading in this control?
I mean, I think it's got to be Onur. Obviously,
okay, yeah.
you do have Rasmo popping off right there, but you cannot, you can't discredit Onur in the way that he's been playing throughout the entire duration of the weekend. It's not like he's having a pop-off game here or there. He's popping off every single matchup. So he's going to be the player to lead the way. And looking over at Zidium, can't stress enough the importance of that fifth man. Kree has still yet to find his grasp and really find any type of momentum so far. He's got to bring it up if they're going to have a chance and maybe try to pull off the reversal.
I'm going to be honest, I forgot Kree was even on the map. So, Kree, we're looking at you, bud. You are our player to watch loading into this series on the side of Zidium, on the side of Limitless. It's going to be a 1.55 overall heading into today, a 1.4 respawn KD, and an average of over a minute in Hill, too. Like, he's not just kind of killing these one-off mans, getting unimportant kills. This guy is in the objective. He's getting mixy, and now we head into Summit Control once again. It's going to be Limitless on the attack this time. And already, some kills going their way. A lot of kills going their way, actually, Bobby.
Yeah, it's going to be 2-5 on the kill advantage right there. And
point.
You get Mojito already pushed up. You got two players stacking the point right here. Typically, the 8 point going to be the more guaranteed capture. We've seen very few B captures this season, or rather this weekend. And it looks like A is pretty much just about locked in. Kree has no desire to challenge anybody that's on the point right now and say, hey, here you go. Free objective, and just like that, all they got to worry about is B.
Mojito, no, yes. Look at your mini map. Mojito was pushed up in a position to put some pressure onto the spawn of the opposition, and he's doing it now. He's found a couple kills, but that was 3 going to the side of Limitless. And now they're going to have some pressure on B. They're going to start working on this tick. 21-17, life lead in the hand of Limitless already. This has been quite the dominant offensive round, as Zidium is trying to get their foot back into the door, but just not a whole lot of kills going their way.
Yeah, and obviously a slight edge to Limitless. More often than not, we see the A cap go through, and then most of the time it turns into a TDM. We do see that beat progress going in. Boot trying to hold down the top side. The longer you can hold that control, the easier it is for your teammates to lock in that beat progress. 2 takes through already, and an 8 life advantage. It's looking bleak in round number 1 for Zidium, and they're still not able to clear it. They finally get that kill, but Hunter Killer should lock in an extra one right here. I believe they're trying to shoot it down. I kind of forgot that you could do that, and I think they are able to do so, but the life advantage, the bigger issue right here.
I think Raz played his life a little bit too much there. He kind of left his teammate left out to dry there on the hangar, but that's perfectly fine because it's a 4v9, and well, 3 players are now going to be on the likes of B. It might just be a capture. It might just be a capture, but Afra's going to make his way in. They're going to clear out the kills. Says and Afra combined for 3. It is now a 5v4, which was a very large life lead. Zidium has pulled back into their favor. These next few gunfights are going to be detrimental.
And right now, I'm curious if we see one of those wide wrap plays that we saw previously where You just pull off a miracle flank and find a way to take advantage. But right now, it's Karma on the high ground trying to close that life gap, and that's a risky play, not one that I would recommend. Afer's going to drop right there. And even with the life advantage dwindling, Limitless finds a way to come out on top. Not often that we see that on the offensive side, which is not a good side for Zidium, who now switches on over.
Word to stacking the point. That was a beautiful offensive round from the likes of Limitless. Control usually very defensive heavy, not to mention very TDM heavy, nearing the end of the round. Once again, it seems to be Limitless getting that life lead time and time again. A lot of map control going their way. The players from Zidium, unfortunately, off spawn and incredibly split for those players that are already still alive. It seemed like Boot was going to try and make some noise and spawn. He will get shut down. 4 players now from likes of Zidium trying to force their way into mid, but they are just not prioritizing this objective. They're just prioritizing this control room, and it is not going their way. Mojito, it's going to have the Annihilator out. He's going to find 2 kills. He will possibly get shot down here as he forces his way up to spawn, but that's going to be a painful start if you're a Zidium fan.
And obviously the pacing of these operators so crucial, especially when it comes to control. Find yourself at a disadvantage. Those can help you turn the tides. Says, Annihilator in hand. Oh, that's not an Annihilator. That's KSP. Okay, I forgot how fast that gun kills. He's able to hit a beam right there, but right now they've got no progress on A or B. They're down 6 lives. And it's completely Limitless in the driver's seat right here. Onur going to slide the corner, finds a 2-piece for himself. And the life lead continues to grow as Hisoka gets pushed up. Afer trying to beam over top of that barrel right there and does get the kill as more and more operators come out. But you gotta get on the objective, and Zidium is nowhere close. 0 ticks of progression through that one. And it looks like there's a very good chance that Limitless is on their way to stage 5.
Wow, it's been a bit since we've seen a round end on time like that, and just absolutely 0 tick progression across the board. And the issue now, if you're Zidium, is that there is still a specialist on the side of Limitless. You thought they used everything. Well, now it's going to be Onir with the Annihilator. Do I agree with him pulling it out right now, right then? I can't say that I do, because it's going to be Storm that finds 3 and connects onto Onir to quickly shut that down. Finally, an answer from the likes of Zidium, but they still have a lot of ground to cover.
Oh my gosh, the timing! How did he get the kill right there? The turn after 27 deagle shots from the opposition. Storm trying to make something happen right there, and it is finally going to be Zidium with the life advantage. No ticks going through Eber, and right now Limitless slowing down a little bit. They're struggling to find a grip. They need to get topside control, which they do right here, but you got to get players on the inside of the objective as well. Right now, Onur trying to get things cleared out to open up things for his teammate. You got to also pay attention to the clock. There's only 29 seconds left. Even when you're at that life disadvantage, you got to make a play, and with Hisoka clearing things out, you got to imagine they'll probably try to stack things right here to extend that time.
Beautiful route from Hisoka there, prioritizing that objective, prioritizing some map control to relieve some pressure off of his teammates. Boot now trying to push up into the spawn of Zidium, maybe get a couple of kills. Not all of them go his way, though, but they've done what they've needed to do. They've stopped the clock, 18-14. Zidium with a 4-life lead, 19 seconds, though, on the clock as the first hit comes through. The second is going to come through as well. And no one from Zidium is trying to contest this. Once again, they are all top in this control room. They could very easily look out this window and try to get these players off of A to try and solidify this round, but they are just huddled up, doing absolutely nothing, wiggling their toes. And now it's 17-10. They still have a life lead, but there's a minute on the clock, and Limitless is not a team that you want to give any sense of advantage to. I mean, there is no players from Zidium on this objective. There's 3 players on Limitless stacking this. This could be a tick going through for B.
They're maintaining the top side control, so they get things cleared off, and that progress is going to disappear. Now a 10-life lead. You got to think finally an opportunity for Zidium to put a round on the board right here, and Rasmo's going to patrol the bottom side, but their only real hope right now is to get top side cleared out, hit a fat sack, and see if maybe you can get that objective control. Just too big of a life disadvantage right here, and man, 13 lives up out of Zidium right there. Where was that in the first couple of rounds?
I mean, you gotta say, Control is always pretty defensive heavily, and to get 2 offenses in a series is a feat in itself. But the good news for Zidium is they have 3 specialists to work with, but the bad news is so does Limitless, and they're going to be on the defense, and we saw an absolutely dominant defense out of them where not a single tick was captured. It was ended by time. Lives weren't even close, but Affer, he's going to have the Annihilator. He's going to have a Hunter drone. He's going to find a 3rd kill. That's going to be big map control, but Mojito's trying to answer with some of his own 15 to his name. But on the flip side, Karma, 21 kills, Affer with 17. Trying to wake up here later on the Control.
Pretty even in lives right now. No major control on either of the objectives. And obviously, this is the tougher side for Zidium. So they got to look to get pushed up and get that top side control. Boot slows down any type of push we might see right there. And right now, looking to put him in the spawn trap. Boot's going to lock down another one. And now the life lead starts to grow. Onur picks up another. Boot leading the way with 20, but most of the team pretty close behind, and especially with Onur tucked away in this corner. They got to get him cleared out if they want to make their way up to the objective.
Yo. Listen, Kree, where are you going? He almost tried to full put. What are you doing? Stop the clock. There's 26 seconds on the clock, and Kree has the Annihilator popped out. Top control room now. He's finally going to find a kill, but you don't have time for this. Get on an objective. You don't have time. These kills mean absolutely nothing. There is 10 seconds on the clock. I cannot believe what I just saw out of Kree. I cannot believe I just saw a route through the other side of the map. Didn't even think to touch A. Wrap towards the B side. Goes top control room for some kills. And doesn't even stop the clock. So now there is 5 seconds. It is a 15v4 advantage in the hands of Limitless. And this is going to be the end of their tournament run.
Yep, it would have taken a miracle right there. And as expected, the momentum carrying through that match for Limitless. 3-1 in the Control. They were in the control seat the entire way through, and man, oh man, what a performance. They lock in a spot in Stage 5, and that's where the big money's on the line, so congrats to them, but they still got a long ways to go if they want to make it to the championship for Stage 4.
I mean, it was just priority diff in this series. One team understood that it was an objective gameplay of the series, and one team did not. Actually, Bobby, I'm so angry that I just had to watch Kree, that my eyes had to witness that route with 20 seconds left on the clock with the specialist popped. Maybe trying to just relieve some pressure off of his teammates from spawn, but like there's already 4 players of Limitless pushed up. Like, you either got to instantly route the spawn or you at least have to stop the clock. You got to do something useful in that situation. But congratulations to Limitless. I mean, it was a gorgeous control. That defense was out of this world, but to me, was more of a slip up from the side of Zidium, just not prioritizing stopping that clock.
Yeah, Karma just did not get as much help in these as he did yesterday. For the most part, Saves and Ape are really popping off, and we didn't see that as much out of them today. Maybe it was the adrenaline that got them going yesterday, or maybe they just felt a little bit tired, but Zidium came out too flat. They get 3-0 today, and to be honest, it's looking very similar to what we saw in Japan Stage 4 earlier in the day, as we have yet to have a matchup that was not a 3-0.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be a 3-0, I'm going to be honest. I mean, last time these two teams matched up, Zidium came out on top. It was in a 3-1 fashion. The fact that this ended up being a 3-0, I mean, just wow. I mean, what a turnaround from the likes of Limitless. Hopefully, heading into their next series, they are warm now, as we saw from what we saw them earlier. We were like, all right, guys, did you even have a warm-up? Like, did you scrim anybody? Did you shoot bots? So, looking warm now, hopefully, heading into the rest of the day. But, Desk, I know I'm infuriated by the series. We would love to hear your thoughts as well.
All right, what a series right there. Limitless coming back up against Zidium and making it to Stage 5. Give them some love in the chat, everybody, because they absolutely earned it. So, Mommy Shift, one thing that we were talking about with Limitless and their storyline so far throughout this weekend was the simple fact is that they just keep getting better. They start off slow, but it's how they're progressing, it's how they're making adjustments. Honestly, I think it's pretty impressive, and we saw a fantastic performance coming out of Rasmo. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, that search and destroy, that 20K, he just knew where to position himself, and his teammates knew that he's going to be hot. So he can't play aggressively because he is hitting his shots. But, I mean, enough about Rasmo. I mean, it's a whole team effort. I mean, coming into Control where they won offensively, even though it is going to be a defensively heavy, you know, type of game mode, and playing it in Summit to perfection, I feel like for a second there, let me just mirror what Ali said. You got to hop into your objectives, especially if you're a player like Kree, just sitting there like a sitting duck with an Annihilator where you very well can push inside. That is definitely something that you don't want to have in this part of the stage of stage 4.
No, you can't have things like that happen to you in these type of situations. In Shift, you know, Limitless. This is a squad, you know, I don't know how deep this roster goes. 6-man roster, you add the coach in there, but just an organizational effort for them to always move forward, never backwards.
So Daytel kind of poops the bed first series out. Rasmo comes out to the Edwin Diaz walkout song and says, "Hold my apple juice on the search and destroy." That is really impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that we were really riding off the fact that this Limitless team, you can't afford to start slow. You make a substitution change in towards this pivotal series. On Sunday to either end the year or continue on to Worlds. That is super impressive. That is unbelievable. And not a lot of times in Call of Duty anything do we ever really see things. But even on top of that, I mean, Ahsoka, you have to give the guy credit from not only what he was able to help the team out as kind of one of the more veteran leaders on this team, but all last year, this guy could only make it to top 6. He missed out on top 4 Sundays every single time we saw an EU event. To the point where the guy tweeted he was going to retire. Now he's at Worlds. Are you kidding me? That's what I call composure, my man. Come out, find a new squad, make it work, even make the call to bring in a player off the bench to make sure Sunday goes well for you in a pivotal matchup. That's unbelievable.
And you see it right there. Official retiring from Call of Duty Mobile, not playing Stage 4. I don't feel like my skills are what they are. But come on, you're here now, and we see the bounce back. And, you know, we look at it, and it's a story of older players and newer players and legacy, and Hisoka trying to cement his legacy and, you know, going to Stage 5, and we'll see what he can do. And even on Rasmo, we talk about the pressure of coming here on a Sunday. You think about esports as a whole and coming out, being victorious, being the best at your game. That was a huge performance from him on a Sunday to drop that 20 bomb and put on a show in which he did for all of us here and all the Call of Duty Mobile fans around the world. Now, let's take a look at our bracket and get you guys updated, as coming up next is going to be Nova Esports versus Animus, the battle of the best so far this weekend, and the loser of that will go down to elimination final to play up against Limitless to see who goes back to the grand final. So we'll see on that advancement side of the bracket who will advance into top 2. All right, Mommy, that matchup is going to be absolutely wild.
I mean, we did not expect all 3 matches, I mean, especially this one that we just witnessed, to be a 3-0. I mean, in the first 2, yeah, probably, because it's our top 2 seeds. But this is a different Cidium that we saw. I mean, unfortunately, compared to yesterday. And now Limitless looks like they're in a position where whoever drops down from the winners is going to be in big trouble, because it looks like they're really good right now. But obviously, it's going to be a tall order to go and pursue, because obviously, whoever drops down is not going to be an easy matchup.
It ain't going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. And I want to know what you guys are thinking at home, okay? Let's get social. Use the hashtag CODMChamps22 and let us know who you think is going to win our advancement final. Is it going to be Nova or is it going to be Animus? Let us know what your thoughts are going to be. But that's going to do it for us for now. And when we come back, as I said before, it is the battle of the best. Who's going to come out on top and get top 2? We're about to find out. Don't go anywhere. It's the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs.
Saving money on your COD points has never been easier. Go to CODishop.com right now and save 10% on COD points. You can also send gifts to your friends. Checkout is easy, and COD points are added to your account instantly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. We just watched Zidium bite the dust and Limitless move forward. And now we got to figure out who's going to progress on in the advancement final. It's going to be Nova going up against Animus. And I'm going to have, once again, Mommy and Shift on the desk for me to help break down this series. Let's start hopping right into it. We'll kick it off with Animus first, okay? This is the battle of the best here. And Shift, when it comes down to this Animus team, we've had them make a lot of great runs so far here to get to this point, but going up against Nova, the best in EU, what do they have to not falter on? What do they have to make sure that they are pristine on to take this team down?
It's hard to put a finger on one thing in particular, largely due to the fact that we haven't really seen Nova yet. So we're just kind of going off of map results.
In
so
history,
it's a question mark, right?
Yep.
I will say, though, the one player that I'm really keeping my eye out for is Drari. He had a great opening series after what was a solid, consistent, middle-of-the-road performance yesterday. But you're going to need him to really show up and bring that same fire he had in the opening today to have a shot against this Nova team that had gotten the best of Animus during the Stage 3 run.
Yeah, they definitely did. And so, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, Shift is going to put his focus there on Drari to kind of step it up for this team and you know, and really play lights out. And so now, Mommy, when it comes down here towards Animus, how do you feel they're going to have to stack up against this Nova squad? Because if it's the one thing that I can say, when you're going up against the best, you have to come in focused and you have to set the pace, okay? You cannot play behind Nova.
I mean, if Drari is going to be the player to look out for in Animus and for Nova, it's definitely going to be Spy. He is that fifth man that we keep on saying that's going to be absolutely essential. And here's one quick, you know, rundown of what happened in Stage 3. Animus went up against Nova, and Nova's the reason why Animus was brought down so far down in the seeds. And we're going to have a rematch. I feel like it's going to be a vengeance match for Animus.
Yeah, it is going to be a vengeance match for Animus because they wanted to come out with that victory, but Nova says, hold up now, we're not out of it. Came back, taking them down. Now, you know, we've talked so much about Nova, but we haven't seen them on the broadcast all weekend long. This is going to be the first time. But looking at the scores, if you just look at the numbers, it's terrifying. You know, the series in which players had to play up against them. And so, do you think we're going to see those same consistent numbers? We've seen a lot from Animus, but just historically from Nova. Shift, how do you feel?
The thing for Nova is you've got three players that are above or just about at a 1.6 overall KD. Spy leading the charge at a 1.67.
Yes.
Now, the thing is, we can't just look at those numbers and say, that's it. They're insane.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, they had a really easy road to get to this point in the first place. We're not really tested in any form yesterday, really whatsoever. Maybe outside of the opening matchup where they played up against COD Esports, it was a 3-0, but all of the maps were relatively tight in overall score. Everything else after that looked like it was cruise control for cool overall for Nova. So as we look into this series, I think the highlight needs to be on those three players in particular. You're looking at Spy, which we mentioned. And you also have Saturns, who is looking really, really tough as well throughout the day. Those are the two that I think are really highlighting this team going in. And, of course, we saw it yesterday in the opening video. Inferno had a lot of confidence. Now it's time to back it up.
He was talking that confidence, and we got a chance to hear it. And when we finally saw the Respawn leaderboard, it was Spy at the top with like a 1.65, and we said, holy, what are you doing to these kids out here? And so now let's bring on our casters, because Ali made a great point earlier that sometimes the numbers tell you one thing, but your heart tells you another. All right, I'm gonna let you guys take it away for this series, but let me know where your heart lies.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Welcome back. It is me and Bobby once again on the mic, finally getting that first look at Nova. We've already casted over Animus and have been fairly impressed so far, but Nova, like Blaze said, the numbers have been speaking a lot for themselves. My biggest worry when it comes to Nova is that second matchup. Obviously, they went against the Prometheus that didn't really show up for most of the weekend. So while we take a look at the maps and modes, I think this is going to be hopefully a closer series. We thought the last one was going to be close. This one we're hoping is going to be even closer.
I think if we get a 3-0 in this series, then it's only 3-0s throughout the weekend.
That's fair.
I have a very strong feeling that at minimum we go to a map 4, and I think the one thing that right now you got to focus on if you're Animus is the respawns. They played up against Nova twice in Stage 3. The only map that they took in either of those series was in the Search and Destroy. So we know they're capable of going toe-to-toe in that mode. They got to step things up, and I think the player to watch for Animus is going to be Narcs. I think he is our most underrated player on the weekend. He was coming into today with a 1.6 in hardpoint and averaging nearly 3 minutes in the objective at the same time. He's not necessarily always making the flashy plays, but he's the one that makes it happen. And he's going to need to come out big to take down this Nova squad.
And that's your IGL, right? Like your IGL having a 1.64 overall, getting all of that hill time. That is what you need to have confidence heading into a matchup like this. And it's interesting that we're loading into Raid Hardpoint because Nova, they were tested to the limit on Raid Hardpoint yesterday against COD Esports, 250 to 242, nearly an 8-point win. Where Animus, when they played Raid yesterday, it was a 250 to 82 win against Axipite in the 3-1 series. So already you can see the gunfights going back and forth on this P1. Time is more so in the favor of Animus, but map control currently is going to be on the side of Nova.
Yeah, you saw Drari take that top laundry control right there. That could have been huge. Grizz going to sneak through right here. Neil doesn't hear the shots go through. Neil's still going to be able to find the kill, and a couple players starting off a little bit slow for Nova. Inferno and Spy firing away, but Saturn's still sitting on a goose egg right now. He's going to need to pick things up. And right now it's going to be about the battle for those spawns in the rotation of P3. Lots of players already set up for Nova. Grizz going to look to push through and try to break those, but he's going to get shut down immediately. One remaining player in Drari going to be left to try to flank. And right now, Marvel, the only player that could potentially break those spawns.
That was going to be a big opening kill, but Neil managed to stay alive while Spy looks over him. We can see why this guy has a 1.67 overall on the weekend, 7 kills to his name. Inferno keeping pace as well. Saturn's, you can have a breadstick because you have a 20-point lead as of right now, but Animus not trying to get this up easy. That's going to be 2 kills their way, and that's going to be the break. 30 seconds left on the clock. A lot of slaying power from the likes of Nova, but it's going to be at Animus with the objective time.
I think we might be getting like a mini listen-in right now as well, as you can hear the energy in the comms for both of these squads. Animus actually able to break in from the front side, and the beauty of that is going to set them up really well for that rotation on over to P3. This is the money hill on Raid. Having Marvel already set up in the backside, you get the Lambos blown up as well. Drari's going to drop, but still going to be able to spawn. Oh, all the way over on back of Pool right there. So that's going to be a long rotation for him. All the pressure onto Inferno. Gets 1 kill, but does drop right here as Marvel is left to defend all alone. It's not going to be easy against a hungry Nova squad.
Wow, that was just so unfortunate for the likes of Animus. They had the rotation, they had the setup, but they did not have the gunny. So Nova now breaks into what should have been a money hill. The money hill that got Animus their win yesterday, as they had both early rotations and holds on this same map and mode, but it's going to be Nova in the driver's seat, 72 to 56. The contest will finally come in, but the kills all lighting up for the side of Nova. 20 seconds left on this hard point. You don't want to flip out these spawns either. Drari is going to try and contest, maybe go for this old time. I'm not a big fan of that decision, as you're going to make your way across the map as 3 members of Nova are pushing through Raid side right now. They're calling in streaks as well for that control. Big plays being made from the Nova camp right now.
And right now we got to look at Kitchen. Player on the inside for Animus, but he gets shut down, and now it's Cathilla all alone trying to contest for this hard point. Concussion's going to land. He gets his way inside. On the inside, a Cubby and Drari's there to defend with him as well, but it's so much high ground control for Nova right now. It's going to be tough to shut down. Players still on the inside of the hard point for Animus. They're trying to lock things down with those Annihilators, but the concussions land. You got to get trophies down there. A wasted operator is not a feels good for Animus, and that's going to be a full break for Nova. Drari trying to contest, but you got to try to make these shells together, because the 1-by-1 into a full Nova squad, just not going to happen.
I think that's one of the biggest differences right now when it comes to this matchup is Animus is getting those rotations, and, you know, per se, the game is still fairly close, but the gun skill right now, the slaying power, is all in the hands of Nova. They're making these breaks look so easy. Animus, it doesn't matter how set up you are, you have to win those opening rotational gunfights, and they just cannot. 3 players now down for the side of Animus. All of the map control is going to be in the hands of Nova. Therefore, only a 10-point game, 106-97, but it almost feels like Nova has been driving the pace this whole time.
Oh my gosh, Spy shoots out the hunter-killer drone before it can take him down right there. Crazy awareness out of him, and that's going to open up that initial rotation as he locks down the hard point control. Right now, if you're Nova, you need to get Neil going, and he's able to get some streaks right there, but still sitting on 8 kills. He's the one player lagging behind, might be able to stack some with that hunter killer, but right now, it's still Nova holding the advantage right here, and that early rotation has not been touched. Godzilla trying to clear out Red Room, but it's not going to happen. Creed shuts him down. Grizz able to find one, but he's immediately traded out as well. And the edge, especially when it comes to the respawn, starting to show itself a little bit right here as consistency at the top of the scoreboard. 4 players with 16 plus right now for Nova.
And I mean, it is very, very rare that you see this final hill get soaked up so much time here has gone to the side of Nova. 165-97 at the restart of the second set of rotations. Animus were unable to do anything during the entire feat of that hill, and now the specialists are coming into play. That's going to be 3 kills though for Limitless, but the issue is the score streaks are also going to be invested. The contest is still there. Spy was not dying, finally gets shut down. Finally, some bleeding has been stopped for the side of Animus.
Spy maybe a little bit impatient with that Fred missile. You get the information, but you don't get any kills out of it. Godzilla trying to get max value for the Annihilator right here. See Saturn slide the corner, at least I thought he did. He's going to try to wrap his way up toward driveway right here, and it should be a free kill, but neither player going to spot each other out right now. Nova not really contesting at all, but the Goliath's going to come in the mid-map. They get taken down. This could be a stolen Goliath, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Grizz now on the inside of Kitchen, and this can be huge value if they can get some trophy systems down right here. You get the Tempest to come out. We talked about that being such an important counter. Leaves Grizz completely immobile right there. And even though they lose out on that Goliath, great recovery from Nova.
It was a good recovery, but still scary scenes as they're calling another one. But there's no pressure. There's 3 players from Limitless going against this guy in the back, trying to get in the Goliath. He manages to get inside before they can pressure him, but that Goliath hopefully should get shut down. That's going to be the kill, but the issue is Limitless put so much cavalry into getting that Goliath shut down as they have now given the control up onto the objective. So it is Nova now, once again, in the Kitchen Hill, looking to break the 200-point mark here. 35 seconds left on the clock. A lot of solo challenging coming from the side of Limitless as it seems the panic button might be hit. The panic button has, and it will pay off. They get the kills, they get the contest. Guzela finds 2, and the Limitless is now in time. 19 seconds left. 205 to 140. They got to make their way across the map now. This is going to be the issue. They need this opening break on Lambeau Hill.
Yeah, Animus not really able to capitalize on those good spawns. And right now, Drari trying to make the most of his Annihilator, but Spy shuts him down immediately. Contests out a Marvel, but the hip fire from the Deagle is going to land right there. And right now, it's Animus scrambling once again. They found themselves doing this all game long. They've left the game within reach, but every single time it looks like they're going to crack their way in, Nova finds a way to shut them down. Spy looking to find one with the Annihilator. He's able to do it, but immediately traded out by Marvel. The Hunter Killer can be able to find 2 from the hands of Inferno. He has been so good for them in this match so far. Moving up on to 30 right now and trying to do everything that he can. The kill's not really all that lopsided as both Narks and Neil struggling on opposite sides, but for the most part, the holds have just been so much cleaner for Nova. Right now, Nark's just looking to contest as long as he can, but the headshot damage from that SKS gonna immediately shut him down, and It looks like it's going to be a pretty much fully contested money hill as both teams starting to rotate out for that P4 control.
Honestly, Narks, the amount of time he was able to contest just staying alive there were 3 players from Nova pushing into that all time, and he still managed to play his life and force that contest. This is still very doable for the side of Animus. The issue now, though, is going to be Creed in the back. He finds 2, will get shut down, but time still going to the side of Nova, 230 to 164. Neoz the Annihilator out. He is not missing, will get shut down, but that is not enough for Animus to break inside of this hill. 45 seconds left, but they only need a mere 10 for Animus to break in here to hopefully stop the bleeding. This is chaos, Bobby.
It's just been better teamwork for the most part for Nova all the way through. The holds have been so much stronger. The pushes through, they've not had any solo pushes where they give away free kills. It's always a double push. It's always a double chow, and that just gives you so much of an edge in the gunfights. You got, what, 3 players holding down this one tiny angle. You can't try to push that one at a time, and man, it looked close at the beginning, but what a gap that Nova was able to grow right there as they take that map number 1.
Yeah, it was just the teamwork at the end of the day. To be honest, like you said, it wasn't any solo chows from the side of Animus, from the side of Nova, where Animus would just throw 1 or 2 players. But it wasn't only that, it was almost exceeded to a level where, like, there were so many players taking routes to re-pinch the hill, specifically, especially Spy there in the end, taking the route through Kitchen to just rewrap that spawn, to rewrap that staircase push, and get those kills in the back. I mean, it was just beautiful teamwork out of the side of Nova, to be honest.
What a freaking stat line out of Spy. 36 to 19, but the 3 minutes and 15 seconds in the hard point as well. He's showing why he's number 1 on the leaderboards for the Respawn KDs this weekend, and he's only trying to climb. On the flip side, it just struggles to break in, and for the most part, the better teamwork really paid off for Nova right there. You have 0 players with double-digit assists on the side of Animus. That is incredibly telling. Looking over at the opposite side, everybody double-digit assists. Those team fights, the way that you challenge those individuals together, that was the game changer for Nova.
And about playing your life as well. Like we talk about on the flip side, Narc, so he has 2 minutes in hill time. That is a player that will always be sitting in that objective, but a lot of the times was left by himself. Like he didn't have any help, any pressure from his teammates. And the biggest telling for me was the fact that Animus, even though sometimes they would early rotate, they would get that early setup, as they won none of the opening gunfights. Like those first set of rotational gunfights that happen when that first initial push comes in, if you're the team that's set up, those should be easy wins. You should be expecting those gunfights. But unfortunately, the gunning just wasn't there for Animus in the first half of this hard point. And Nova run away with it. And there were still some hiccups. Like both teams made mistakes. The Goliath steal, the hitting the old time on the side of Nova, flipping themselves out of spawn, having to trek across the map. There were still mistakes being made, and yet the game was still won by such a large deficit.
Yep. It's definitely a lot to learn from for Animus, and obviously they're going to be looking to bounce back in the Search and Destroy. That's been their go-to game mode, so right now, if they want to have a chance at winning this matchup and advancing to the grand finals, they have got to step it up. They got to bring their A game heading into the Search and Destroy, because Nova is by no means a bunch of scrubs when it comes to the Search and Destroy. We've seen Animus struggle in Control as well, so this is an absolute must-win for them right here.
The thing is we haven't seen either of these teams play Summit Search and Destroy, so we don't know what we're going to get. Marvel with a 1.18 overall. Inferno is going to be his matchup, a 1.25. Those are going to be your 2 players to watch as we head into the Search and Destroy. On the attacking side is going to be Nova. Start off the bat. It looks like a little bit of a heavy B push here, Bobby.
Yeah, right off the bat, Grizz looking a little bit lost right there. He's going to go ahead and back up, and Nova not looking to get too aggressive. We see the R9 come out for the first time this weekend. It's one that we saw used a good bit in Stage 3, and especially whenever it comes to Summit. Has the ability to dominate in the close range. Creed's going to be able to pop off with one right there. Immediately traded. Drari finds two. A Demon in the search and destroy, and he's making things happen for his squad again. Gets traded out, but Marvel takes down Neil, and now down to a 2v2 as Spy goes for the insta-plant right there. Grizz going to have the information for his location. High ground advantage as well. Should be super winnable, and as Marvel collapses, Spy's going to find a way to get away, and he wins the gunfight. The hit marker, it looks like out of Marvel, gonna hurt, but he sticks. Grizz hops on, he doesn't have an angle, and Grizz is able to take round one.
I think that's something all COD Mobile players need to learn is you need to check the bomb, keep your eyes on the clock. There should be constant math going on in your head as to how much time has allotted for you to need to check that bomb plant after it's gone down. I will say I was very worried about the route that Grizz was taking. He decided to take the longest of long routes on this map to make that pinch work, and it ended up going his way, but it certainly did not look bright at the end of that tunnel, but already a lot of trades going out at the beginning of this second round. Now a 2v2 situation. Excuse me, still 2v2. The bomb looked like a player for me for a moment. I was like, there's no way I just didn't math that right. It's a 2v2. Bomb is going to be down near the B site. It's going to be up in that control room. That's seeming to be the favorite spot to get control of for the likes of the attacking side. Both teams, though, have kind of backed into their spawn, though, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, everybody ego-challenged into top control, and then once the gunfights were over, they said, okay, we'll back up and play it as a 2v2 S&D. Bomb is still down in top control right now, and Nova does not want to overpeak. Obviously, Animus content to play defense. You get the info that the bomb gets picked up, so you start checking those bomb sites a little bit. Marvel not going to spot anybody over here on the A side. The pressure on what shots at a Creed. I believe the one burst onto Narc's going to shut him down immediately. That's going to open up the B site. Marvel looking to peek out of bottom control, but doesn't have the angle with that plant position, and now the pressure on for the 1v2. Still has a nade to work with. Concussion has been used. He's going to look to slow play this. The wrap through, gets the information onto Creed. It's going to be a risky chow one way or the other. Does not have a good secondary to work with right now. The Deagle's going to come out. I don't know how he didn't get spotted. Maybe Saturn's did see him, but time is ticking. He's got to hit a quick scope, but Saturn's plays it perfectly, and Nova bounces back to tie things up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the second Creed kind of got that information. There wasn't a lot that he could do, except maybe try to force that gunfight over by the site, but took a little bit too long. Now tied 1-1. Bomb once again making its way over to the B site, seemingly Nova allergic to the A side of the map. A lot of utility being used right now. It doesn't look like anything's going to connect. A lot of information getting traded on both sides, though.
I think both teams realize it's just not worth the risk for everybody to ego chell top control and just see who comes out on top. At that point, it tends to come down to a coin flip, but it's going to be Nova coming away with the edge right here. Gathilla gets spotted. Oh, that is a nasty head glitch, and Spy picks up yet another top fragging for his squad with 4 on the board, and he's got the bomb in hand. May look to plant right here. That's exactly what he's going to do as Marvel is left all alone here in the 1v4. What Animus was likely hoping to be their strong game mode, still not looking easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, yeah. I want to know where Spy came from. Some of the plays out of this player, I mean, are just a bit mind-boggling to me. It looks like a little bit of a step above the opposition. So I can see why leading KD overall from this weekend. It's actually going to be Creed with the most elims right now, currently sitting at 5. Still early in the S&D, though. Once again, we are top control. A lot of gunfights going out. Spy's going to end up on top. He's possibly going to find 2 here. He's all managed to stay alive. He's going to have some help. He ends up on top. Spy gets shut down. And suddenly, after so many trades, bomb down control room, it is a 2v4 in favor of Animus.
That was a huge team shell for Animus to keep player alive and get the kill. Don't need the trade right there, as Nova's going to be able to even things up and or get close to evening things up. It's a 3v2, but Grizz still yet to find a kill. A little bit surprised we're not seeing him rocking the R9. It's a weapon that he's felt very comfortable with, and this is the one map mode combo that we have seen the R9 really be able to dominate. It does look like it's been put away. Sitting down on the goose egg right now. I'm curious to see if maybe he makes the switch later on. But right now, Nova taking their sweet time as they try to get control of the bomb in top control center right now. It is heavily guarded and going to require a big opener from Neil if they're going to be able to retrieve it.
I'm surprised right now looking at the player cam, I don't see too many comms going between these two players. All of Animus must know bomb is down in the top control room because these two have not moved. Number 4, though, that's going to be Grizz. He's actually hitting a route to try and find some of these players. He's going to find Saturns. Now it's going to be a 1v3, 25 seconds on the clock. Neil, is he going to be able to get this kill? No, because I was going to shut him down to tie things up 2-2.
Yeah, that with the position that the bomb got taken down in, that was basically an unwinnable situation, especially with a 3v2. The hold that Animus had right there was so difficult to break, and that's the way they need to play. You cannot afford to make mistakes up against a team the caliber of Nova right now, even with Nova having a little bit of a kill advantage right here. Creed and Spy both up at 5 right now. It's pretty even across the board. Drari getting taken down is not a good sign. SKS shots gone ablaze right there, and it's 2 kills going in for Inferno. Grizz on the wrap. He's got to try to make something crazy happen, but it's a solo player remaining. It'd be a 1v5 for him to clutch up right here, and can't afford to miss a bullet. Takes down the trophy, but the shots from Saturn going to come through, and Nova takes yet another round.
Yeah, the aggression pays off for the side of Nova. Now, the biggest worry, if you're Animus, you're on defense right now, and the fact that you're giving up so many offensive rounds to the likes of Nova. Search and Destroy is heavily defensive favored, specifically in this game, specifically in COD Mobile and across usually most CODs. So the fact that they have 3 rounds under their belt, about to go into that switch, is a little worrying for the likes of Animus, unless they have something up their sleeve. But First Blood's going to go their way. Things are going to be evened out, though. Now, as a couple more trades come through, it is now a 4v2 situation. Nova on the back foot. Guthal finds another kill. Now a 1v4 for Saturns, going to be the last one alive. Bomb is down once again. They tried to go for something different. They tried to push towards the A site. Unfortunately, it did not pay off for them.
Yeah, Inferno put himself in a really tough spot, especially to try to contest an SMG like the KSP, and that's going to be Animus. Even things up right here, and we're going to go ahead and flip sides. We'll see if that shifts the momentum in any way. 2 teams seem pretty evenly matched so far through, and nobody on either team really popping off in a big way. You got Inferno with 6 kills on the board, but lots of consistency. Neil still not finding his groove quite yet as he sits down at 2, and he's definitely that 5th man for Nova that we got to keep an eye on. Got to bring things up if they're going to have consistently an easy time, and it's going to be an opener for Grizz to take down Inferno, open up the A bomb site, and be able to back up here to watch the flank. This is going to be a tough retake right now, especially with Saturns getting taken down.
I mean, already initially off the break from the likes of Animus, you knew this was going to be a very large strategy difference when it comes to the offensive conclusion when it comes to these 2 teams, because Animus, I mean, their spread was beautiful. They knew what bomb site they wanted to go to. They knew where that player was going to be set up looking over the site. They got the kill. I mean, all 5 players are still alive, Bobby, and the bomb got planted. I mean, that was a beautiful offensive round for the likes of Animus.
That's one of the most clinical search and destroy rounds you are going to see. Not a single mistake made, and that's the thing. You look at this Animus team, they might falter here and there, but they know what their strategy is. They're going to stick to it. Tactical usage on point. Defense for the retake could not have looked any better. Drari going to be able to get information and some shots in as well. Spy's going to patrol top control center, but Scathilla opening things up with a nade right there. 2 players down already for this Nova squad, and Spy's going to get spotted out as well. Looking for the wall bang right there. Scathilla drops and now into a 3v3, but Saturn's taken down. And the confidence for this Animus squad just oozing right now as the retakes have been untouchable. Marvel gonna take some shots right there, but the teamwork so very clean. And Animus now extending the lead for the first time in this game.
I mean, Animus is just abusing the fact that Nova is just really not putting any pressure over towards that A site. It seems like Nova is expecting Animus to kind of just do exactly what they did on offense, which was stack that control room and try to go for the B site. And Animus is like, nah, man, we're going to go over to this A. We're going to get this 1 kill on this guy that you send outer, and we're going to get this bomb down. We're going to play for this objective, but now a different approach from the side of Animus, but it's still going in their favor. They are going to be in this control room, and they're getting all of these kills. Now, this is the competitive match that we wanted to see between these 2 teams. as it is now suddenly a 2v5, make it a 2v4 as Inferno tries to stop the bleeding, but it's not looking good.
Another mini listen-in right there. His players drop one by one. And it just seems like Nova doesn't have a counter for the offensive pushes of this Animus squad. So many different looks. Whether it's the A side or the B side, they've been pretty untouchable so far. And looks like they are on their way to tying things up unless we see some sort of big adjustment out of this Nova squad. You can see they're playing a lot more passive. The further pushed up defense has not worked for them at all right now, and that's going to give so much map control.
Nice.
Grizz is going to be able to find the opener right there. Marvel finds one as well, and Inferno is going to be able to stay alive, but it is once again Animus man advantage.
I remember back in the day when we got on this map and we figured out how to jump up to that ledge to get that angle. Oh, what a nostalgic time. So happy to see it now used to put Nova's hopes and dreams and winning the search and destroy into the ground, as it is a 3v1 Spy, last one alive. I mean, if anybody's going to do it, I would expect Spy to do it, but the bomb is going to go down on the A site. He could get timing here. He's going to catch Grizz in the back. That's one kill. He knows the other player is going to be close. He gets some damage. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, but it's going to be Narcs from the top to finish off the kill. Now, a tied 1-1 series. Animus with a dominant showing in the search and destroy.
Yep, and that's what we expected out of them. If they can't afford to lose a search and destroy, if they're going to be able to take down Nova. The real question right now, can they win the control? They've got the momentum to carry in, and really throughout the entirety of the weekend, controls kind of felt like a coin flip as far as which teams we expect to come out on top. Obviously, we have had Animus go, I think they got 3-0'd by Exabyte in control, so there's probably a lot of variation from map to map, but maybe cause for concern for them as they try to take down this Nova squad, who is the 1 seed.
Yeah, certainly some cause for concern. Narcs with 14 kills to his name. Once again, I mean, that's going to be your leader. You can't get more confident than that. MVP of the map. But heading into this map 3 control, I am very worried. I'm going to echo Bobby's sentiments in the fact that, Animus lost their first control of the day, 0-3 to Exabyte. They did end up winning the series, but the issue is Nova went undefeated yesterday. They didn't drop a map, and they won their controls in fairly dominant fashion. A 3-1 win to start off the day against COD Esports, and a 3-0 win over Prometheus into a 3-0 series win. Again, the level of competition may not be eye to eye, but the fact that Animus dropped 0-3 yesterday, Exabyte makes me a little bit worried about the middle of this series.
And I will say, across the majority of the regions, it feels like Control is the equalizer. It just something about it, regardless of how big of a disparity is. For some reason, the underdogs, whether it's the Respawn underdogs or the S&D underdogs, find a way to be able to take those Control maps in unusual fashions. And obviously, each of these teams are still in the process of understanding fully how to play Control in Call of Duty Mobile, because you can't necessarily study what it looks like maybe in CDL or other areas, because it does work so very differently. So we'll see how these two teams match up, but to be honest, I don't have any expectations. Might give a little bit of edge to Nova just because of Animus' struggles in the Control on day one, but we'll definitely have to wait and see.
Yeah, I will say it is a firing range. We haven't seen too many firing ranges controls. It's usually been summits. And when Animus lost control, it was a summit control. And we saw them play firing range earlier today against Limitless, and it was a 3-0 dominant win. Again, it was against Limitless. Limitless has looked pretty solid thus far. The big win over Zidium. So some edge just in general over to the side of Nova Esports, but just because of the map and mode, Animus have ample opportunity to take that momentum, to take what they learned from their series earlier today, and take out this win to try and go up 2-1 in this series. What do you think, Bobby? Who you taking? Just for fun.
I think it's going to come down to whichever team is on defense first.
That's fair.
Because whoever's on defense first gets the most defensive sides, and that's typically where the advantage lies. I don't have it memorized which of the sides gets the defense, so
if I had to assume, it's actually probably going to be, it's going to be Nova. I think they're the higher seed.
They're the higher seed. They got the most map picks, so.
Pick side, pick map. Actually, no, it might be Animus. Just because if Nova picks the hard point. If we go through the veto process, or at least the way my brain knows it, they pick map 1, B team picks side. They pick side map 2, B team picks the map. They pick map 3, B team picks the side. We're going to find out. Eventually, we're going to be in the map in this conversation. I was right. I got confirmation. So defense is actually going to be in the side of Animus. So now they have not only the map edge, but now possibly the defensive edge as well, Bobby.
Yep, that's exactly where you want to be right now. So we know that there's a lot of long-range firepower on the Animus squad. You got the SKSs in the hands of Marvel, in the hands of Narcs, that could potentially cause a really big issue for Nova. We have those SKSs that Nova has, and I think especially the one to watch is going to be Inferno. That's a weapon he's been rocking all the way since Stage 5 of last year. So he's got a lot of experience in that role, holding those long lanes with the most dominant long-range option in the game. Definitely going to be interesting to see, going toe-to-toe, which of those marksmen are going to be able to come out on top.
I think now we kind of need to open the conversation of like players to watch and players to shut down. Obviously, for the side of Nova, it has to be Spy. I think that is going to be the main feat here for the likes of Animus, because even though the beginning of that hard point was kind of close, they weren't able to keep up by the end of it. I think a lot of it was on top of the playmaking from Spy, highest KD overall from the weekend so far, and it's really been showing in Respawn. In the Search and Destroy, we didn't really see a whole lot out of him, but in the Respawn, I'm expecting him to give us a show. So on the side of Animus, I feel like that's going to be their focus going into the Control.
Absolutely. I would echo that sentiment, and I think you also got to keep an eye on Neil. He's had a tough time getting going for Nova, and we talked about the importance of that fifth man all weekend long. Looks like Nova is going to be on defense, so you were incorrect.
Dang it!
I didn't know, and I cast Call of Duty Mobile every single week, so I can't really fault you on that one.
I was just trying to go through the veto process in my head, but I didn't think about the fact that, you know, maybe Nova picked Team P, but then again, I don't know if COD Mobile has a different veto process, so I'm sorry, guys. My brain did its best, but honestly, I'm not very good at math, even though no map goes into it. But we do go into map number 3 already. Very mixy off the bat. The live disparity is already down 3 in favor of Animus. There's chaos happening right now. Rory's in the middle of the map, world starring people. He finally gets shut down. Now only a 2-life, 3-life disparity. This is insane. People are just running and gunning at each other right now, Bobby.
Yeah, and they're going for the spawn trap. They're able to capitalize a little bit, so they get a couple of life advantage, but it disappears pretty quickly, and maybe a little bit over-aggressive right there. Spy's got to be able to find that kill, and a little bit of a slow start for him, and the majority of the rest of the squad is Drari has come out, guns blazing, 6 kills on the board, and it looks like we may see an early A capture right here for Animus. Gothilla staying alive as long as he can to give his teammates a chance at locking in this A cap. Looks like they're going to be able to do it. The Chal goes through, but they peek one at a time, and that is not going to pay off. Rather than peeking together, they give up that A side, and right now they got to panic and try to scramble over to the B side.
Marvel needed to book it to be there. Marvel was just vibing in 10 for like a hot minute there. He was getting some kills off of spawn, relieving pressure off to the A site, but look at the location of the B control, okay? It is all the way across the map. I would have liked to see Marvel try to go for some control over there, as nobody from the likes of Nova was anywhere near it, but it doesn't really matter. You know why it doesn't really matter? Because it is a 3v10 right now. Nova has 3 lives to their name, while Animus has 10. This is a completely different turnaround from the Respawn that we saw at the beginning of this series. I mean, wow.
And if I saw correctly, I believe Narcs has already earned a Goliath. So now, an opportunity for redemption. These guys can show us they do know how to use the Goliath. Not necessarily saying you got to use it right here, but that's a nice thing to have in your back pocket. Is very strong round number 1, especially for an offensive-sided team right there in Animus. They're going to come out, look at the defensive setup. Smoke's going across mid right there. Inferno not going to be able to get any information. Reload going to go through, but it's Grizz with first blood, and honestly, a pretty passive approach right here out of Nova. Typically,
hey guys,
you see people full send over toward that A site, and right now Gothilla trying to hold down the high ground, but Drari, they snuck all the way through to Oh no, they're trying to put the spawn trap on him once again, and they've got him locked in. Terrible spot. No head glitches to work with. They're dropping one by one, and the life lead growing once again. You cannot let this spawn trap happen. And Grizz, an absolute nightmare for these Nova players, finally going to back up. They don't want to give up too much map control, and they do give up the A flag, but a big life lead growing off that spawn trap.
I respect the spawn trap. What I don't respect is completely giving up the A site, because you have a life advantage, but I mean, it's a measly 3. Like, it's not, like, in that situation, I would have expected it to be, like, already a 10 life lead, hella map control, but there just isn't. A is gone now. It's 16v20, a minute and 45 on the clock. It's not impossible. They're investing a lot of specialists into this defensive hold. I mean, you're especially favored on defense when it comes to this map and mode. I mean, nobody from Nova can really get close. There's so much investment going on now, only a 2-life disparity. It's about that specialist usage, Bobby. I just can't get behind it.
And that's the big reason we see them go for the spawn trap while giving up the A site, because it is so incredibly difficult to get a life advantage while at the same time trying to capture B. Honestly, my biggest question right now for Animus, why are you pushing? There's nothing that you're pushing for. They have to come to you. Go back, sit on head glitches, and let them come to you and farm some kills. You've given away your life advantage for what? All you have to do is defend the B site, or you're going to have the advantage, and now you're going to be forced to use some operators in that same breath as well, trying to slide the corner. It's now going to be Gothilla trying to push up for some of that jungle control right here. Not going to be able to connect, but they get the information. And the teammates Annihilator is going to be able to connect as Grizz farming right now, and it's back to a 5-life advantage.
Yeah, so now Animus with the biggest life lead they've had in this entire round so far, even after the spawn trap, now a 10v3. Absolute domination across the board. I am very happy to see that Narcs, I do not believe, has used the Goliath at all during this round. I respect that decision. That is a smart decision. Now heading into this offense, Animus 8v2. I mean, 10 seconds on the clock. There's not really a whole lot Nova can do. This is going to be a fairly quick control unless Nova come out here with a miracle.
And right now, if you're Nova, you cannot get put in a spawn trap early on. That's what happened to them at the start of the last one. Looking over the opposite side, basically no operators ready to go. You got 3 operators for Nova, so the pacing is there. You should be able to hold on the defensive side. And lots of utility going out as the battle for that A side goes through, and Spy gonna find first blood. Creed, explosion onto 1, but it's Drari hitting the flank through mid. Nobody has the read right here. Saturn's going to be able to spawn back in to take him down, but already some early A progress going in for Animus.
The issue is now is they need to get this player off of A, because that's a take on. Grizz can just shoot at this door. He almost finds the second, but unfortunately will get shot down. Thankfully, though, Rari is going to be there for the trade. Now that's going to be the second take on at a 1-life lead in the hands of Nova. But look at this play. Look at your mini-map. That's going to be Gothilla and Marvel heading over to the B site. They just got to get this 1 kill off this player. This is a lot of control, and now Nova needs to scramble their way over here. They managed to find the opening kill, but a lot of map pressure lost.
That, and Narcs is like, do I call it in? Do I not call it in? Do I call it in? Do I not call it in? And it looks like he's going to call it in way far away. Maybe they want to try to TDM out the rest of this, because it is so difficult to get that progress over toward the B site. Looks like one player tucked away in the corner. I think he's going to be able to take down Drari. And Narcs is actually going to march his way on over. Once again, I don't love this. You get hit by the gravity vortex, you can't move, you get a kill right. No, it's Saturn's killing himself with the gravity vortex. My guy, you can't shoot at a wall. It doesn't work out that way. Creed's on the flank right here, but Marvel said 1 tap to the head. I'll take that one. And the insta-counter on the Goliath. We are still yet to see more than 1 Goliath usage that actually has value in this weekend.
Did Inferno just get like 4 kills? I think he like just got an insane chain of something. I don't know. The kill feed lit up incredibly blue and it looked like the same name, but 11v11 lives now tied. I mean, a minute to work with, not impossible, but a lot has been invested for the side of Animus to try and get this second offensive win. Nova's done the work that needs to be done. The issue now is heading into that next round, you have to save some sort of utility. It looks like Goliath possibly on the side of Spy as well as his specialist. Hopefully he saves that to the very end.
Right now, the lives dwindling, and this is the main reason so many of these teams are so comfortable giving up the A site. Just not a lot of good angles. So many tiny areas you have to funnel through to get to that B side, and you're forced to play TDM right here. Spy from the top side, going to be able to find 2, and now only 1 kill needed. Inferno's going to pick it up right there, and finally, Nova able to take a defensive round, but that's where you're typically going to have the advantage. They need Spy to go big with that Goliath in this round.
Yeah, that's the big issue here right now is that, yes, you get on the board, yes, you close out that round, but now you're on offense at this match point in this map to possibly go down 2-1 in the series, and this is what I was looking for. Nova is 3 hitting the B site. They're going to clear out. Hopefully the one player there stacks the point. Get on this point, create some pressure, and that's what they're going to do. Possibly a tick coming through, but it's going to be Animus that stops the bleeding. They make it here. They get them off the point. Neil stays alive in the back. A now gonna get a little bit of some capping going on over there, but Neil is still alive in the back of B. If he gets this kill onto this player in Godzilla, that's gonna cause some commotion. Oh my gosh, they're both literally sitting right next to each other, a wall away, and it's gonna be Neil that ends out on top.
Right now, Spy's trying to get some value out of this Annihilator, but he just cannot seem to connect. Neil just being a nuisance right now, more a distraction than anything else, and that's going to open up a relatively easy A capture, and everybody's scrambling trying to find him. They have nothing going over here on the objective. If you're Animus, you're not too terribly worried right now. You got to win this Annihilator fight, but Grizz not able to do that, and that is huge value. He can put him in a spawn trap right here, and if they can't rotate out, they might get a free B capture right here. Pred missile going to come down. Marvel's going to drop right there. He does get taken down, and they don't have any progress onto B. Now it's a question of, can you win this difficult TDM even with the life advantage? It's not going to be easy to do.
Score, streak, usage. Score, streak, usage. You were mid-gunfight. Neil, you did everything in the world to stay alive in the back of B. And mid-gunfight, you decide to pull out your missile. Maybe a misclick, maybe by accident, but that allows the freedom for Animus to get out of the spawn trap that you had worked so hard to try and create to take you down. And now map control, although slightly in, never mind, I was gonna say it was slightly in the favor of Nova, but as soon as I say that, Animus fights their way right back through. There's still a life lead, a life disparity of 13 v5 right now as Inferno finds 2, but Animus, they just need to play their lives here.
And I think panic's starting to set in. That spawn trap knocked them off their game big time. Spy still has the Goliath in his pocket. You've got no score streaks for Animus. You have one operator, and you've got so many operators and score streaks stacked on the opposite side for Nova. Right now, it's a 5-life disadvantage, and all you can hope to do is sit back, play your head glitches, and hope you come away with the gunfight wins. Inferno going to take the chow right here, but a player on a box is going to be tough to take down. Marvel
you don't have
comes out on top in that one. All they have to do is play time. Right now, they can sit back and hope they don't get taken down enough. Neil gets taken down right there. They got to get on the inside of the objective. 9 seconds to go. Marvel trying to stay alive. He gets the Deagle fight there as well. It's now 3-3. There's no time to go. Nova looked like they had it in control, but they didn't play the TDM aggressively enough. Animus finds a way to take the round right there, and they avoid the dangerous offensive side. Coming away with the win, they take the lead in the series.
I mean, it's just once again one of those situations where a team decides to make such a bold play, but at what cost? At the timing. I mean, there was 25 seconds on the clock, and all Nova decide to make that route all the way through Crate. It wasn't a bad play at all. If anything, I wish all 3 of those players pushed directly into the back, forced a 3v1 out of the player in Marvel. But unfortunately, one of them split off, just tried to stop the clock. There was maybe some miscommunication, and the gunfights did not go their way. Now a 2-1 lead for Animus. Not what we expected. We expected a close series, but for the control to go their way. A lot of momentum now on the side of Animus.
Yeah, and especially knowing you are now guaranteed another search and destroy.
Yeah.
They've got to be feeling good right now. We knew the control was going to be a toss-up, and when they came out, they punched Nova in the mouth that first round, put him in a spawn trap right off the gate. Even with Nova trying to claw their way back into it, the tactical plays, you pay attention to the time in that final round, and that could not have been played any better by Animus. You get there, you have a round ending with a Goliath in your pocket. It goes to waste because Animus found a way to perfect that final round, and even with the life disadvantage, they come out on top.
Did Spy even ever call his Goliath?
No, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I don't. He never ends up calling it in. I mean, they were never really in a situation to, I guess. But like that first round was really just the nail in the coffin. The fact that Animus was able to win that offensive round, and it wasn't even by ticks. It was just straight by slaying domination. Beyond that, they just had to continue winning their defenses, and that's what they were able to do to close this out. And there was not really any panic. Like, the Grizz's playhouse was in this tin, was at this top 10, and the fact that they had 4 lives when Nova had the edge, when Nova had 10, he still managed to get kills and play his life in this power position and not have to fall back to B and give up all of mid and give Nova the opportunity to have a full team push from the front of the B side. So, again, Animus now up 2-1 in this series. And you look at the hard point, right? You're like, Raid, it was 251-75. It was maybe close at the beginning, but by the end of it, they had run away with it. But it was down to the slaying power. And we just saw the absolute slaying power that Animus is capable of putting onto the board. So heading into the standoff hardpoint, I'm nervous if I'm Nova. I'm sweating.
Yeah, I think they probably are still going to have the edge in the hard point. When it comes to that incredibly fast-paced game mode, you're not pushing into people on head glitches. It's really just run and gun. I think they do have the advantage. And I'm expecting that we see a Game 5, but man, I don't think they expected to be down this early on in the competition. And maybe Inferno questioning whether or not he should have given a little bit more credit to Animus. They said their biggest threat was themselves, but Animus looking to be a pretty big threat right here. You take a look at the respawn KDs, and Spy has continued to slay out. Yeah. A 1.77 with 8 map MVPs. He's been their guy so far. He's got to go big right here and got to try to give them some momentum to carry into a Game 5 if they can make it there.
Yeah, the edge certainly still, once again, in the favor of Nova here, as they are 2-0 in this map so far this weekend. The first win was going to be on top of Prometheus on this map at 250-126. Honestly, that's a little bit of more time than I would have expected them to give Prometheus. My bad, that's a little bit of a stray. But the second time was 250-183 versus Zinium earlier today. Animus, it's not that they don't want to play that map. It would have been map 4 should they have gone the distance versus Limitless, but we have not seen them yet on that map and mode, so a little bit of a debut for them, see what they're able to come out with. But by the layout just itself, by what past has shown us, Nova win that map fairly comfortably.
Yep. You got to think confidence and momentum going to play a factor in this one as well. Back-to-back games going through for Animus, and obviously we've seen the slaying power for Nova. That for the most part, their teamwork in those gunfights, especially in the hardpoint, has looked a lot stronger, and you would assume that probably carries over from map to map. We've seen solid rotations out of Animus, but just looking at the assists, especially in that game number 1, they weren't double-chelling those gunfights. Kind of single filing one at a time into the hard point, not going to work against a team like Nova. We'll see if they can fix that up and maybe give themselves a chance at closing this out in 4.
You know what I'm really missing right now? Rari. I feel like I'm not seeing a lot of D-Rari right now. I feel like that's a player that usually we would be speaking highly about throughout the entire series, and obviously they've been doing well. They're up right now 2-1, but I'm expecting in this hard point maybe to come out swinging just a little bit more, as they are going against Nova. Again, this is a redemption match. Nova is the reason Animus was the 4th seed heading into this weekend. So obviously a fire underneath both of these teams. Wondering if maybe Nova just got a little bit too comfortable with their past history, but here we go. Map start, utilities out. First hill has now been popped. Couple of gunfights going the way of Nova already. A lot of mid-map control, but instantly it's going to be the answer from Animus.
Yep, Narcs breaks right back on in right there. And with 2 HP, he still finds a way to win the gunfight right there. That's the power of the KSP. He knows his teammates got his back. Gothilla slides the corner, and now it's all yellow in the feed. Creed finding his way into some of these gunfights as well. It's going to be a push across from Delhi, but Marvel from the high ground reigning terror with that SKS. He does get taken down, and now it's all down to Narcs. 25 seconds on the hill already. He's their OBJ man for a reason, and getting kills in the process as well. Definitely a solid start right here. You got to start paying attention to that rotation over to P2. And already, about 15 seconds remaining, you already had Nova players on the inside of the next hardpoint.
That was a beautiful flip for the side of Nova to get those spawns for new as they are all set up. We saw this in the first hardpoint. It was Nova with the rotations. Now we're going to have to see if Animus have it in them to win these opening gunfights for the break. So far, not so good. 2 players fall. Grizz is going to be up top, going to try and make some noise, but instantly 2 players from Nova try to go push him out. He manages to find a couple, but it's just not enough to get inside. A solo chow from Guthilla. I would have hated that any other time, but he finds 2 players with the deagle for the break. 37 seconds left for this hill. The lead still in the hands of Animus. What an incredible push.
I mean, that's the definition of an ego chow right there. He hears the concussion up top, bounces away, knows there's a Nova player hopping up top, but man, oh man, they can't seem to lose a gunfight. He put him in the blender right there. Now on a 4 spree, he's got a hunter killer C1 player on the outside of the hard point as well. Not able to get the kill quite yet, but he hasn't been taken down either. It's continues to be the battle of the Deagles, as that's going to be probably a solid 40 seconds right here for Animus. Despite the early rotation that we saw from Nova, we see the same thing once again. The question is, will they be able to hold? And the Goliath now going down for Nova. If they can get inside, that's going to be huge.
Narcs is here. Narcs is here. They get the kill. It's another Goliath steal. There's 1 player close enough to get through it, but they get in. It's gonna be Grizz. And now what was a beautiful rotation, a beautiful Goliath call possibly for the hands of Nova. They couldn't win the gunfights. The Goliath gets taken down, but the time is in the hand of Animus. 80 to 35, 30 seconds left in this hardpoint. No map control whatsoever on the squad of Nova right now. What a horrible collapse of events.
And right now, if you're Animus, yeah, you would like to get more out of that Goliath, but you force an operator usage, you still maintain the hardpoint control, and right now you got Gothilla just chilling on the inside of the hard point. They're going to pick up the majority of the scrap time, and he's got another Goliath to work with. They're rotating out early here as well. Neil's in the top side looking to chow, but it's going to be Spy on the bottom side, staying alive for as long as he can. Expect a whole lot of utility to come through that doorway. He's going to look to hold them off as long as he possibly can, but Marvel from the top side still maintaining that high ground control, and Neil gonna look to defend right here as we now have 3 Nova players on the point. Drari with the Annihilator in hand, gonna get taken down, and Spy goes big to maintain that control.
I wish Gazelle would have played his life there just a little bit more, because he was by himself trying to go chow this hill, and now they are feeding into Spy with this Annihilator. Finally, the bleeding has stopped, and it's not impossible for Nova to put themselves back into this game. A lot of kills going their way here. They're trying to transform this into a money hill. 112 to 70 by the end of this. It would be 112 to 90, but for some reason, time goes white for just a moment. 2 players from... Oh my goodness, 2 players from Animus are going to force their way in the contest for just a moment. 3 kills to go their way, but not any of the objective time. As we head into the second set of rotations, there is still a Goliath in the hands of Guthilla for whenever he wants to invest it.
And even despite them having the lead, we're still seeing a lot of solo shells from Animus. So we saw basically non-stop solo shells for a solid 60 seconds right there, and it did not pay off at all. Right now, if you're looking at Nova, we talked about the importance of the 5th man. Neil sitting on 4 kills, bottom frag for the lobby by a lot. They've got to find a way to get him going. I don't know if it's a gun change. I don't know if it's a role change. I don't know if they need to just sit him down in the hard point and tell him, don't let anybody get in here, but he's lagging behind once again, and it's allowed Animus to continue building this lead. Guthilla done such a phenomenal job on the inside of the hard point so far. 120 seconds for him already as he does finally get taken out. Narcs looking around the corner right here, but Saturn's very content to be tucked away in this corner.
KD isn't everything, but when you have single digits in a lobby full of doubles, you gotta wonder what is going wrong, especially when it's only a 50-point game right now. Once again, it's going to be Nova on this rotation. Animus has been a step behind when it's come to this early control, but they have been breaking in like it's been nothing. We're going to be on board with Creed. He's going to have the Annihilator pulled out, but he hasn't found a kill, and it's going to be Animus pushing their way in. Thankfully, the kills go to the sides of Nova. I'm wondering if Neil starts to have a turnaround here, what this deficit could possibly look like, but it's the Annihilator in the hands of Gothila, who still has a Goliath in his back pocket as they break with 40 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, and Grizz goes on the backside of the hard point. He's able to clear some room out for his teammates to feel a little bit more comfortable on the inside. We saw Neil's POV, and to be honest, it just looked like he was missing shots. It looked like a confidence issue more than anything else. Narc's gonna get contested. Spy's all alone in the top side, but he flicks down. Able to connect in the headshot damage. 2-tap with the KSP. Oh my gosh, clean shots out of him right there, and they're pretty content to contest for a little bit. Go ahead and hit the rotation right here. SKS gonna look to clear out, but Grizz on the rotation over. It's all down to Gothila. If he can get into the Goliath, it'll be huge. And he's able to take down one. I don't anticipate we're going to see much value, but you force the operator usage once again, and you do stay alive, even if it's just with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, a good couple of kills go their way. Not a whole lot of time right now. It at least stopped the initial push, but it's going to be actually Narcs with the Annihilator. Going to find two. Will get shut down, but 186 to 111. Animus looking to break that 200-point mark here on this hill. I will say this, Animus does not do well when they get that early rotation. They are very much a breaking team as they can't win those early rotational gunfights, and it is working. 200 now for the likes of Animus. 111 for the side of Nova. It is looking almost impossible for the comeback, Bobby.
Yeah, right now you only got, Inferno in the 20s. Everybody for Animus. Consistency across the board. That's the key to success at this level of competition. And your OBJ man, Narcs, on the inside of the hard point, still slaying out. And you've got both players already rotated. Absolute disaster for Nova right now as they're scrambling. They're trying to find a way into the hard point, and Spy's going to be able to take down one. But they've still got so far to go if they want to come out on top in this one. It's going to be Inferno locking down things on the top side. They don't realize that Marvel's up above. Neil's got the Annihilator in hand, trying to stay alive to get some value there, but Marvel takes one down to the backside. Not going to be able to find the second.
It's the panic button for Nova right now. Your tournament run doesn't end here, but it's certainly not favorable to go down like this. A team you have a favorable record against is about to take you in game 4. 226 to 140 time is still going to the hands of Nova. Spy doing everything that he can. Inferno doing everything that he can to get as much of this time as possible. 20 seconds of scrap going to Nova. It will be a 226 to 170 game. Not impossible, but they got to play almost perfect as we look to reset the hard points here. And it's always been Animus in this P1. It's been Animus with the mid-map control. Nova's got to pull something special out here.
And T4 has definitely been the money hill for Nova. I'm pretty sure they've gotten like 120 of their 160 points on that hard point specifically. But they've got to find a way to hold a little bit better on the other hard points. Narcs on the inside, once again, 139 seconds and continues to move upward as the teamwork just looking so much different from them than it did on map number 1. Marvel on 35. Narcs is slaying out the cross shots. Every angle is covered in Animus. On the brink of sending the 1 seed into the lower bracket right here. They're scrambling. Inferno hoping some shots can connect, but it's not going to be enough. He's looking fresh and he's looking clean. Gothila and the squad come out on top, and they send Nova to the lower bracket.
I said it needed to be Rari, to be honest, and it was actually Marvel, the S&T god, that showed up there in that hard point. I mean, honestly, it was everybody across the board. I mean, if you look at the stats, Gothila popped off in that hard point. point, 31 and 18, 2 minutes and 35 seconds in the hill. He said, don't worry, me and Narks got this, guys. Narks needed a little bit of help from the previous hard point. You guys could all stay under 30 seconds and go slay out. We will be the Super Soakers. On the other side, Inferno, 4 seconds, a little bit tough out of him. Neo, 16 and 30. Unfortunately, couldn't get anything going. Creed, 19 and 34, uncharacteristic. And now the confidence has been shot for the side of Nova.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give huge credit to Gothilla. Yeah. He looked unkillable on the inside of that hard point sometimes. Just playing every angle possible. So many double kills, so many pushes that he single-handedly held off. And he was definitely the catalyst. As a player that doesn't even have the same amount of that top-level experience as the majority of his teammates did not play in Stage 5 last year, he stepped it up, and he definitely earned a spot on this squad.
I will say, after that first map, I definitely thought this was Nova's series to win. I was like, that's a fairly dominant hard point near the end there. It looks like their teamwork is gelling, and then that search and destroy. I mean, just a masterclass from the side of Animus, and now they will move on. Again, Nova's tournament life is not over just yet, but their confidence is certainly shot-bodied.
Yeah, and that's got to be deflating, especially like when your player goes on the interview and he says, we are our own biggest opponent. Yeah. We don't fear anybody in this competition to get sent to the lower bracket. You definitely got to prove yourself now. It was a beautiful matchup to watch. I know 3 other players or 3 other casters that enjoyed watching it. So, Desk, give me your thoughts.
Hey, we can be players. I think we can all put together a team. No. After watching that competition, I'll tell you one thing. I don't want to go up against Gothilla, okay? The way he was pounding his chest at the end. Oh, my God. Animus getting it done and being the first team going to the final. We were watching in the back, and what a matchup it was. And as Ali has said, after that first map, okay, we saw Infernus drop 40. We saw Spy probably play one of the best games that we've seen all tournament, plus 15, the highest KDA, the most objective time. And it was like, what? Nova's here. But then right after that shift, it was all Animus on the other side, starting with that Summit S&D.
It was clean. And I think the biggest thing that I really noticed about this Nova squad was that they were using calculated score streaks and specialists in particular on rotation to guarantee themselves solid spawn. So I love that idea. And that was one of the things that, you know, not having seen them throughout the entirety of the day, you say, okay, this is the difference maker. But once we got into this search and destroy, I was sitting there saying, oh, this is a little bit too scrappy. Yeah. What we saw to Animus in their previous series and their opening matchup today came to life and found just as much success versus a team like Nova. A really impressive bounce back in map number 2 from Animus. And then as we started to get through, it's Gothilla all the way in the end, making notes saying, I don't often outslay my opponents, but when I do, it's in a white Oxford.
Yes, it is, okay? Yeah, they weren't playing around right there. And so, you know, Mommy coming into it, you know, we hear Shift talk about the specialist usage and the teamwork from them going into this series. But, you know, we talked about, too, as well, them setting the pace and not playing behind Nova. I felt like they did a good job and they recovered. What did you see from Animus that was so special for them to take down the #1 seed?
I'm really liking this redemption arc, and we already mentioned it at the start of the day. It's the first time that they're seeing each other here in the tournament for the EU Stage 4. And now what they had was the confidence boost after that search and destroy, where they absolutely gave it to them. I mean, it was the missed opportunity from the side of Nova to bring Neil into Alpha. And just Inferno kept losing all of his gunfights there, time and time again, 3 rounds in a row. And now it's the same thing happening in Control, where it was Inferno and Neil having the numbers down. And those are 2 essential players that you need to step it up. And now, unfortunately for them, Gothilla just absolutely shredded, especially there in P2, solo holding, 6 kills in a row. That was absolutely great from Animus.
That was solid for him at the end to really just kind of hold his ground there and allow his teammates to kind of play around him. Narks had a great series also. This entire team really had to, you know, come together as a unit to overcome Nova in this situation. And Shift, we saw a lot of exciting moments here. And even when it comes down to, you talked about specialist usage, but even when the score streak's stolen, okay? How many Goliaths did we see being snatched up here in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it, I think, just comes down to general map awareness, where I like the call of each time the Goliath was called in, but the timing of it, trying to do it on rotation, that's where spawns get the most finicky. So you go back to that last deal that we just had at the end of Grandma's, before we opened up the hard point in particular, you're sitting there for Nova saying, we've got 4 members here, we're good.
Yeah.
But the hard point wasn't open yet. So those back spawns were also not open yet. So just as that call comes through, Animus wins all their following gunfights, and that makes that play that much more vulnerable. Really good conversion from Animus to kind of read the situation.
Pacing, teamwork, everything above, okay? All of the above here. Animus had it. Now, let's take a look at our bracket to see what they had to do to make it to this point. It was taking down Limitless 3-0 to kick off the day, and then the upset up against Nova, taking them down 3-1 and making it to the grand final. But as you see at the bottom, it's the elimination final where Nova probably is feeling pretty hot down there, Mommy.
Yeah, I mean, Nova definitely did not like that loss. This is the first loss that they've had here so far. And you know what? With Limitless, they've had a really hot start up against Zidium. But, I mean, it is a tough thing to overcome because Nova, yes, they did not have a really good time, but it was still pretty close when it comes to the points. So, if you were Limitless, you take advantage of that situation. You rewatch that game, and you see where Nova really just had a hard time. And I feel like the score streaks and the operator skills, rather, you need to play it to perfection because so far the X's1 Goliath is a little bit shaky with all of the teams so far.
It really has been, you know, and so now Limitless here in a position to surpass their limits once again. It's almost like a Dragon Ball arc with this squad here throughout the weekend. Getting beat up to start the day, but they have to surpass it once again, going up against their toughest competition. Coming up next, it's going to be Nova. It's going to be a galactic battle, but can they go Ultra Instinct? We're about to find out here soon. It's Limitless versus Nova to see who goes to the finals. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs as we are about to enter our elimination finals, and it is going to be a good one. Also one in which we probably did not expect. As I introduce to you my desk, this segment is going to be Allie and Bobby, and for the rest of the day, as we're going to be breaking down these two finals, oh man, what a matchup that was. As I said, we didn't expect it. Bobby, you can't come out here and say you're going to be the best, but you beat yourself like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. First match on broadcast, and Nova takes the L. I'm not saying they would have lost their other matches on broadcast, but they definitely got some stuff to learn as they get ready to go up against a Limitless squad that's coming in hot. They're coming in off a loss, and you definitely don't want to put yourself at risk in this position to not make the grand finals.
You definitely don't. Now it's time to learn a little bit more about our two teams in elimination finals, as we'll go head to head with Limitless versus Nova Esports and dive into the numbers. And I can't think of no better person to dive into some numbers with than Allie herself, as we see up on the screen the respawn KDs and the map win percentages, as Nova just lost their first 3 maps here of the tournament, but the respawn KD is feeling good for them, Allie.
Absolutely. And the thing with Limitless is the story is that they've continuously just gotten better and better and better with every series that we've seen from them. Where Nova, we haven't really been able to see them as the weekend progresses. It was just, you know, they're winning their matches as expected. They're the #1 seed. They get on broadcast. We're so excited to see what they have to give us. And it's lackluster upon lackluster upon lackluster. It was a very uncharacteristic showing out of Neil at the last map there in that series. So Nova need a big bounce back. But my biggest worry is that when we interview this team and they say we are our own enemy, you know, as long as we are playing confident, we are good. Well, that was not a confident series. And so coming off of that, having to play against a team like Limitless who has nothing but confidence, I'm actually a bit worried for the likes of Nova.
Ooh, hey, I think you should be, because we saw their jitters in that first match, and they're going to have to regain right away and bounce back in this next one. Quickly going across the board, Limitless or Nova. Bobby, I'm starting with you.
I'm still going to go with Nova. I'm pretty confident they make a grand finals, but they're in a precarious position right now. They've definitely got to forget the maps that just happened, because following that map 1, they just could not seem to get it together, and they definitely are going to need to focus up, and Limitless is not going to make it easy on them.
All right, Allie.
Limitless's ceiling is quite limitless. I'm going to pick Limitless in this series. Woo! I know it's a hot take. I haven't been wrong, I'm pretty sure, yet this weekend. If I'm going to be wrong anywhere, I prefer to be here.
Allie's prediction has been on point throughout the tournament, okay? And we will see if she can call it again. Now it's time to turn it over to our casters to see if Nova can go super or if Limitless can surpass yet another tough opponent.
Oh, man, it's going to be an interesting one, just simply due to the fact that you have to play immediate recovery. No other time besides just your veto process to get recentered up. And as we start to look over the series layout, I won't lie to you here, Beef Mommy, there are some opportunities for Limitless built into how the maps are going to work out, at least in my mind.
I mean, yeah, you have a really great point when it comes to the map selection here. But, I mean, what we see here on our screens, standoff, I feel like will definitely favor, I think, no, I don't know, they lost that pretty convincingly. So, I mean, you have a really fair point. That's where they had a really strong run up against Cidium a while ago, 250 and 121. They had such a hard time a while ago up against a team like Animus, where they just were outclassed in every situation. So, I mean, like what Ali said, Limitless can definitely have this advantage to them.
Yep, I think so. In particular, I'm looking at that firing range search and destroy. Limitless looked great on it yesterday. Takeoff control really just comes down to, can you get the spawn trap off, and then that's a winnable map. And then even Slum's Hardpoint was a map that we saw Limitless on yesterday that looked pretty solid through. So I think if you're Limitless, you got to try to get this thing done in 4, because neither team looked particularly great on Summit Search if we get to a 5th, but in particular, Limitless on their map selection back in their previous series really couldn't seem to get a handle on what Summit was going to be able to provide. But that's a conversation for a much later time. We jump right on into the first hardpoint. Nova starting things off pretty solid, and well, it's just down to, can you find a way to shut down the AR pressure that was so darn good for Nova, at least at times throughout the last series?
Well, let's see if there's going to be a little bit of PSD coming in from Nova, because they literally just just played this map a few minutes ago, and now a good start coming in. Neil finally gets the shots going in there for the defense, so that's going to be really good because no one else from the side of Limitless is actually going to be really close by. And no, they're not really going in there as a team, funneling one by one, but a really big kill coming in from the side of Mojito, but gets shut down by Spy.
Yeah, great map control from Nova here, just making sure they control both sides of the street. You essentially force Limitless to have to make tough decisions as they come off spawn, and as the late break starts to come through in the final 15 seconds, you still have another on the hard point at Spy, who has been shooting just as straight as you could ever possibly want. Early Pred missile while soaking up every single second. Calls it in, not able to find a kill with this, but Spy is really close to possibly finding an early Goliath. Shut down at the last moment, but Nova, a convincing hold early through the first hill.
Not only that, the rotation coming into P2 is going to be really good, and they had such trouble a while ago, and now it looks like they want to stack 4, and yes, they're winning all the gunfights as Isaka and Boot goes down. Not just that, Onur as well. So it's just a matter of gunfights being lost by Limitless right now.
Tough scenes at least through this first set of rotations. Nova, an opportunity to start getting some early operators earned up here with all this time starting to go their way. Creed, big 1v1 to the backside of the factory. Gets the kill plus a little extra because, well, you need to get something going after that last loss. And so far, it's apparently just perfection. You just play perfect. Limitless, nothing to work with through their first break attempt. Second effort coming through the back doors. Spy, a little bit of wallbang trying to get there, but Owner's able to at least shut down one. Numbers good for Limitless, but Saturn's who finds a way to double down. One more up top, weak him through, a triple for Saturn's, and it's still all Nova through 2.
Coming in from the side of Saturn's, that was going to be big. Not only that, he gets to utilize all of his score streaks, tries to go and use it, finds one, Owner goes down. Not only that, they're getting the scrap points here in the hill, and also going in for that early rotation. I mean, Limitless is just losing all of the gunfights here. They should go in for the rotation already.
Yeah, and Saturn's wins a final 1v1 outside of the second hard point. He will be really close to getting that Goliath. Maybe just one more gunfight. Yeah, there it is. He gets it just off screen, and the early Goliath has been earned. The call's going to be interesting, though, with Sparrows in the mix for the first time today. Obviously, Goliath not nearly as survivable as it usually is, but Spy already saying no need for anything over egregious because, I mean, Limitless has been able to do absolutely nothing so far, just complete dominance from Nova.
But then take a look at that. There's going to be 4 people all around the hill, but then they just lose all their gunfights. That's going to be unfortunate for them, but finally goes in for the break, and Boot goes in there pretty hot. Mojito as well, but gets taken out. And I mean, the Sparrows, that's a really good usage of the Sparrows, and we only have 30 seconds left. And if you're Limitless, you need to decide. Now you need to send at least 2 people in for the contest, and now at least you see 1 person over there in the other hill.
Have to slow things up if you're Limitless. I'm not talking about their pace, but you need to slow Nova down just a little bit. Get a setup, lock things up, play for trades. At the moment, it's just too many individual gunfights that Nova aren't even sweating in. A lot of 1v multiples also coming through. Nova definitely feeling a hot hand at the moment. But as we look over towards the backside of Bakery, good sense of control here for Limitless before the hard point opens up. Nova tried to threaten over through boxes, and that's going to be enough for at least an opportunity to try to break. Mojito locks down the spawns. Now from the front, the Sparrow comes out for Owner. Able to at least get the opener onto Neil. Last trade needs to come out, and it will. Nice moment here for Limitless.
I mean, that was a really good push coming in from Limitless in for the defense, but I mean, if Boot, if they didn't have any kind of defense coming in from the side of the inside the hill, Boot just was looking at the wrong direction. Now full send, 4 stack and pinch as well coming in from Nova. That is a really good break here so far. There you go, Mojito trying to hang on by a thread, but then gets shut down by 2 players.
From the backside of the door, Hizaka stuck on the reload as Inferno gets the double the SKS. From the top ropes, Owner, just kind of gets his camera broken. With that, Nova will win the last 2 gunfights. The break now officially established, and Creed makes sure no one will rotate on in. Nova only give away about 15 seconds before they're jumping right back into a very convincing lead. 14 seconds left on the clock. Limitless not going to make a full-on forced effort to try to break for scrap time. They'll just send a couple to try to play for exits and hopefully get a hold here at 1.
And now speaking of contest coming in from the side of Limitless, finally gets a little bit of scrap fight, but then it's not really that worth it because you're fighting a team, but then it's a good thing. Big Mojito 3 right now, taking a lot of these shots quite literally, and now they do have a really good setup here so far, but unfortunately Rasmo does go down, and it's all up to 1 and 2. That's going to be Boot and Onur to try and win here in back alley to try to gain some sort of defensive control.
Well, they do have some street control, just comes down to can you use this to envelop the hard point itself. Honor up top, good for the opener. Down low, Hizaka trying to work with him. The team shot's decent for damage. Saturn's the last one left. He's going to call the bow. Solo bow coming out. Oh! His bet Captain Everton cosplay comes through perfectly. Easy double coming out. Huge play for Saturn's the last one left, and now Nova's reinforced.
we just keep seeing all these individual gunfights and multi-kills coming in from Nova, and it's just really unstoppable. Is he going to win this? Okay, good. Boot shuts him down, and 18 seconds for their name. Good time, but then the rotation also comes through to their end, so really big gunfight off screen right now. But then, unfortunately, Onur and Mojito are going to be losing that gunfight. Not only that, they have to worry about a Goliath in their presence.
This is Nova saying, let's just put it to bed right here. Beautiful 60 on the second hard point. And they may have been actually counting through the operators really nicely because there's nothing available for Limitless. So this Goliath is going to be a beefy boy. Rasmo around the back, trying to threaten for possible spawns. Help is on the way, but the SOS call may be a little bit too late. The read looking good for Nova. Saturn's on the back, just trying to clear things out. Good team shots coming through, but he's able to take the triple, and all of a sudden, Nova could put the game away really tightly.
Now that is how you use a Goliath, a really well-placed Goliath over here, getting most of the points down, not even contested, just for 1 second. And that is not what you want if you were Limitless. I mean, everything is just perfect game coming to the side of Nova. And now we're trying to go in for the push yet again, going in for the pinch, but against the Goliath, that's going to be such a tall task to go and pursue. And finally goes down, and Rasmo, that's a really big kill. But then again, 20 points to your name, but it's a good thing. Number 2, Onur's going to be going there for the early rotate.
This has just been a wake-up call from Nova. Looking absolutely polished. All the decisions have been really well-founded. Even shutting down the rotation at the last moment. Limitless have mid-street to work with here, but they really haven't been able to put together a solid hold at any point throughout this map, and that just goes to credit how well Nova bounced back after that last series.
It's really just the game of catch-up for Limitless, and Nova knows very well that, yes, we can finally give you the scrap points, but we're going to go in there for the early rotate. And, I mean, they don't even have to go inside the point. They're just going for the defense, knowing very well that there might be one person early rotating for the side of Limitless. We saw that a while ago on the side of Onur, but then, obviously, he was the only one there, and Nova just playing this to perfection.
Yeah, it's just a lot of finesse game right now coming out of Nova. Not forcing too many gunfights, just waiting for the help to come through if you need it. Don't get too greedy about it, and everything has just been easy peasy, no problems. Up the top, Saturn's looking for kill number 30, finds it without really any contest whatsoever. 8 seconds till the dub. Saturn's even gonna just throw down the hunter killer drone right at his feet. That will likely be the W. Nova, no worries here as they absolutely put on a clinic for map number 1.
Like what Blaze said a while ago, this is going to be an absolutely galactic play coming in from Nova. A supernova, like we like to say here. They showed such an amazing play. I mean, obviously, since we saw them a while ago go up against Animus, where it was just shambles. And now, I mean, obviously, Limitless is a different team, and it looks like they're just having such a hard time. But I am looking forward to the Search and Destroy, though, because this is where we saw them absolutely shine.
Yeah, and I think for, Limitless, you can't lose too much composure after that map. I mean, it is just an impressive start from Saturn's in the first place. Spy as well, who was just locking down hardpoint time. He nearly earned a Goliath off of only getting 4 total kills. Saturn's with the impressive first Sparrow usage was able to tally up a couple of different Predator missiles as well as using the successful Goliath. So efficiency numbers were off the charts for Nova. And on the opposite side, I mean, a good moment for Mojito to find a triple to kind of lock in some scrap time. But when you're struggling to keep pace with this Nova squad at an open map that really challenges you on rotation, it's tough to get back into a game. And I think that was kind of the case from start to finish, especially considering that they were held to about 26 points throughout the first set of hills completely.
I mean, it's also taking a look at the kill feed. It's just Onur only having 1 second on the hill. That is so unlike him to go and pursue. And yes, Nova's going to be a hard team to beat, but you need to step things up. You need to shift things into high gear because you have a possibility of taking yourself into the grand finals up against Animus and have that remake. And now we get to see the kill feed yet again. It's just yellows all across the board. The usage of the XS1 Goliath, the usage of your Sparrows, the operator skills, and your score streaks, which is absolutely great here for Nova.
Very comfortable game. So with that in mind, Nova set the tone early. I think a lot of people, after watching the entirety of the last 2 days, you would definitely see that, yeah, there seems to be a bit of a skill gap between the top 2 squads and everybody else. It was hard to really say that with confidence, though, after the last matchup where Nova just kind of fell flat in maps 2 through 4. But here against Limitless, no stalling out, no pauses whatsoever. But I will say, kind of looking up this map layout, I expected Nova to be able to bounce back after a map 4 loss on standoff, correct their mistakes, and be able to punish a team like Limitless. If you're looking at this from Limitless Esports perspective, This map, like you mentioned, a must win, and then who knows what happens on a takeoff control. You have to play to the kind of randomness that the defense can provide you advantage-wise on a map 3. But it has to start here. You have to showcase that high-level proficiency on search that was kind of your moniker throughout the entirety of the weekend.
For Limitless, they need to win 2, 3, and 5. I mean,
I got 2, 3, 4 personally.
2, 3, 4. I mean, I feel like from the standoff that we saw a while ago in Hardpoint, I mean, Nova Esports is just a masterclass when it comes to the hardpoint games, and bringing it down to a slums, not quite sure if that is the best when it comes to, you know, trying to win it, especially if you're going to be limitless. So, I mean, everything is just going to be theory for now, because we already know that both of these teams, we did not expect Nova to reach it here into the elimination final. So, I mean, we're slowing things down here in firing range search and destroy, where this is anyone's ballgame at this point, because we saw greatness from Limitless a while ago from that summit up against Sidium.
Yep. Hosaka has been key when it comes to trying to pull off a lot of the offensive looks for Limitless, so definitely a player to keep your eye on as Razmo Boot double scoping off the rip here for the defense. Mojito already working his way on in towards the trailer. Very, very substantial defensive positions being taken, including an early route for Osaka, who's going to get all the way over towards wood number 3 and blue, a chance to get on the flank early. It just comes down to when does he want to get activated? Because at the moment, yes, the offense is starting to make a move, but there hasn't been any point of contact yet outside of Mojito just being stunned. There's the challenge. Mojito can't fire back because he's completely stunned up, and, well, Osaka does reveal the flank play, but the bomb's already planted.
That's going to be really good coming from Hosaka, but it's not going to give him a lot of leeway for this one. And there you go, Razmo goes in for the shot, doesn't really quite get any. Spy is going to apply that pressure to him, but then Saturn's also going to be there for the kill. It's going to be a 1v2 situation in favor of Limitless, but there you go, a 1v1. Onur, what can you do? Saturn's is a really good position. There you go.
Man.
Ah, the Chow, I mean, he could have played for time.
Oh, Sanders absolutely played for time.
Yeah.
The thing was, I love the retake idea out of Limitless. Hosaka getting the 1 kill to the backside of wood. You kind of saw Nova, all of them turned around, looking to make sure there's nobody else left in the flank, but Saturn sneaks in towards trailer, uses that plus the bomb planted for him as a way to clutch up a 1v3. Keep Nova's offense well within grips of the first round, although it started to look a little bit dicey at times. So now we go into the round 2. Once again, Nova, not just here at A, but they're allowed to get here. No one's contesting forward this time. This time, Mojito inside a trailer, can't do much of anything. And the retake is going to be hard-pressed. You've got Boot on a sniper rifle, long side jungle path. Rasmo's playing over the top of the barrel heady, but no one else is even close by, and Nova had no problem reading this from start to finish.
Absolutely, and now Neil spots Boot, finds the raid by Razmo yet again. Here we go. This is the kill that he needed. We already know that he can definitely go and clutch this up, getting a lot more kills. Nerfono, it's a good thing that he goes and repositions himself. It's going to be a 2v1, though, as Neil takes some shots, and Honor doesn't finish it, unfortunately. And now, finally, it's going to be very troublesome as a 1v2 situation happens. A 1v1, no. Onur again, he's going to be the last one, but Neil is in a very positioned spot, a favorable position to go and stop the bomb.
Tough.
There you go.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, this is a totally different look. If Onur just gets one more shot into Neil off that long play through jungle, there's an opportunity to still help out your teammate and turn that 2v3 to your name. But once again, the quick plant for Nova keeps the pressure on Limitless pretty much from start to finish, never allowing the retake to really get many legs to work with. So 2-0 start here for Nova, and this is one of those situations where you start to feel really confident, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time, trophy systems start to litter the outside of the A zone, but it's a full push through mid. No one watching it. Trophy system will get the first blood credit. But with this, Nova's a little stuck here. Once again, you got Ahsoka, number 3, and blue, trying to make the flank happen, but Neil, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, there will be no fooling me twice. And the bomb gets down once more. Numbers with Nova's defense.
Neil has been an absolute presence when it comes to the backside push, and it looks like he's trying to make one. It's going to be Boot yet again, going down, and Neil takes him out just like that. It really fast kills with Inferno with a double piece. Nova looking really good, and finally Neil is in a position where he can finally take that kill, something that we didn't really get to see a while ago.
I mean, that's just a good adaptation from Nova. You push through trailer with a shotgun. Neil just watches the flank. It's a really cool look, something we haven't seen at all throughout this weekend. And this is something that we saw from Limitless when they played their opening matchup, is that when they start to get beat up like this, their confidence wavers. But Boot, maybe forcing themselves, willing them back into this matchup. A couple of nice kills to start things off as, for the first time, Nova's initial approach gets completely shut down.
And that is a good read coming in from Limitless, not really sending anyone to the backside because they get shut down every single time. And now for Saturns, you have an opportunity to kind of isolate all these players as Mojito's going to be walking around. So Saturn's is going to have the information, and COD timing at its finest. There you go. Mojito gets spotted, Saturn's. But then he doesn't really quite finish the job, and Rasmo still gets the kill.
All right, Rasmo.
Okay.
God, why didn't he play in the first match today?
I know. I mean, they could have been up.
All right, now it's kind of on to Nova. What do you do differently this time around? Are we going to get our first look towards B? Nope, same setup. Nades over the top. A little bit of a stretched out offense, trying to feel things out here, especially with how much Limitless is playing through the middle of the map. This time, though, they're also kind of hitting the pause button. Mojito for first blood. That happens over towards the trailer side of the map, but defensively speaking, this is going to have to be a reactionary play towards B. Creed, Hazaka, 1v1. Hazaka gets the first. Can he get away? No. Trade is there, and Nova have a chance to try to win over this B zone, especially if they can take down Owner, which, yeah, a little bait and switch play between Spy and Saturn works out great.
And now we need to see a really fast rotation coming from play number 5. That's going to be Mojito with the sniper. He's going to reposition himself, and looks like he wants to go in through jungle. And finally, the bomb's going to be going down as player number 4 as well. They're kind of split up. So if you're going to be in this situation where you have to clutch this 2v3, it's still very possible, but you have a very tricky position where player number 4 coming in from Nova, that's going to be Neil with the scope.
Yeah, this is double snipe retake. How do you do this? You're going to have to hit some World Star-like shots. Rasmo, tough 1v1 with the player topside sniper tower, gives up the angle, now goes back down towards container. Trying to contest that is Saturn. Mojito's found a KSP to work with as he gets in the way back in. Spy will fall, but the post plant set up for this play from topside. You got to get there. Saturn's, you got to get there. He gives up the mid play over through 10, not able to get back in time. The defuse comes out, and what a retake from Limitless.
Beautiful retake. They were just patient. I mean, I feel like it was Neil going down the first time. That was the play where everything went into the favor of Limitless, and they just turned it to perfection. Yes, Saturn's was just a second too late to try and stop the defuse and probably could have gone into a possibly good clutch for him. And now a full send going into Alpha, and now there's no smokes whatsoever in mid. Oh, there you go.
Saturn's is tagged up.
Good, yeah.
That's a great first blood for Saturn's, or on the Saturn's rather. Smoke will encompass the middle of the map, kind of shutting down the potential for Rasmo to get involved, at least initially. But as the bomb is planted, the offensive numbers really thin out a lot. Long flank play coming out of Boot once again. But it's Spy on top of the bomb. That's going to be the real first point of contact for the defense, as the retake is definitely on the way. Waiting for Boot to try to open up space towards bathrooms. No one home because he's up top. Inferno gets the kill. And now it's on to who's next up. I mean, no one was willing to move further forward. They were hoping the play off the flank was going to work out. 20 seconds on the clock. To a 2v2 we go. You have to keep moving. Asaka, snipe in hand, gets the hit marker, doesn't finish off Creed. Owner, able to finish. 1v1. Spy over the top of the bomb side. No, not going to work out. And we'll swap the sides at the half to a tune of a 4-2 advantage to Nova.
Ooh, close games. I mean, Spy using that heady to his advantage. That is going to be a really good win coming in from Nova, especially coming in from those losses. They don't want to give anything up because coming from their past games, they're just going to take advantage of every situation they can to win this. And now finally, switch up. Now, a really spread out defense here. And unfortunately, Saturn's loses that gunfight into trailer, yeah.
Inferno and Neil are double cross-firing this position over towards A. And as Neil gets one, the wall bangs tremendously close. But Spy gets a little frisky through mid-map, punished for his transgressions. Bomb recovered. Longside flank play, though, comes out, and Creed takes down the opportunity for the post plant to set up deep. But in the same exact moment, Mojito finding success on the forward play in towards America now all of a sudden kind of creates a bit of chaos here for this final 2v2. Bomb is collected, not yet planted. Inferno revealed. Rasmo, surely not. This is the first shot. Second comes through, though, hits him square in the face. And it's just down to Neil for the 1v2. He's got a good look at this, pending, of course, that Limitless does make the move towards A. But the silence that kind of echoes across firing range creates doubt. Neil repositions.
This is a really good play. Just giving Neil no information at all, thinking that it's going to be a B plant. And that was a very smart move coming in from Limitless. And now the bomb is finally going to be planted. And Boot and Rasmo, you have a really good duo for you to go and clutch this up. And Neil so far having 8. And Rasmo being with 7. That's going to be an even playing field because both of them are doing their job as snipers. And now the rotation finally comes through. there's really not much you can play with, but number 4 is going to be in a very difficult situation if he gets
I'm just
spotted.
surprised that Limitless don't try to just double stack and trailer.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
Neil's got a scope, but instead it's Razmo up top, watching the cross from Wood. He'll be the first alarm bell to make sure Boot is aware of the play forward. Yeah,
Nice.
There's the shot. Good cross, good watch. Final 2 snipers able to get this back to within 1 for Limitless.
It was lucky for them that he didn't go and rotate into the other side, going into a Limitless spawn anyway. So that was a really good take coming in from Limitless, and looks like they're very comfortable going in for the attack. And so now, Nova, how are you going to go and respond to this? Finally, 2-1-2 split. But then it's going to be hard as Inferno goes down, Boot gets the opening kill.
Where's Mojito? Mojito's kind of eluded 2 players in mid-map, but still gets snipped up. Razmo, not expecting the forward play from Creed. Tried to secure a trade, but it's Creed for the double. He still holds some contest over through Wood. Finally shut down. Double peek over towards Boot. Gets the first. 1 more to his right, just on the entrance to America. And Spy's flank shut down means now it all rests with Neil, who at least is able to tally 1 early to turn this into a very quick 1v2.
Neil, it's a good thing that he has a trophy and a nade to play with, so that's going to be really good to try to go and stop a plan. And now it looks like Bravo is going to be the site that Limitless wants to go and commit to. Very possible for them. He sees the foot though, and there you go. Gotta time his nades right. Hisoka's gonna try to go and plant. Oh, there you go. That's a really good sign. He's trying to isolate both of these players, and now it's a 1v1 situation.
He did not see Owner make the cross because he went deep through tires. And the quick rewrap from Owner predicted by Neil! And a 1v2 this time comes through. A small pat and a sigh of relief for Nova, who will regain their lead by 2 rounds.
Neil was struggling a while ago in their search and destroy up against Animus, and now he's finally prevailing, doing his job as gathering the info and also clutching up the rounds. And even though he wasn't able to 2 rounds ago, he's able to do so now, and that is the boost of confidence that this team needs. But now for Limitless, now you're thinking about, okay, you're losing that gunfight even though you have the advantage. And now let's see what is going to happen. They're going to sit pretty here, back in Wood. Just going to try and gather information, especially not one person's going to be down.
It's a great opening, Nate. That finds connection through the middle of the map. So you should know, if you're Limitless, or at least have a good idea, that you've separated this defense out a little bit. No longer can you really cross back and forth between Trailer and Tin. Boot watching the angle. Gets the free kill onto Inferno, and Mojito has created a vacancy towards B-Bomb. Following up behind this. Defending it, though, is Creed and Neil. Now it's just down to Creed. Gets the opener pretty cleanly at that, but needs to get the reload off and not enough ammunition in the KSP to get the job done. And Limitless will not go away without a fight.
That was beautiful. I mean, B a while ago did not work out for them because Neil did gather that clutch, but they found a way to stop Neil to just really eliminate the possibility of them clutching up the round as well. So if you're a team, you'd expect that the other team would be in A because Bravo didn't work out for them the last round, and now that was a really good shot for them. And now, Neil finally gets that opening pick, finally gets his revenge against Razmo.
Curveball coming out of Nova. Neil for the opening jump peek. Shuts down Razmo just as he was taking the hop, and the defense has fully flooded past A. But look what the bomb is. The bomb moved quickly over through Tin, and you can actually turn the map completely around into your favor if you're Limitless with these high ground positions, but no one knows where exactly Nova has gone off to. Advantage stays with the defenders. And the bomb is not in a position to get on towards the site to plant, although the numbers are still a bit strewn about. And as Honor and Hisaka will find the next 2 eliminations, we get to a very scrappy 2v2.
That was a really interesting rotation coming from both of these teams. Now full send from Nova going up top. That probably wasn't going to be the best situation after they got 1 kill down. Probably went in and they just got picked 1 by 1, trying to go and look for the bomb carrier right now, Hisaka. Really great start here. And it looks like for Neil, he seems like he thinks he's going to be in Bravo, but
he's got to clear it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to clear it first.
I mean, from that side of the map, it's kind of an impossible choice as Neil considers his, what feels like 100th 1v2 this map. Patience, as he expects maybe a rewrap back. Hisaka in the corner, crossfire setup inside of the bottom 10. Still 35 seconds on the clock. Hisaka makes the first round, and the quick scope hits. Where's Owner? Did he see him? Maybe through the window. The prediction's pretty solid, but Owner's obviously paying a lot of respect to Neil's potential with the scope. backing down. 22 seconds, and Oder's going to try to re-wrap back to container to collect this bomb, and Neil's in a great spot for it. Once again, stand up, young man. 1v2, and Nova's on map point.
This is his second clutch. That is absolutely crazy. And if you were Onur, that is probably the worst place to go and pick up the bomb because you already know he's going to create space. Neil absolutely made that space because he has the sniper, and for Onur not to bring that down, that was going to be on him. And now finally 6 and 4, where you probably easily could have had that clutch up. This is going to be very hard for Limitless to go and overtake.
Trophy to keep Neil safe. Rasmo, first blood this time, responded to as Sasaka will fall over towards the backside of the obstacle course, and that is the bomb down. So now Neil's in a great position to punish any potential collectors of the explosive, but the question, of course, would be, does he know it's down? And the answer here is obviously no.
Neil, having 15 already to his name, is heating up, and so far in the other side, Inferno finally gets that shot off of Mojito, and Saturn get one kill as well. They're just funneling in one by one, and right now it's going to be a 2v4 situation that's going to be probably very hard for them to go and overtake. Now, Inferno spots one, so he has that information that's one person there back in spawn. Not only that, he also has backup coming in from the side of Spy, where they already know there's going to be one more person. Neil, is possible for him to get boot. So far, he's seeing the body right now.
Oh, he's behind the cover.
Oh, he's behind the cover, dang.
Owner up top has to be able to win back wood. Still plenty of time to work with here. But both Boot and Onur are going to have to do something pretty incredible, and it's going to have to be individualistically as played as well. So a lot of requirement out of these two individuals. Spy in the corner, reveals himself. Boot drops. It's all down to Onur. This would be a 1v4 as he cleans up the opener. Not going to expect Inferno up top in Nova. I mean, I really have to give a lot of credit. The timing to make the full 5-man hit, even though they don't technically win that round, you can feel after the 1v2s come out of Neil that Limitless is like, well, what do? We can't close out rounds even when we have advantages, let alone do we even know where Nova's going to be. And the same thing that I think happened to them when they were playing Animus on the Summit Search and Destroy back in their first series today was the same thing that just happened in those last 3 rounds. Limitless just looked completely overly cautious. I think it's kind of the biggest thing, just paying too much respect to Nova, and the advantages just continue to accrue.
And also you have the bomb, so it means you dictate the pace of the game. And now, when we thought that we could finally have a comeback for Limitless, it's now a 4 and 7, where Neil just absolutely shined with that 16. He was there at the best time. He timed everything right, and he struggled in that Summit Search and Destroy, but he came back right now. He's finally awake. But if we're going into a game number 5, which is going to be again in Summit, wow, Inferno needs to pick up the pace, because right now, take a look at that, he's also at the bottom. But, I mean, obviously, you have to win control if you are Limitless.
And a hard point afterwards, and that would mean that you would be reverse sweeping Nova. As I mean, yeah.
After that show,
it's definitely a conversation point that is well outside of the bounds of where we are right now. As I really have to give a lot of credit to Nova here, especially for someone like Neil, who I won't say underperformed, but definitely did not meet expectations, especially for the first time that we saw Nova on stream. He pops off, and he's got to be feeling super confident as they start to make their way back in towards the potential Grand Finals rematch with Animus. Of course, still a lot left to be determined, but if you can get that guy going, dangerous prospects are waiting ahead.
It really was just questionable plays coming in from here we go, we're going to see it. Oh, okay, never mind, we missed it.
No, it's right here.
Oh, right here, okay,
Last
there you
bit,
go.
yeah.
I mean, Onur knew that Neil had the sniper, tried to challenge with the KSP, and I was already thinking, if he's going to go in long rotate, he's for sure going to get that shot. And now taking a look at that final kill coming in from Boot, that is going to be such a shocker coming in from Limitless, how much in shambles they are in for this Search and Destroy firing range.
It's tough scenes, man. It's a tough opponent to go up against. And I will say, you know, for Limitless, you still obviously have the guarantee of Stage 5 champs. And even against a tough opponent, there were some really solid looks throughout that Search and Destroy. It just kind of came down to, once Nova started to really, maybe even egregiously so, change the tempo, Limitless has to not be deterred from playing their game plan. I feel like as soon as something crazy happens to them, they're so quick to sit back onto their heels and just completely throw out the window all of the setup and planning that they would have, you would assume rather, that they have for a map like this. And yeah, those last couple of rounds just got a little bit out of hand. But a 2-0 advantage nonetheless. Map 3 takeoff control awaits us. Where anything can happen, honestly. Anything can happen on this map. I think the biggest thing here for Limitless, kind of relating back to other defensively heavily sided maps that we've seen out of control from them, is they can't get too greedy. Play to the advantages and then draw a proverbial line in the sand. Don't go too far. Don't commit too much to it. Make sure Nova's the one that's feeling the pressure, because otherwise you just keep putting yourself into bad position.
You gotta play it smart. I mean, what we saw before in takeoff control games is that you need to find that pressure, especially going into Bravo. You need to be in health center. You need to find a way to stop that push and let them go to you instead if you are going to beat that defense. And now we're finally starting things off here in control takeoff, where it could be the last game of Limitless, and for Nova to finally see Animus yet again into the grand finals.
You got to keep in mind, it hasn't been noted yet, but it's a major advantage for Animus against either of these two teams, because it's a best of 7 and they start with a 1-map advantage because they came out of the winner's bracket. So for either of these two teams, we need something convincing to start to come through right here, right now. And with Nova on the opening defense, Limitless is trying to play reactionary to this play through Launch Center. Not poorly received. Cleanup comes through. We stay even in the lives, and with a little bit of a rout by Rasmo, there's an opportunity to start getting your legs over towards one of these two control zones, pending, of course, you can find the next set of kills.
Neil's gonna find him as well, but then goes down. So, I mean, yeah, the really good kill from Rasmo. Not only that, he's gonna be greeted by 2 other players, but if he plays it right, he can shut down those 2 players, because so far that information already relayed from the side of Nova that there's gonna be 1 person there in Generator.
Need to get rid of Inferno. The scaffolding position is just too easy for the defense to use. You have to be able to clear off one of these sides of the fountain, and well, as the gunfights are taken, it's all Nova in the kill feed. Owner, backside over the top side of the minimap, not going to be able to do too much. Neil, a little bit of a heat check here at distance, but respects his life, finesses back, makes himself a tough kill, and Saturns will have the benefit of a bit of a concussive play to allow an easy triple to come out, and all of a sudden the 7-life lead has started to amount in favor of Nova.
That is just 18 seconds left on the clock. You need to go and step down on a point, but obviously for Nova, they're just making it so hard for them to choose. Either do you take care of your life or do you go in for the pursuit? No one's there in Bravo. They're just stuck there because so far, Nova's going in for that spawn trap.
Yeah, it's tough scenes. Again, Limitless do a nice job of responding to the initial play from Nova. They out-trade it, or at least evenly traded, I should say. They get a route to hit over to the top side of the minimap. It nearly works out for a stance on towards A, but that second set of kills that come through, Nova's just able to dominate the high ground, and that's just the biggest problem from the offensive side. So a steep advantage for Nova as they try to get things going here into the second round. Possible operators that could be earned, maybe to be used to try to get this second round to their name on the offensive side. But once again, the defensive dominance and the favor that comes by spawning on that side of the map starts to make itself known as Limitless get the opening 2 kills.
And now Neil goes in for the shutdown, but Onur as well, trying to go in there for that control here in 2F launch base. That's going to be a really good sign. But again, Saturn's going in there for the response as Mojito loses that really precious point where you have sights over in A. Neil tries to go in for the shot, so everything else is pretty good for the side of Limitless, having that 3-life advantage. But again, it's very easily taken away. And so far, kind of like what happened a while ago, they're trying to go in for that launch base center control, which so far, I mean, Nova and Limitless in the attacker side, such a struggle.
Yeah, really well done here. This pinch setup for Limitless to try to retake launch center has been flawless in nature. Neil, the only one left standing, and to be fair, he's done well to at least keep an opportunity open, maybe for a follow-up, but it's not really going to quite work out. So 22 playing up against 16. Limitless just as clean of the defense so far as Nova was. And as they make their way out of spawn, Nova's at least able to touch foot on towards the A zone for a small time. But things become desperate in nature as you get this close to the end of the round, especially considering how the lives have not just evened out, but convincingly started to swing in favor of the defenders. But Creed single-handedly made something happen. Long-range shots against Rasmo, but gets taken down from the flank. And that'll be enough, likely, for Limitless to cruise to a defensive win.
And now we can just see Nova hiding away, trying to take care of their lives. And number 5, Mojito, having that 11 already. Tempest already in hand, ready for him to take out, maybe probably in the next round. And there you go, finally, very convincing win round here for Limitless. And like what we keep saying, it's the defense that really matters. But if you're Nova, now you're on the defensive side. They have the advantage in winning it if it does go into the distance. Because at the very end, they're going to be on the defense.
2 big things to keep in mind for this very pivotal third round. 10 operators are ready to go. Who pulls it first? And is it in a way that could possibly lead to Limitless getting offensive success? Or maybe the opposite side, can Nova use them to possibly earn some key score streaks? Sparrows, Gravity Vortexes start to overwhelm the bottom side of the launch center second floor.
And that will lead to essentially even trades. Not really much gains nor loss from either side. Spy in a little bit of trouble here. Good team shots come out, and all of a sudden, Limitless have a full bottom side of the minimap to work with. Just comes down to they feel confident enough to start getting some time on B.
That was very beautiful, because now they finally have control here in launch base, which they did not have in the first round. Finally winning all the gunfights. That bait and switch a while ago coming in from Limitless was just absolutely beautiful to get rid of Spy.
Well
and now Mojito's best way to go and take, but then it's going to be taken out. He won't be. That's a really good sign to go and stop the push coming in, but Saturn's going to be a little bit too strong.
Oh, just no trophy systems down. The concussions come through. The stuns find so much value, and they stop the second tick of progress from being locked in. Predator Missile coming out from Mojito. Really feeling like this offense is winnable. But as the Pred Missile kind of misses the mark, all of a sudden the second tick of progress starts to get depleted for Nova's defense. The focus now back over towards A. Is Nova looking to play recovery, getting over to the top side of scaffoldings. Hisoka is watching a crossing corner. Good setup here for Limitless. First tick of progress locked. Spire on the corner. Doesn't check his right. Hisoka gets the free kill. Looking for a second, but Inferno turns it aside. Now it's just down to Boot, and he can only do so much off the reload. Recovery for Nova, but it comes at a cost. 3 life lead for Limitless with 35 seconds for them to play with on this attacking third round.
But when it comes to control right now, when it comes to the power positions, I feel like Nova definitely has that in the bag, verticality into their pockets.
Well,
but I mean, just as I said that, number 1 and 5, take a look at that launch center base is going to be in trouble, but then they just leave it open.
A zone contested at the last second. Saturn's able to allow his teammates a chance to come through, find the kill. And even though the lives start to become very lopsided in front of Limitless, that recovery of the A zone so pivotal to helping Nova get things back together defensively. Mojito big 1v1, can't take it versus Creed. And all of a sudden will look to be a very plausible offensive round for Limitless. Now comes down to a 7v5. 12 seconds on the clock. Owner's not going to know it, but he's got a free B zone to stop this clock and give his team a chance. Problem is, I think the team is looking, saying, we need this third tick of progress today. The full focus is going towards Fountain, and that'll be enough for Nova to once again use the dominant high ground positions to clean up this third round defense. But boy, did Limitless make it hurt. 3 ticks accrued throughout the third round.
This is such a difficult map to play control in because of how huge it is. And not only that, you have to worry about up, down, left, and right because of the verticality and the nature of this map. And now, again, the defense really strong for Nova. And now for Limitless, they're finally going to be on the defensive side. And now they're going to be pushing pretty evenly. 3 split and 2 in A. And Generators is going to be a really big setup here.
Nova just takes a hit right down the middle of the map and essentially call out the bluff, saying, well, if Limitless want to try to play for those spawn trap positions, let's make them make a decision by responding to our offensive play through mid. And it's working out nicely, really nicely for Nova. They only dropped 2 players in the meantime. Nasty heady for Spy, but it can only take down 1. So now Limitless trying to recover the middle of the map, see if they can try to put on a little bit of a spawn trap of their own. Big 1v1 bottom side scaffold that Saturn's takes, and the clock will stop as he jumps onto the A zone.
Hisoka, though, finally gets 1, so that's a really big fight. He's going to be spotting 1 more. That's going to be Neil, but Inferno loses that really essential spot. And it's going to be the balcony. And now for Saturn's, you do have a Sparrow to play with if you want to take it out, especially if you're going to be going up against the site. And now that's going to be stopped right now. Saturn's is going to be stopped when it comes to getting that tick.
And the spawn trap is now in play. That is a brilliant recovery from Limitless. It really is. I love the call from Nova.
Nice.
But this is looking super good for the defense for Limitless. Creed gets a double off the Predator Missile. This is going to make things difficult, but Asaka responds in kind with a double of his own the traditional way. As you get underneath the 30-second mark, it's a 3-life defensive advantage for Limitless.
And now finally we get to see 100 killer drone taking out 1 more. That's going to be Inferno going down as 13 and 15. Still very doable for Nova to go and even out the playing field as they're trying to go in there for that alpha push. Finally getting that 1 more tick. 24 seconds left on the clock is going to be stopped. And now when it comes to control here, you do have control. If you are Limitless, you do have scaffolding.
Don't have to force anything here if you're Limitless. Extra minutes added onto the clock. 11 plays up against 11. Creed has earned the Goliath, but is more focused on trying to find spawn kills at the moment. And rightfully so, but the kills come back in favor of Limitless. Still 1:10 on the clock. Nova still have some advanced positions to work with, trying to turn this into a TDM. But as the clock continues to tick, Limitless continue to find success, including Asaka, who's really turned up in this control, trying to get the job done single-handedly in the offensive spawn. A bit of damage, but can't convert into the kills. But he does allow his teams to clean up the defensive side. It spawns. The Predator Missile gets earned, but doesn't connect. And this 7v5 all of a sudden starts to creep into the possibility of success for Nova's offense, pending they can get out of spawn.
Score streaks and operator skills not really being used well by Limitless. Osaka getting those 2 hit marks, and also the Pred missile coming in from Onur doesn't really quite get anyone. Boot gets 1, so that's a really good thing. 2 versus 4 though, so Inferno's gonna be in really big trouble. Saturn's as well. Finally he gets that double, and now Boot with a 17 finally guarantees them into our match point.
3 ticks were generated on offense by Limitless, 3 in kind by Nova, who will have the benefit of the round 5 defense. And as a part of that, Creed has a Goliath to really fortify the potential win right here. Early comes out an opening Sparrow for Owner, only gets 1 off of it. But the offense still gets good launch control. That'll turn into the ability to jump on over towards B. And now the kills to the middle of the map start to work out. Hold on a second. This is still very doable for Limitless. Trying to play forward, trying to get over towards the med bay. 1v1 comes through just off screen. Neil trying to play recovery through the middle of the map as the scrappy battles for Nova will eventually work out as they get the final 2 and defensive recovery has been earned.
And now that's going to be a really big kill from Boot because he has a Predator missile to go and play with. Now Neil has a Sparrow of his own as well. So when it comes to the usage, you get to see that Nova is very rich. Either they can definitely time it right as 3 operator skills already down. And there you go, really big kills, and the Pred missile finds 1.
The Pred missile, though, is just used to get someone off spawn. You have to get out of the spawn trap if you're Limitless, and now they've lost just about every single tool as far as the score streaks are concerned. Goliath is out, Vortex gun to respond. Rasmo, Saturn's is stunned, but no, he can't finish off the kill as a counter stun came through. And now the Goliath is in play. Spy fully healthy. Under 30 seconds we go. Nova looking for a 3-0 to get back to the grand finals, and I think everyone starts to feel that the Goliath will be an X factor that will not be dealt with. But as Limitless come off spawn, they've avoided the majority of this Goliath. Sparrow's able to chunk it down to half HP. Long-range shots are not easy with the Goliath, and the second tick of progress is coming through. Limitless has some space to work with all of a sudden. Can you find a way to neutralize this Goliath completely? Third tick of progress on the way. Lives dead even. 60 seconds is going to be added to the clock, and Spy isn't able to do much of anything with this Goliath. He's just holding down B because he cannot contest this A zone.
Finally, A is going to be captured. Even on the lives, Spy with a really heavy defense coming in from the Goliath, but then Mojito can finally go and make a difference, especially if he uses it correctly.
Has to.
There you go. Tempest going out. That is the only way that he can. There you go. Beautiful Gravity Vortex, rather. Mojito, really good kills here so far.
Have to get this into a choke point. Plenty of time. No need to panic if you're Limitless. You've got a long flank coming around the back. Inferno's only watching the mid-map cross. They do not expect the full flank coming through. Keep your eye on 4 in yellow. That's going to be Rasmo on the backside. He will drop, but in this place is now all of a sudden Owner. But from the front, Spy holds the defense strong. 8v7. Still plenty of time in the clock. Inferno getting greedy for some spawn kills, and it works out. Can he get back into the window? Yes. He's completely slipped by. He's behind Ahsoka. He's behind Mojito, but the shutdown comes through. 5v5 situation. Can Limitless get us to a map number 4? Neil has something to say about it, and it's explosive tips off the Sparrow. Rasmo shuts down, but there's only one last kill needed. A 1v4, 20 seconds on the clock. Kills still come through. The final 15. You got to still make the play to get to B, and Nova's not letting them touch ground.
You have to push right now. I mean, because there's 9 seconds left, and there you go. Neil finally finishes the job. And Neil, in this series, was just absolutely phenomenal. From the search and destroy, finally showing up also at the respawns when he needed the most. And now a beautiful 3-0 from Nova. And actually, Limitless did such a good job in that
really
control.
Well played, honestly. I think those last 2 maps, you start to see, the potential of the number 3 seed at Stage 5 champs out of Europe. They could still make some waves. They're going to learn a lot, I think, from both these last 2 series they played versus both Nova here as well as Animus before. A couple of things went a little wonky in the first series, but boy, did they turn up as soon as Rasmo started to get involved for the second. Get their ticket to Stage 5. Now it just comes down to grinding and trying to eliminate some of the mistakes and trying to just find something that's kind of your bread and butter, right? Like, it never really felt like outside of the search and destroy, there was much respawn success for Limitless on the weekend. But, man, I do have to say I feel very hopeful about what they're able to do, especially considering how difficult they just made it for a very strong Nova squad.
what we mentioned a while ago before starting this control matchup is whoever starts on defense is going to have that advantage because you are going to end in defense. We are really looking forward to that, but unfortunately Nova had that in the bag already. So I feel like, I mean, obviously if Limitless had that advantage,
well, sure,
that would have
probably
been,
going to map 4,
exactly,
right?
map number 4, but obviously a 3-0 with a very convincing win from Nova coming in from standoff hardpoint. That is just beautiful hardpoint gameplay.
I still have to say, though, for Limitless, it's very tippable what they were able to do this weekend. Third place is definitely nothing to scoff at. Lots of money will go their way, and of course, the coveted prize of being able to represent Europe at Stage 5 in the World Championships. But for Nova, I don't know. I mean, it's a 3-0, but it may be a little bit tighter than you'd like, especially considering now you have to go again and play Animus, but in a best of 7. We'll send things to the desk to see what their thoughts were after Nova was able to get their rematch.
What a fantastic cast right there. Shout out to you both. But as we see, Nova will progress on forward and go to the finals. And they started to heat up there a little bit, but I don't know if they're still at full form. That was a tight matchup. Limitless, you guys didn't come out on top. But hey, you're going to Stage 5, so congratulations. And it is still, the ceiling is so high for this squad. I'm excited to see what they're going to look like when they get to Stage 5 to play against the rest of the Call of Duty mobile teams of the world. But coming to the series right here, map number 1, once again, Bobby, Nova came out to set the pace, and they absolutely dominated them.
Yeah, and that was exactly what the map 1 looked like whenever they were going up against Animus. They came out guns blazing, did not miss a beat. And it was really in the search and destroy that they started to firm things up. And I think the biggest thing for that was a huge confidence builder for Neil. He had not been having a great day all day, especially in the matchup up against Animus. For him to be able to have that pop-off series, starting to get into a rhythm, that's going to be huge for them. And we talked about the importance of the 5th man all weekend long. Letting him get heated up is going to be big as they look to get revenge up against Animus.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get that revenge, because I know that they were fuming, Ali, as soon as they lost that series. But they had a good bounce back, taking this one in a 3-0 fashion. Limitless put up a fight. But Nova, you think they'll have a better showing this second time around?
I sure hope so, Blaze. I mean, I'm going to echo what Bobby said. This was a big bounce back series for Neil, but I mean, the maps were still fairly close. Yes, it was a 3-0 fashion, but they were still down to the wire in that control. It was still down to the wire, so I feel like Nova's confidence, even though it was a 3-0, it's just not going to be there yet. So heading into this grand final, they have minimal time to make that turnaround and hopefully get their revenge to walk home with that 375.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it. Okay, a good piece of that 375 out there. And, that last control map, man, it was one for the ages. We've seen so many good control maps all weekend. That was a great call out by you, Ali, for, just the competitive play that we've seen. As you see it on your screen here for today on Championship Sunday, our progress, if you're just joining us. We lost Zidium early on, and it was a quick advancement to start the day to figure out who our teams were going to be going to Stage 5. But when it comes to the prize pool, when it comes to who's walking away with 30,000, that has yet to be decided. All we know is that Animus has that 1 map lead in the finals. And Bobby, how important is having a 1 map lead in this finals going to be, especially against that Nova team?
I mean, if you're Animus, to be honest, that's probably best case scenario. That guarantees that you don't have to play as much hardpoint as you normally would. You have an even number of maps for every single one of the game modes, and they look stronger in the control and in the search and destroy. So the fact that you get that evened out a little bit, whereas typically it is a little bit more heavy on the hardpoint side, especially because the final hardpoint map does come before the final search and destroy map. I feel like that gives them that much more of an edge heading into these finals.
All right, we'll see if that edge is going to be sharp enough to have a different showing here in the finals up against Animus. It's coming up next, okay? You don't want to miss it. This is what it's all coming down to. Who can be the best in Europe? We're about to find out.
Have you heard about the safest way to purchase COD points? Only at COD Shop, you can get a 10% discount. Get your skins right now using your preferred payment method. Just head to CODishop.com to get started.
All right, COD fans, it's coming down to this. As we are here at the regional playoffs, it's time to crown a champion for Stage 4. I'm your host, Blaze, and throughout the weekend, we have seen so much exciting action with the best Call of Duty mobile players in the world, and they have been battling out for a lot. Stakes, okay, making it to Stage 5, coming out for the lion's share of that prize pool, $30,000. They're looking to get it done and be the best. I got Allie and Bobby with me on the desk to break it all down. And we've seen a lot of great teams play so far, okay? But as I talked about what they were playing for, you can look for your favorite squad, see where they landed. Was it 7th and 8th, 5th through 6th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st? We still got to crown a champion, but the placements down below between 3rd and 4th, 3rd and 8th already decided. Now, as you see here, our top 10 KD Respawn leaderboard, as they've been battling out for that prize pool. This has been our performances so far. Look at Spy at the top of that leaderboard, Allie, with the 1.67. He has not disappointed from objective gameplay and offensive slaying.
Get this guy some help. I mean, he's the only one on his team in the top 10. That's actually so surprising to me, seeing as Nova's heading into the grand final. I mean, that might just be the teamwork at the end of the day, but they got to be worried because you can already see 3 Animus players sneaking their way up there. 1.39 for Narcs. He has been lights out all weekend in the OBJ, in the slaying department. You got Marvel with the 1.31. Not only nasty with the snipe, but with the slaying and Respawn as well. You got to be very worried for this Nova team coming off of a loss from Animus earlier in the day to close out this grand final. And it was Spy actually that came out hot too in that first map of that series, in that hard point. He went 36-19, 3 minutes and 15 seconds in hill time. Like, after a performance like that, you're like, Nova has this in the bag. So I'm hoping to see a couple more players step up from the likes of Nova heading into this grand
plus
final.
15 with those 10 assists. It was a great performance by him. And Allie made a great point, Bobby. You know, no other Nova members up there, but you see multiple Animus members there as well. And I think Nova maybe played one more series than Animus throughout this entire weekend so far. But in order to be number 1 on the KD leaderboard, somebody got to not be getting kills.
Yeah, the thing about looking at the KD leaderboard on Championship Sunday specifically is typically KDs are going to drop as you do go up against that tougher competition. So the fact that you still have 4 Animus players on that leaderboard, that says a lot about how well they're playing right now, and that just shows how hard Nova's going to have to go going into this grand finals, especially given the fact that they are already at a 1-map disadvantage.
All right, at the 1-map disadvantage, Nova's going to have to start off hot just to make this series even, Steven. So as we start breaking this one down, Animus versus Nova Esports, I'm going to quickly just, we take our time a little bit on it, but who is going to win and why? We have seen so much of these two teams so far. Animus already sending Nova down to that lower portion of the bracket once again, but can they finally close them out? Allie, I'm going to kick this question off with you.
This is tough. I think I'm going to lean towards the Animus side of things. I love a good revenge story, and the fact that Animus was in the position, in the seeding, that they were going into Stage 4 because of Nova Esports, and then able to get that win, get that instant redemption in the series that we saw earlier today. I mean, they were simply outclassed. Even when they went down 0-1 with Spy putting up a performance like that, Animus still ended up on top. They were able to regain, and I feel like they're a very momentum-based team as well. So they have that map lead. They have the momentum from the win against Nova earlier. And I feel like Nova even had a struggle series in the lower bracket. So I'm going to go with Animus in this one.
All right, Animus for Allie, and I like her pick. You know, I'm an underdog person too as well. I don't know, you know, when it comes down to the favorites. Like, I wasn't a Jordan fan, I was a Pippen fan, you know? Beyonce was cool, but I like Kelly more, okay? I like the underdogs to come through. Now, Bobby, how do you feel about it, okay?
I've got to go with Animus as well. I think the redemption arc, especially with Nova saying they're their only competition, I think Animus has definitely had a chip on their shoulder as they've widely been regarded as the #2 team in Europe for a long time. And I think especially what we've seen out of Gothilla, it's been incredibly impressive, the impact that he's been able to have. And I expect him to continue carrying that through in the grand finals. And I think they can close this out in 5.
Word.
All right. He said they can close it out in 5. Now, down, chat. I know you are ready, and it's time to get our grand finals underway. I introduce to you your casters. It's going to be Shift and Mommy, and we'll find out, are we going to see an animalistic performance here from Animus, or is Nova going to max out and go super? Take it away.
I was wondering if you were going to find a different set of wordplay to express for Nova. Also, I can't imagine that Beyonce's sitting around on a Sunday and expecting to catch strays from a COD Mobile host, but such is the way it goes. We've got a really, really feisty grand finals here, and the biggest thing is now all of a sudden Nova has regained some confidence, but the thing is, Animus, with their one-map lead, are also going to have a very favorable look towards controlling how the map series layout works.
I feel like they have a really good control when it comes to the maps and modes that we're going to be seeing right here on the screen. And now, speaking of, I like what I'm seeing here. If you are Animus, Hacienda Hardpoint, that is going to be a good sign because they did win this 250 and 145 against Cidium.
Yeah.
And then the bad thing for Nova, though, they lost this in Stage 3 up against Light. 233 to 250, so good thing for Animus right now.
Hacienda has been the preset veto every single series for Nova. But when you play a best of 7,
you have no choice.
There's only one map that could get vetoed out, and that's Animus's choice of taking away firing range to get their natural advantage. So a huge first map coming out here is Animus, as you mentioned, had played it earlier today, or already earlier in the weekend. But more so, Animus has been more dominant on hardpoint maps that focus on rotational wins. So it's a tough call here when it comes down to Nova having to try to get this to a 1-1 count after map number 1. But I will say, jumping into the second, that Raid Search and Destroy should definitely favor Nova. There's a chance to get back into the series early, I think, in that second map.
You're absolutely right. Raid, I feel like in day number 1, yeah, that was day number 1, Prometheus, 7 and 2, but obviously this is not Prometheus that we're going up against. But yes, you finally have it in the bag when it comes to Search and Destroy, but you have to get over Hacienda. And knowing Animus very well, they will snowball if you give them any opportunity for a win, to that boost of confidence that we like saying. But both of these teams, they're ready for this. We expected these 1 and 2 to be part of the grand finals.
Also keep in mind that Sparrow was vetoed out, so was the Purifier. So expect to be seeing some Vortex guns and a ton of Annihilators coming out. First hardpoint, a scrappy one. In case you hadn't seen it yet, which we haven't yet this weekend. This is typically a 50-50 battle, but from the high ground, Animus already controlling all the top side of Art. Oh, this is not at all what you want if you're Nova. A really poor break off from Nova Esports, and now all of a sudden, they're losing a ton of time here early on the first hill.
That was such a good patience play coming in from Godzilla. Not really. That is absolute patience coming in from this man, and trigger discipline. And I must commend you. And this is the man to stop coming in from that standoff hardpoint a while ago in their game, and he's just doing it all over again here. It's all blue in the map.
That is a perfect off-the-break setup when it comes to how Animus can control the top of the map and turn that into immediate score. 30-plus seconds on the first hardpoint with more possibly to come, but Creed saves a life, gets a double. Gives his team an opportunity not just to get onto the hard point, but the rotation. Look towards their mini-map. You're going to try to see a lot of action towards that far left side of the map. Lambo's the next hill and the interior, but you want those left-sided mini-map spawns. And at the moment, that's favoring Animus, who've played recovery beautifully after a clean kill feed comes through.
And now, as quickly as we thought Nova was going to get a solid hold, it's a good thing they went into the left side of the map, like what you mentioned. But then just like really quickly, it's going to be score streaks already being pulled out for the side of Animus. So again, really good stuff here. But then the contest does come through for the side of Nova.
From on top of the hard point. Oh, I was going to say the Animus kind of got blocked up by the split focus that comes through. Inferno with the double. Marvel trying to recover the spawns, but Inferno just will not fall. One more deep finally dealt with as Lambo will indeed explode itself, but the spawns continue to kind of go back and forth. Nova still getting numbers to reinforce the hard point. 30 seconds left to fight for, and it's all Nova inside the hill, right back in this game.
And now it's going to be a back and forth that we really deserve, and now we're trying to look at if we are going to have an early rotation. Who's going to be there in fences? So far, it's going to be number 5 going to the rotate. That's going to be Spy coming in from Nova, so that is a really good setup here so far, because not only that, they're also getting scrap points here, and yes, it's going to be contested really quickly. Really good gunfights coming in from Grizz.
All right, so Animus is going to be a little bit late, trying to get towards that top right side of the map. Also on the very far right side, that garden area, spawns can't open up in that position. Not a bad spot to be, but Spy sneaking his way over towards patio. gets a key location, a power position around this hill, just trying to control office and control the patio second floor. Looking good for Nova as they take their first lead, and it could be a significant one, but here comes the hit. 3-2 split out of Animus. Shots on the high ground, good. Marvel able to open things up, a chance for Contest to come on in. It's just Inferno inside the point with an SKS, and Inferno has done well, able to at least find himself a couple. Gives his team a chance to try to get reinforcements here, but the first Annihilator for Grizz only gets the initial elimination, and all of a sudden, even though Animus have fought back, it's really coming at a cost. All the Annihilators have been pulled out, and Nova still trying to find a way to fight.
And not just that, Nova has 3 to play with, and that's going to be really hard for the next hill to come through because you already know that's going to be absolutely essential. The Annihilators, especially now the rotation comes through, but then no contest whatsoever. So scrap points are going to go into the favor of Animus. So that's going to be a really good sign for them. But again, the rotation, 4 and 5.
Oh, man.
Grizz loses that gunfight and potentially gets a solid hold here in the next hard point. And again, we're going in for Drari. Gets the shots. That's going to be a good one. Needs to worry about 2 more.
The outside water rock area can turn into another 50-50 battle. Spawns are even on both sides, no matter where you start from. Just comes down to, do you get the read, and can you create a bit of a perimeter around this hill? Narc's trying to do just that with Marvel and assistance. Guys, help. Creed drops, looking to try to chase down one. And now Animus should absolutely know that Nova is not just hitting from the front. They can only hit from water side. There's no one on the interior towards hallways. Drari's already got the Annihilator out. Gwithilla topside office, another key position to lock things down. First 30 seconds look good for Animus. Nova's trying to fight, and they've got an opportunity here for multiple points of ingress to completely open things up. But as Gwithilla calls in the Pred missile, you thought maybe you'd find more than just the opener, but Nova do well. They clear up the zone, and they break for some significant time.
Good points coming in from Nova. And yes, they had such a troublesome break there, but it finally did happen. 30 seconds to their name. And you got to think, if you're going to be Animus, are you going to be going in for a full contest, or are you going in for the next rotation? But coming in from Nova, they're always going for the early rotate, but they're always having that struggle when it comes to taking that hard point.
If you've done your research and you've watched a lot of BO4, you know for a fact that you can commit every single number towards the old time at this P4 position, because you don't expect that this first hard point is going to generate a lot of score for you.
Yeah.
And so, honestly speaking, outside of the opening P1, Nova technically win that rotation of hills. It was Animus who found about 40 seconds on the first hill the first time around off the break, but it's been pretty much all Nova since. Good opportunity here. Narc's on the low ground, able to clear out the zone and get a set of positions with the trophy system to reinforce the hard point. Opportunity for time, but look at Nova all over the high ground. Finding 1v1 wins all over the place. They'll clean up Animus, no problem. Grizz the last one through. You can't do too much. And Nova, they're able to convincingly find a break and hold good positions around the hill.
Not only are they going to be getting the scrap time, but also the kills are going to be essential because they are absolutely lined up for the next hard point. 3 still to their utilities. So that's going to be really good so far. But just as I said, that Animus with the re-break here, I mean, this is going to be a contest hill. So we expect this to happen. But this is the point where I feel like for Nova, this is where they finally got their footing together.
And Neil's already hit an early route, causing a distraction on the old time. Through Spiral, eventually dealt with. But look at the spawn. Neil spawns right back up in place. There's no way Animus are going to expect this. There's also a long route from Spy to try to reinforce these spawns. Narc's in a 1v1, able to take care of one, but it's not enough to anchor the spawns. Animus are still spawning out. Annihilators are out on both sides. Marvel and Grizz winning the battle at the moment, but Creed's on the way, trying to play recovery. Over the top, not quite able to hit the heady. Gwithilla in a corner, an opportunity just to shut down the play. This is a tough angle for the Annihilator to come through, and you can see exactly why. Animus from the front look good.
That was so good. I mean, yes, we had the advantage coming in from the spawn from Nova, but the smoke just covering the entrance. Not only that, also with the Annihilators and the headies being played inside the hard point, it just played to perfection from Animus. But then just like that, it's going to be Nova here for the scrap points. Early rotation coming in from Saturn's though into the next hard point.
Oh, Creed's really feeling himself 4 in a row, coming through the Zig to re-break the hard point. Try to throw some consideration for Animus that old. 10 seconds of scrap time should be conceded at this point. Nova trying to play for exits and trying to just zone off the rotation for Animus. But careful here, friends, because Nova all of a sudden are still spawning old. It's going to be a split focus here as Nova try to lock in early time here at the third hard point.
Griselda's going to be in a lot of trouble. And speaking of Saturn's Inferno, Neil get 3 apiece. Jari, though, really goes in there for the shutdown. So it's going to be very difficult because they're funneling all the way around. No control whatsoever when it comes to second floor here in patio. So that's going to be really big kills. If we get to see number 5 Spy get a hold of that and possibly get rid of Marvel up there.
He's in a good position to keep it contested. I mean, this is not going to be comfortable for Animus. You have to get Spy out from death. And there's the elimination. Now you can take your focus forward. What do you have to try to break this through? Because Inferno is just absolutely reaping players with this SKS. He's got 19 with him throughout the entirety of the game, and Nova continue to reinforce at the exact right moments. Oh, we're about to get to a tie game situation. Animus trying to break back through, trying to get this scrap time, keep their lead as marginal as it may be. Narcs from outside of 10. Backside fences shut down by Creed, and Animus can't find a break.
There's just no presence whatsoever coming into 2F and Patio. I mean, we keep saying it. They won that gunfight up against Spy a while ago, but they all just jumped down, and now they pay the price. And finally, we're going to be evening things out, where we saw a while ago that early rotation coming in from Nova here into P4. That's going to be shut down very easily if Creed wins his gunfight, but no, it's a good thing that Godzilla is also there for the comeback.
You have to bump the hill here for Animus. You cannot just stay in and around the rock. Good help. Drari's going to be locking down water halls with this Annihilator. Everyone else needs to be focused on the front. Trust that Drari can get the job done himself. But as he drops, Narcs will pick up the position. A double for him. The focus from the front is all where Nova's trying to break this from. The shots come through. Spy able to get an opener, but Saturn shut down. Guadilla, he's been so key for this team. A double comes out, looking for number 3, but can't quite get a lock in. The Hunter drone will come through. That should get the job done, but Neil's able to get a double, avoid the Hunter killer, and he's still got the Annihilator out. Grizz gets completely trapped up. Nova for the break, and it's as clean as you'd like. Narcs can only watch.
Such a clean break coming in from Nova, and that's what we like to see. But the contest as well, the response coming from Animus is going to be really good. Creed wins a really big gunfight, gets 2. Doesn't really quite get the 3rd, but still Sands is there for the comeback.
Unbelievable out of Nova. They will have a lead going into our 3rd set of hills. 3 Annihilators ready for Nova. They use those a lot on Lambo. You assume that they're going to try to hold those until we get back towards the second hard point. Animus trying to fight for high ground control as the scrap time is fully secured by Nova. This has to be where it happens for Animus. To get that lead back, it needs to be right here, but Saturn's nearly styles. As we go back and forth in the kill feed, Animus will have the power positions as they clear out windows.
No positioning quite yet coming in from Nova. They're still funneling, trying to get in control here in 2F.
Oh,
so
no.
far, Grizz with Annihilator goes down, unfortunately for them.
Whoa.
Now it's going to be yellow all over the place. That's going to be very difficult as finally Saturn's gets a really essential kill. Spots Grizz, doesn't really quite get him as Godzilla with an Annihilator of his own takes out Saturn's.
193 to 198. An absolute contest fest over this opening hard point. Back and forth we go. Pistol still out for both sides as Annihilators are being spent left, right, and center. Creed trying to change the tide as a Hunter killer drone is sent through, looking to help to open up this hard point once again to a tie game at 201. You also got to keep in mind, as this current status of the spawns hold, it's Animus who have a little bit of favor towards this left side of the minimap, but Nova are trying to play recovery. It's a long route from Creed with the Annihilator trying to open it up.
Oh, it's a good thing that Creed went all the way around because he will dictate where his teammates are going to be spawning, and there you go. Speaking of, Saturn spawns right beside him, gets 1. Clears out the space here for Lambo. Will he find another one as there's going to be just 2 players there, but then unfortunately guys down Drari and Narcs just having a solid hold here. Narcs with a big triple.
What a response from Animus from the front. A little bit of a late read on where Nova were hitting from, but they recover beautifully. Smoke now enveloping the front doors. The playthrough Zig is what Nova's trying to hope open up. Narcs looking for the eliminations. To the KSP he goes. That's kill number 2 in a row. Still through driveway. More Nova members start to funnel through. No trophy to keep it safe, but Drari's on the flank, but no! Shut down as the spawn is still good, and Nova will break.
With 28 seconds left of the clock, that is going to be absolutely great for them, but then finally gets to have that hill. Not quite sure if that was going to be a very effective usage of that Predator missile. They're finally going for the break, finally going for the point, so only 1 person left coming in here. Creed loses that gunfight.
Key scrap time here has to be conceded as Nova have to play for the initial time at Wine. 1 player will spawn old in the form of Inferno, but as the hard point expires, we go to the neutral time as we rotate between the 2nd and the 3rd. A split hit coming through for Animus, looking to tackle everything at once. Drari going to assist this by fortifying the play with the use of the Annihilator, but Nova respond. The hold looks good. It stops at 237 for Animus, and now it's this down to can Nova put together a solid hold here at 3.
Number 3, Marvel's going to go in there for that take here in 2F. Doesn't really quite get any shots, but it finally gets 1. There you go. And just as we thought, there's going to be a solid defense coming in from Nova. Animus did such a
Have to go right here. Creed's the first one on the front ropes. Grizz from backside 10. It stops at 242. Creed and Spy get in. The stuns connect. Neil also there to assist, but Guadilla, of course it is, trying to finish it off for Animus. Not quite able to do it. Operators out for Nova on the break attempt. 244 to 242. The spawns are all one-sided for Animus, but they're able to find at least a couple eliminations, but not quite in time. The touch and Nova play recovery between Lambo and Wine, and we start to question, why did you keep that out of your map pool for so long? They played it phenomenally.
Both teams played it to perfection. I mean, obviously, with Nova being a little bit more perfect. And so with Nova, they just recovered so well in the later half of the game. Coming in from Lambo, actually, it was before that. It was the reset coming in P1. They had most of the points there. And yes, it's a contest hill, but they got majority of the points there. And a really good recovery, even though there was an early rotation coming in from Animus going in from P2. And that was just amazing. And speaking of, let's take a look at what happened into the last few seconds of this matchup where Animus was up by just a mere 4 points and Nova had to go and play catch-up. Marvel was supposed to be the player
he needed
for
help.
Animus. Exactly.
He needed help up there, and SKS by itself is just not enough. And then as you see the final moments come through, just look at the minimap. Animus will continue to spawn front left side by you, and there's just never an opportunity to get the full-on break. Nova clean out the back, they clean out the front doors, and then the last hit has to be flooded through the front. And it's just not enough. The kills started to come through, marginally so here at the end, but you couldn't quite touch in time. Maybe a chance to extend things, but not quite. And it's a full team effort for the side of Nova that get the job done. Almost everybody over 30 eliminations, and well over 30 eliminations for everybody on the other side for Animus. But the problem was it just came down to a couple of the key moments, I think, between Lambo and Wine that's where Nova really kind of set the tone. Even though off the break, they couldn't find anything on that first hard point. Didn't seem to make a difference. They still kept it close enough to give themselves a chance.
After that reset in Lambo, when we saw, was it Saturn's went in for the backstab, trying to get into the control? No, I think it was Creed, and then Saturn's
followed up behind
him. And that was a really good call from Creed. And again, these two have been absolutely key coming in here into the hardpoint agenda for the side of the team that we thought was going to lose this, but Nova did absolutely great. And so they had so much control. P2, I think, in fences, that is going to be a really essential win for them. And now we finally take a look at that. A really good start coming in from Nova Esports, where Hacienda Hardpoint, they tried to elude this map, but it looks like they're just so good. They were just hiding it for the very end.
Very well, maybe. So now a raid search and destroy, which on the weekend, Nova's been great with. Haven't really seen a lot of Animus on the map. In fact, we've seen none of it from them today. Actually, none of it from either of the two teams today. But going to yesterday, Nova was putting together some numbers. Even though we didn't see them on broadcast, they were convincingly taking raid search and destroys, it felt like. And maybe there's a chance here to actually take an advantage in this grand finals. Again, if you're joining us here late, you see it at the top of the layout. Animus from the winner's bracket get the reward of starting up a 1-0 count in this best of 7. And I'll just say it because it's happened. It happened in India when we were casting. We saw a $15,000 match of controls on Slums then. It could be happening here with Summit. I don't know, man. I just feel like this one is going to be tight all the way through no matter how many maps we get.
I mean, as much as Nova did such a good job here, it's a close game. It's literally 8 points. And now for Search and Destroy Raid, you already know that Animus has a little bit of a, pickle here. Because, they're good when it comes to Search, but it is a map that Nova's very comfortable with.
Yeah. I think so. And I really, for me, kind of relating back to what we saw, and I know it was on Firing and Search and Destroy, but seeing Nova throw these weird curveballs, that's where I think they could possibly see themselves really rewarding them off the bat when it comes to either side of the bomb, honestly. I mean, we saw them on Firing do it from the defensive side of the bomb. I would not be surprised to see them do things that look like that here on Raid, where you're trying to full flood into weird positions. I don't know. I think that this is an opportunity here for Nova to really flex the playbook, and there's no reason to hold back. I mean, this is a $15,000 match at COD Mobile. You want to give it everything. You'll have plenty of time to tune things up between now and Stage 5, but now it's just about being the crowned champion of Europe and taking that #1 seed out of the region before we get to that 40-team Stage 5 finals.
Now that I'm thinking, with Nova going up against Limitless a while ago, I feel like that could be their playground. Kind of like a rehearsal coming into this, because you don't really get to see Nova do those kinds of plays. And now they can finally put it here and see if it's going to work out up against Animus, because obviously you cannot let your guard down if you are Nova up against Animus, where they beat you so convincingly in that Summit S&D. But good for them, they're going to be seeing it later on, but in control.
Yeah. It's an interesting layout. It really is. And I think that this builds, especially stealing away the first map, which by all intents and purposes, with the selection coming out for Animus, should have been theirs. For Nova to come out on their hard veto, steal that away, and give themselves a chance to now go up 2-1 early into this grand finals. That shakes things up very much so. So I don't know. I think this is a really good starting point for Nova. Maybe they needed the re-confidence building and playing up against Limitless, but for Animus, now all of a sudden, the shoes on the opposite foot. You have to show us something on your opponent's map selection to see how deep the map pool goes.
Yeah, well, maybe it's going to be a back and forth there. This is my map choice, then I'm not going to win it. And now for Raid, Search and Destroy, that's going to be a very interesting call here. But something that we really didn't really have to touch up on when it comes to talking about it. Search and Destroy in Summit. No, Firing Range.
Firing Range, yeah.
I feel like that's going to be a very tricky one because Animus saw Nova play it really good. And so I feel like if they play the same thing, how they played it against Limitless a while ago, that's going to be on Nova. I'm not going to be surprised if they lose that one.
It's tough, man. I mean, that's such a long way down that list.
Yeah, I know.
It's just...
We have a lot of talking to do before we get to the
it could be
gameplay.
about an hour before we get to that potential map number 5. But I think this just, first and foremost, it starts off with how the tempo of this raid search is going to be. Yesterday, where we saw squads on this map throw smokes at each other and just decide to play inside of a raid rave, where it's just like everyone's just compelled to fight and force engagement through smoke. We've seen a lot of really passive setups as well. So what are we going to get here out of these two squads? Hard to say. Haven't seen either of them really play it much on the weekend. And what a test this is going to have to be here to see if Nova can really reap the reward of stealing away Animus's map selection and finding an advantage here early. We'll see. Defensively, it's going to be Animus to start. On the offense is Nova, and it's a 5-man hit over towards Waterside.
And now 5-man hit, but then taking a look at that, the trophy system gets destroyed. Just because of how many Utils are going to be there. Narcs is going to be in a very tricky spot, and Gutilla goes down as well. A very blitz play coming in from the side of Nova. And you need to play catch if you're going to be Animus. Jari's going to be in a really big position to go in there for the pinch, but Neil knows very well where he is. But with a sniper, you can't do much.
No. Good forced engagement. Marvel and Grizz trying to work through cutout. They know Inferno stuck down in towards Tiki. Can't quite see the fanny pack. Looking for the hit markers to the wall. One's going to connect. Jari finishes. Opportunity for the post-plant retake. 3v2 we go. Creed in trouble. Will fall. Just down to Spy. In the corner. Not going to be able to grab it. And how about Animus for the quick retake, the quick response, and the opening defensive round as Jari lets him know.
Jari with some beautiful shooting on the ground. I wonder why he was shooting there. I don't know. It's basically asserting dominance here, and they need that confidence back, especially after almost winning that hardpoint in Hacienda. And one thing that I would like to commend with both of these teams is their usage of utils. It's so beautiful. Going into the Hacienda, the smokes just absolutely covered it, and now we're doing the same thing.
Oh, double hit here for Animus in towards Art. The stuns do land. Spy could not contest this. Nova's not going to know that there is a forward member in Jari that has gotten up top towards top Art. Can he execute? Oh, what a prediction from Spy. Still gets shut down. Jari trying to get out with his life. Inferno looking to punish. Will secure the trade. And mid/pillars control goes the way of the Nova as we go to a 4v4.
The bomb is going to be going down finally. The pickup finally comes through. Saturn's has that. And so it's a 3v2 situation. Really good kill coming in from Marvel, but Inferno goes in there for the kill. Takes out a Gutilla. It's a back and forth, and Marvel looks like he's awake and ready to go and take it. Unfortunately, doesn't really quite get Creed.
Narcs is here, though. He's got a crossfire setup. Marvel continues to try to finesse around this, but Creed wins the gunfight at range with a KSP. Marvel tucks tail and runs. Plant could come through here. No chance for Marvel to contest this from this position. And so it'll be. Can Creed get off the bomb, though? It's the question. Shot will land. 1v1. Marvel able to take down Neil! And a clutch out of Marvel sees Animus start up 2-0.
Yet again, he's going to be getting it. A body shot yet again. Animus is mad that they lost that hard point in Hacienda. 27 seconds, a lot of time for him to go and play Call of Duty Mobile in that laptop. And there you go. Nova looked so good in the beginning, but they just couldn't really follow through.
If you're Nova right now, you cannot be rattled after losing that round. That's just a special play by a special player. The whole offensive setup, winning over towards screens/pillars, and able to win the middle of the map is going to be a key factor for Nova's offense. But we're going to try something a little bit different. Split focus through cutout over towards the middle of the map. Grizz gets the opener, trying to get away with his life. There is no trade. Good help as Narcs watches the exit. And there's a little bit of extra assistance out of Gutilla, but he actually gets caught off guard. So what looked to be a good start for Animus still ends up in a 4v4. Jari caught by himself is essentially playing a 50-50 game of guessing the right direction, and well, he guessed wrong.
Jari being pushed that deep into Tiki, that's going to be very difficult for him because he already had that information that there's going to be, what, 3 people coming in from poolside and now pays the price. And now for number 1, if you're Narcs, you have the best sight line if you get to see a push here. And, oh, deep breaths from Spy.
The problem here is he doesn't know if Kitchen is vulnerable at the moment, just due to the fact that the long flank that came out of Marvel and Grizz took so much time. So he's not able to full commit to hard scoping on the cross. Marvel in the back sees one at the pool. He doesn't see the second. His eyes go left. Saturns may still give him an opportunity. Quick shot on an Arcs will connect as well. Now it's just down to Saturns. 1v3. Try to watch the cross on the backside of the stairs. And no, nothing will come through. And Animus once again successfully retake.
And now for the snipers of Animus, they're doing the really good job. But I mean, Marvel is just absolutely phenomenal, especially going for the flank. Really good read from him. And now for Saturn, trying to go in there for the child, but obviously going up against the sniper. We've already seen it in Neil a while ago in firing range, but no response coming in from the sniper of Nova, though.
Everything else has been a little bit too quick to rely on picks. And a lot of that's been forced because Animus just continues to spawn up, smoke, and then run through it. First blood once again counteracted. We go to a 4v4 very early on in this round, but Quathilla is really far forward once again. And Marvel has surely seen the rotation come out as he saw Spy run down the bottom stairs.
No rotation yet coming in from Animus, though. They're still staying very put, but finally the rotation comes through. Number 1, though, it's just going to be him. So it's going to be Narcs going in there, but very, very slowly. And now for Nova, you need to find a way. Do they even have utils to go and check?
That's the thing, is you don't know if there's a defender inside of this A site. So even though Narcs is a little bit late, he's still in a position where you can watch the cross, misses the shot onto Saturns. Simultaneously, keep your eye on number 2 in blue as Quathilla is trying to hit a flank. This 1v1 is everything, and as Neil drops, all of a sudden, yes, the bomb is going to be planted, but you have no way to exit. Nova has to hold this from inside a basketball, or they try to force a fight with Narcs, which I wouldn't recommend. He backs up to jungle. Marvel able to assist, gets the kill. Saturns now has to back down, and he's stuck. He's absolutely trapped in this 1v3, has to force a play. Backside stairs, gets a look at Narcs. Shot up from behind, though, and the shots connect eventually with the pistols, and it's been flawless defensive retakes out of Animus as they go up 4-0.
I mean, I get it from Nova. You already know there's one player there, but then didn't really see that there's going to be another one. But you shouldn't really over-push, especially knowing very well that there's going to be one sniper up top. One shot can definitely give you that collat, but what a play coming in from Animus. I mean,
they're really doing nicely to keep pressure on this flank. And this is going to force Nova to have to consider, do we even bother trying to go A anymore? And Grizz is going to, for the first round, play up with support to try to contest the L wall. But as he backs over to make sure he can keep an eye over towards the A site, it's Neil who does get online first. Inferno to follow. There's your sniper kills you're asking for.
Nice. There you go. Neil finally at the very right spot to get those kills. And I feel like putting him at the very back end is not going to be favorable coming in from Nova. Every time they go in for the A side push, he's going to be there because they already know that it's going to be Drari at the very end or even just Quathilla.
Well, that's the thing is these smoke defensive plays for Animus to get one of those players forward means that the sniper rifles of Nova aren't comfortable to take these initial engagements. So the adjustments work out this time for Nova, but you wonder, is it a day later and $1 short as we get to our last round of the half? Opening nades now all of a sudden becoming a problem as Marvel tallies up first blood to Neil. Quathilla still holding passively just inside the ring, and for Nova, it's just, you don't know what you can challenge with those opening nades like that. Fortunately, Saturns does take down Marvel, so that'll open up a little bit of space, but Grizz is already looking for the trade. Will shut down Inferno from finding too much more, but before dropping, Narcs also was able to get tallied up, so Nova have a chance to keep the numbers even.
That was a beautiful crossfire here in mid from Grizz and Narcs. And yes, he gets traded out, but I mean, very fruitful. 3v3 situation, and now it seems like they want to go and commit an A. Player number 5 coming in from Grizz, though. He's going to be going in, given that information, and everyone else needs to move.
That's all he needs. You got the point of contact. You have a nade. You've got a stun. You can use that to secondary check. Still tons of time in the clock. Drari trying to retake pool stairs. And once again, Nova just cannot get comfortable as they try to approach this A zone. Drari even going to make things a little bit more difficult onto Nova as he picks up the scope. Bomb will be planted here once again, but again, you have to remember there is utility available for this possible retake. Spy looking to hold down the spiral stairs. Creed now working with them. They're trying to force out a gunfight, but Quathilla's the one here. It's not a sniper rifle. Quathilla gets one. That's all he needed. And now all of a sudden, Spy second guesses. Are they hitting my flank? Are they still from the front? He's not going to know. Has to force a gunfight, though. Here comes the pinch. Grizz wins it without contest. And Animus dominate defensively here on what was Nova's search and destroy pick.
And then for Animus, what a great job at knowing that very well Nova is going to be pushing up there, and Nova just doesn't have a response when it comes to the mid gunfights. It's just so good because Narcs is always going to be there in kitchen. Grizz always there for the crossfire, and you have so many moments where Grizz just wins all of his gunfights even through mid.
It's just a variety of looks.
Yeah.
You know, it's nothing too out of the ordinary, but you hit a default if you're Animus, and then you just kind of change up one or two of the pieces. Nova looking to come forward. The double chow from driveway with a little bit of assistance from Grizz. Trades initially favor Nova, but the response out of Norks and Grizz keeps us tallied at a 3-3 count. Both teams will back off a touch, but advantage to Animus, who now stretch this defense out immensely.
Now, player number 2 is someone to watch here, because if Inferno finally gets that information, especially if we get to see Saturn hear something, he's going to be at a big advantage. But unfortunately for him, he does have the SKS. So if it's going to be a full 3-man push, he could, at the very best, get one.
Just needs one. That's it. If he can get one, that's fine. There's the noise. Doesn't get the first. Just not the right weapon for the job. Saturn's is in a position to possibly watch this cross. Sees Grizz. Didn't maybe see the second. He was focused on the players to the right, but no one watches open stairs. Finally, Narcs turns just at the nick of time as Saturn's nearly just completely foiled all of Animus' approach.
They have the bomb.
Bomb is going to be there. Narcs gets some shots, but then Creed, unfortunately, doesn't really quite finishes the job. Doesn't know where the other player is going to be, but Marvel, obviously, having that sniper is going to be having that advantage. And so he's going to be in a little bit of a pickle and finally goes through spiral stairs. That is the best position to him to go in plane, probably to stop the plant. Narcs gets spotted, doesn't quite get down with his life.
Literally in between bursts. Narcs lucky to be alive, but the post plant all of a sudden becomes super formidable as it's going to be played over towards the beach chair. Opening stun does not connect. Creed over the top of the bomb. It's planted wide out in the open. He's cleared off some good positions, though. He actually gets forward to Tiki. If he can get Marvel at range, this is very doable, but no, the pistol locks it in. And it's all Animus here in the search and destroy. My goodness.
We're at match point. That is one of the fastest search and destroys that we've done here. And Animus is going to be up by another map. And Nova, it's going to be so hard for you to go and make a comeback. It's those small adjustments that you can't do. And that's the reason why it's a 6-1 right now. And a very deep push coming in from Nova, and I feel like it's always the positioning of Neil that's always so detrimental. He's always in that short range.
I just had to double check that I was right with who picked what map here because both teams have shown some absolute prowess on their opponent's selections. Marvel with the quick scope denies Inferno the forward route. And even though Nova still have a pretty aggressive defense over through B, they're vulnerable, and that's exactly why Saturns tries to sniff out the rotation, but in turn will drop, and Animus are 2 kills away from going back up 2-1.
And now it looks like they're going in for that rotation, going to Bravo and play to perfection because Nova thinks it's going to be an A plant, leaving B wide open. That is a very good call coming in from Animus. But they need to do it right now because just like that, the rotation coming in from Neil can actually go and pull through. And now Neil's in a really good spot, especially if the information goes out, it's going to be a B plant, especially if he goes into the top laundry control.
The thing about it is, as Animus are very methodically clearing out these positions that could have been tricky, now all of a sudden your advantages start to really shine through as you could probably even get up towards laundry. Marvel doesn't even need to. A little jump scope to put it away. 7-1. And once again, the White Oxford comes out as Guathilla is starting to feel himself.
Oh my goodness, Animus. You're absolutely nuts. Why do you keep doing this to us? As we thought that Nova Esports had the advantage, and finally Animus shuts them down here in the search. Whew, that's got to feel good.
Oh, it's got to feel incredible. I mean, you absolutely styled on your opponent's map selection. Yeah, Nova stole yours away, but that was a tight fight. Nothing was tight about that search and destroy, man. It just, I have to really give a lot of credit, you know, especially watching that kind of play out. I know some of the moments we've had so far in the search throughout the weekend has been a little bit all over the place, but that was the first real setup that I saw out of any of our teams this weekend where it was very clear what the defensive default setup was going to be for Animus. But they have the ability and the pliability to kind of give a variety of looks by who moves forward. How do you free up one member to get into a weird position? And that's just a really cool way to kind of get yourself going across Search and Destroy and mobile. Love to see it. And, man, it's just from start to finish. There was always a retake answer for Animus. Nova just could not get comfortable, even if they planted the bomb.
I mean, Marvel was just absolutely insane in this map, and Neil could not have any kind of response. I feel like it was, again, timing for this guy. And I feel like in some situations, no, actually, because every time he's in Bravo, in the defensive side, he's very close. He's in that close.
Now I'm out here looking like revenge, feeling like a 10, the best I ever been. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now you're out here looking like regret, ain't too proud to beg, second chance you'll never get. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now payback is a bad bitch, and baby, I'm the baddest. You fucking with a savage. Can't have this, can't have this. And it'd be nice of me to take it easy on ya, but nah. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Kissy, kissy, boo boo.
So bad, got me feeling so good. Showing you up like I know that I would. Baby, I'm sorry.
Going in summer.
Don't tell your mother.
Who's
next?
Baby, fineness is the way to kill. Tell me how I feel, but it's such a bitter pill. And yeah, I know you thought you had bigger, better things, but right now this is 'cause the grass is greener under me. Brightest technicolor, I can tell that you can see. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now payback is a bad bitch, and baby, I'm the baddest. You fucking with a savage. Can't have this, can't have this. And it'd be nice of me to take it easy on ya, but nah. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry.
So you got Jamie.
So bad, got me feeling so good. Showing you up like I know that I would. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Feeling inspired 'cause the tables have turned. Yeah, I'm on fire and I know that it burns. Talk that talk, baby. Better walk that walk, baby. If you talk that talk, baby.
The shutdown. Shout out the stats people. That's a cool graphic right there.
Pretty beautiful, and I'm glad they finally brought it out for today. And now, finally opening things up. Narcs goes in there. Gonna be applied some pressure, and so far, so good for both of these teams as the tick finally comes through for the side of Animus.
Trades coming out. Animus on, though. First tick already gone. Second tick on the way. Defense trying to recover the hotel position without losing gas station. And, oh, Neil's actually been backed off. So the third tick of progress starts to come through. Saturn's able to reap the reward of one player off the reload, but the kills are so convincing. Oh, this is how you get over to B. You've got a clean kill feed, up 4 lives, and a chance to win the backside of Hotel. Drari's watching for a point of contact first and foremost. He's going to miss timing on 2 players that are passing him, but he gains timing in a different position as he starts to make the move forward. Drari shot at from behind, eventually dealt with, but it opens the door for Animus to get over towards take and possibly onto the B zone.
Such a quick take coming in from Alpha, and that's what we really expected coming up into this control game, sorry. And then now going in for that, the lives into the favor of Animus. So that's going to be a really good job here so far. But, I mean, for Nova, you just need to find a way to not get killed off one by one because you know that everyone has to go through Bravo.
Well done by Neil. Creating a problem in the middle of the map. Allows Nova a chance to freely get back over, recover the B zone. Live still at 17 apiece. Spy holding a position on top of the B zone itself, but it's Neil forward in towards Deli that continues to just absolutely dominate. Single-handedly now on 5. Has a Pred missile in his sights. Stunned up. Hip fire. Yeah, I just can't turn. He's stuck. Stuck in place.
And now, the C. Number 4, you're going to be in trouble. Drari wins the gunfight. Marvel helps him out, so that's going to be a really big sign. He tries to go and flushes out every single one of these players, but then obviously a 3v1 not going to be favorable for him. And now for Spy, he's going to be that defense that his team really needs, gets that one kill. Now that is a really good sign, and now just like that, we're going to be even in the playing field when it comes to the lives.
Watch the cross, though. No one's actually able to lock things down. Animus get a free rotation in. 2 players now on. Progress at B, starting to be made, but watch the fight from Neil, number 1 in blue. He's on the backside of the play. The pinch is starting to come through. He takes down a second. And all of a sudden, Grizz and Drawer are stuck on the site. Neil's still popping off. He's able to single-handedly clear everyone off. It's 5 in a row. And Nova tie us back up at 7, only giving away 1 tick of progress.
Neil finally getting things together, especially with the KSB. And we basically thought that Neil was going to go in Sport and SKS or anything that's going to be long range, but no, not in this map. Finally put things together and cleans things up. A 4 and 6. Still into the favor of Animus, though, but it can quickly going down.
And the thing about this is Neil's feel the pressure. He's called out his early Annihilator. Responding to it is Squatilla, but he's absolutely smoked off spawn. And Neil turns into a 3v3. 28 seconds on the clock. Grizz off the flank. Stunned up, but not chased down. Infernal's going to drop. Advantage to Animus, but they still need to find a way to get on over. Saturn's on the backside, gets the first, not able to take down the second. 1 kill needed, and Narks, long range with the Annihilator, wins the opening offense for Animus.
As I thought that Saturn's was going to be winning a lot more of those gunfights, probably should have stayed back a bit and gathered that information. They easily could have won that, and Neil with 13, fully streaked out, is going to be an absolute monster here in this round if he decides to use at least one of them.
That's the thing, though. Like, you kind of feel almost like you have to because you just lost your opening defense. So we'll see if he finds an opportunity to try to open the door as Spy walks on over towards B with the Peacekeeper. Gets the reload off. Grizz shuts him down. The Annihilator in hand will get the job done, but the Red Missile comes through. So an opportunity maybe for Saturns to make a play forward. Dealt with, pinned up, backside of the tank. With Illa there to finish off where he started. And Animus' defense looking pretty solid and tight for now as no progress has been made anywhere. And Spy, calls out a solo Annihilator as Nova continue to try to put pressure on both sides of the map at once, trying to win this mid-map control. It's working out nicely for them, and this could possibly turn into the clock stop that B, plus maybe also a bit of a spawn trap, but just as soon as we start to frame it up, it's Animus who respond.
Really good response coming in from Nova. 22 and 16, and the lives are dwindling, but finally they do get some takes coming on here in Bravo, but Narcs is definitely going to be a very hard thing for them.
Got to make a decision here if you're Animus. Do you regain on B, or do you just give it up and try to play for mid-map control? You can't really do both at the same time. It looks like they're going to concede the B zone, and this defense now has to just dominate through Hotel. Extra minute on the clock. And speaking of things that could happen here, this is doable for Neil to safely call in a Goliath and possibly utilize that to start getting some progress on A. They're up 7 lives. I think this is the time to call it in.
He's in a really great spot, and finally he wins another engagement, so that's going to be really good for him. But then he does get taken out like that by Marvel. Yeah, he needs to call it in.
Lives are good, though. 7 life advantage. Nova could look at this and say, we don't need it. Save it. But if you give Animus an opening, they may just run through the door. Straight kills starting to come through for the defense. Minute 20 on the clock. Creed responds with Annihilator. Marvel feels the pressure, tries to find the 1v1, but it's shut down. 13v6. Long-range shots from Narcs and Drari are good. The defense still able to substantially hold themselves in and around the Hotel, and oh no, now it's an 8v6, and you start to wonder, can Neil possibly make the call to get this Goliath, to get this round over the edge?
He's too far away to try and go and call in a Goliath. There's nothing that he can do at this point.
Not gonna need it, it looks like.
Yeah.
Wow.
7 and 2. That was a really good sign from Inferno. Good thing his teammates are there to back him up. It looks like, okay, it's a good thing he didn't call it in a little bit too early as they finally get their first round here in control. And now they're going to be going into the defense where they had a struggle there where they just could have waited inside the point here in Bakery, but instead overextends.
That's a tough decision.
Yeah,
like, you know that Neil, every single time he comes off respawn, he's asking, do I call it? Because the lives were tight for so long, but good call out of the Nova team to hold on to it. It works out for him here as we tie up at 1. Animus, the traditional route. Trying to threaten gas and get over on towards the A zone, but Creed on the flank. Shuts down, gets the pinch. Grizz up top, no match for him. 3 in a row for Creed off the reload, looking for more. Narcs in the corner, shut down! And now Creed starts to build towards streaks.
Really good defense coming in for Alpha. And now they're going to be in a really tricky spot, Animus, because they're just getting taken down 1 by 1. But finally, good response coming in from Grizz. But They still need to find any kind of control here. They have no map control whatsoever. And just number one, take a look at Neil. He's slowly inching into the side of back alley.
Animus starting to find some success over towards Tractor. Double shell to isolate Neil. And off both extremities of the map. Here comes Animus, looking to get some space to work with, possibly to get over towards B, but look at Creed quickly. Says, if you want to work through our backline, I'll do the same to yours. Comes back to the gunfight, though, and Marvel punishes. So now the kills turn up in favor of Animus, but the problem is the clock. 33 seconds to play for. And outside of the one tick of progress today, there's really not a lot that Animus have to work with at the moment outside of just hopes and dreams.
There you go, hopes and dreams. Speaking of, Gothilla keeping that dream alive as he takes down Neil yet again. And that is going to be absolutely great for him. But the good thing, the response coming from teammates 1 and 3 is going to be really big here so far. After they just keep going down. No progress made whatsoever, and 12 seconds left on the clock. And finally, Alpha, a little bit of signs of life, but no, with just 8 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be very hard for Narx to go and just do it all by himself.
Oh, but he is doing it all himself. Now Drari is here to assist. Saw Inferno for a moment through the smoke. Trying to hit off the pins. The second tick of progress is in. The third on the way. Last contestant that could be here is going to be Neil. And Neil's able to find himself the double. Grizz feeling like he can pull the Annihilator out, but can't quite get the second. That was the last desperate play to try to hold on to this A zone, but the clock will expire, and Nova go up, heading to their second offense.
Neil yet again with a really great sign that he is finally picking things up here in control with an essential kill to flush out everyone here in Alpha coming in from Animus. And now we're switching things around where Nova a while ago did win their offensive round. So let's see what they can handle.
Saturn's off the rip, has the Annihilator out. Spy there with him. And Neil just trots his way into B. And these Annihilators are going to be a problem watching these crosses as Animus looks to set up a bit of a spawn trap, but the threat more than established. First tick of progress locked. Marvel tagged up. Neil doesn't want the gunfight. Just backs down, tries to keep his life, and tries to keep the clock stalled. And it's working out nicely. Saturn's now calling in both of his score streaks. Both find eliminations. Second tick of progress now done. 1v1 with Narx. Gets traded out. Is there a way to get Saturns into the zone? Well, yeah, sure, when Creed's doing stuff like this. A double for him. Putting pressure on the spawns. Oh, and Animus do not have a response for Creed. Third tick of progress will come through, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds are on the clock for Nova to work with.
Very fast picks here coming in from Nova. That's a really good sign for them. And now Creed was definitely an essential player up here in 2F and Bakery. And now for Spy, spots one. Gets the kill. And that is a really good sign to go in pursue. But Marvel obviously did not see that he was going to be there. And now Spy goes down, Creed as well.
Marvel's absolutely reaping in the middle of the map. And you need him to start finding streaks, if I'm being honest with you. But he gets shut down by Neil, so nothing will be earned here off the Annihilator play. 18v14, 90 seconds to play off of. Saturn's reading a threat that comes through, and interesting. Nova's gonna call the Goliath here, trying to put the game away in round number 4. The lives barely favoring that of Nova. And for the side of Animus, if you can just pick the players around this Goliath, there's a chance to overwhelm it from multiple points of high ground. Grizz flushed out, Spy gets the kill. First tick of progress on the way. 14 playing up against 11. Neil being chipped away at, but still finding eliminations. Now working on the second tick of progress. But Neil's, I think, the only player who's here. Grizz trying to finish things off. Is able to take out the Goliath, 11v9, and we'll have to see if that Goliath gamble was worth it.
And this is where we see, are you going to be taking out your operators? Because you do have 3 in your arsenal, and everyone else from Animus does not have. Yeah, that's kind of like a thing where you kind of want to save later on, especially going into the defense. And now 6 and 7. And a while ago, we saw that Animus had the disadvantage, even things out. 5 and 6, still very doable for Nova to go and win.
Lots of time, but stuck in spawn. Creed opens her out by way of the Annihilator, gets the second, sees Marvel over the top, the hipfire connects! Looking for Marvel. It's a 5v2. He's trying to get it done himself. On towards A, the clock stops once again. Second tick of progress starting to come through. Animus, you need to find a way to recover. They clear off the zone. 4v2 now the situation. Hunter Killer Drone not going to find a kill. Down to a 3v2. Nova just need one elimination. And they'll find it by way of Neil with the Annihilator. And Nova take it back to a tied series. This time now at 2.
Yes, we're taking it to the distance here, ladies and gents. A beautiful display of gameplay and a quick turnaround coming in from that S&D. That was a really good play from every single one of the teammates here for Nova. It was Creed, it was Sad, it was Neil that was doing such essential gameplays at the very right time. And yes, I feel like that Goliath probably was a little bit premature, but they won it anyway.
It's a gamble, but you know, hey, we don't have to worry about the risk part of it because the reward comes through first. 6 captures out of Narcs, 5 from Grizz, getting a lot of the work done on the offensive side for Nova, or for Animus. Where on the other side, when you see it, it's just a team effort, really from top to bottom. 30 total kills for Neil, who nearly goes double positive. An unbelievable performance from him, and obviously a major reason why the offenses were so successful for Nova. Just a playmaker on so many fronts. It's hard to put value to something like Neil when he makes plays like that.
Really impressive, and such a quick 180 when it comes to that search and destroy going here into control. Now we're going to take a look at what happened into that control matchup, where I feel like Nova could have won this an easy 3-0 if they had just chilled just a second. And yes, they gambled putting Saturns all the way into the gas station, but unfortunately for them, didn't really pay off at the very end. And it was Narcs pulling out his Annihilator at the very end of that first round, just won and sealed that first win from Animus.
I mean, it's moments like this. I mean, Neil's just on his own. He's the one that's, I mean, look how he's got 3 different members for Animus trying to deal with him here. And he's able to still lock things down and create so many issues. And when he makes plays like that, you see the rest of the focus of the team for Nova start to hit the opposite side of the map. You know for a fact that Neil is stretching this Animus defense out thin. And that's really the win condition every single time that we see on the offensive part of the map for Nova. It really is a lot of respect, because that is not an easy role to fulfill. And not just individually do you have to be incredible, but as a squad, you have to trust that Neil is making the right reads when he's off on his lonesome like that, and boy, was he.
And Creed, especially with a really big 3-piece here on his own, 29 to his name, that was just an essential win coming off of them, because that could have easily been towards the favor of Animus. Whew! What a series that we have. It looks like red and blues all across the board, and it's a back and forth. And this is the one that you said a while ago. You were salivating towards it. Slum's hardpoint.
I would be surprised if we see any SKS in this map. I think this is just going to be full throttle from start to finish. I have to believe that if you're Animus, you try to make that come to fruition here. Get right back into it. Get yourself a respawn win. They're absent so far in both of the respawns that we've had. No better time than right here, right now, to get your first respawn win in this grand finals. Otherwise, Nova, you have to feel like, starts to build a major advantage by taking 2 maps in a row, essentially nullifying that map advantage that Animus have because they were able to win this matchup in the winner's bracket. That's their reward. So we'll see. We dive on in towards Statue. Utility trails on the way forward, ceremonious in nature as they explode over the head. And as actually, how about this? Nova's going to make a full play towards bricks. It's going to allow them an opportunity to shut down rotations, but do they read the fact that Animus have already kind of split spawn? And it looks like, yes, they have. What a read out of Nova as they start off absolutely fantastically.
That full set going to bricks definitely was a really tricky one, because, yes, it's a power position that you want to get, but at the expense of your spawn, and now Animus definitely has the advantage. But that's a good thing. Bricks and Broken are also being controlled by Nova, so that is a really good response here so far.
All right, look at Animus. I think Marvel's taking a long route just to make sure no one's spawning back towards parking. So you've got a really solid amount of time here for Nova. There's still 20 seconds to fight for if you want to start to make a move towards rotation, which they start to make their move out of the hard point itself to do. But stuns and nades make life difficult. The spy eventually gets deleted, and it looks like Animus are going to concede the back 12 seconds. This is a very important moment in this map already early. Any gunfight that Animus loses while this hard point is open, we'll see them spawning out, but Nova's not able to capitalize, at least not initially. Now the kills start to come through. They flood on in towards Soccer, and the spawns are out. They're not spawning up top of the parking lot. Nova on the break example looks solid, and that's going to be at least an opportunity to flip things around. It's all blocked up in the back, but from the front, Animus reinforce.
But then that's really good for Nova. Yes, they don't sustain it for very long, but then taking a look at that, the backside, that's going to be all them. Not only that, the spawns are going to be in their favor, so yes, that full set going in there, that's going to be a really big kill as 4 players go in there for the pitch as well. Wow. No, all 5 of them. What a great call coming in from Nova, not going into the top side of the map, knowing very well there's going to be a nasty heady there.
And the full flood works out perfect for the re-aggression on towards the hill itself. Only a couple of kills here or there for Animus. It's just not enough to do much of anything. Inferno is building up streaks again. Golly, 10-0 to start, I want to say, as that was, or at least something close to it, as he gets himself not just a 100 killer, but also the early Pred missile, which will allow Nova a chance to exit safely from Soccer and make a play backside of Trash. Nades in towards Electronics as Creed is in a 1v1 with Ferrari, shut down, and an opportunity for Animus to try to set something up here as we get to 3.
Yet again, an early rotation coming in from Animus, and let's see how Nova decides to break this. Really good response there, but then unfortunately Neil does lose that gunfight going up against Marvel. So again, the spawns are still going to the favor of Animus.
Narcs is playing really deep on this hill, though. It works out for him, gets his 3rd elimination. Looking for possibly a Pred missile of his own. Trophy's not being charged up or earned yet, but Annihilator sure are. And Narcs tries to watch the cross with this. Marvel locks things down before he's needed, so now the focus goes towards the front. There's the Pred missile earned. Neil deep in the back has been pinged and tagged, but Narcs can't find the kill needed to possibly get an early Goliath. And on that same play, Nova tried to break open the spawns, but miss out at an opportunity to do too much on the hill.
And now it's looking like a really good points here coming in from Animus, but then obviously the break coming in from Saturn doesn't really quite get that essential gunfight. And now 19 seconds on the clock. No one's stepping on the hard point.
Yeah,
oh, there you go.
This is all Animus trying to re-win back the spawns. And it might work out here. Double for Grizz. That gets him fountain and laundry control. Still a bit of force being shown through Garage as Nova's able to at least threaten the new hard point in some ways, but it's not convincing enough. So yes, Nova currently in the lead. But as we rotate over to 4, an opportunity for Animus to lock things up in the Garage.
And now for Garage, it has been an absolutely... This is a bloodbath. But there you go. As we thought that Nova was going to be winning all of those gunfights there, it's Animus positioned early enough, knowing very well that they had spawns in the favor of the last hard point going into Garage. That is going to be absolutely huge for them to get a lot of these points. And just like that, it's going to be evened out in the playing field here. And we get to see Nova playing catch-up.
Grizz defensively pulling out the Annihilator. Advantage to Animus when it comes to using these specialists to hold. Trying to break with an Annihilator in the Garage is not easy to do. And as Marvel just keeps tapping away with the SKS backside fountain, the rest of his team, you can see it on the minimap, they're all just focused on the front and over towards Cemetery. Guathilla reading that there's a bit of a hit coming around the back will assist Marvel to make sure things stay locked. 1v1 comes down, Inferno wins the opener, but it's so what? It's a moot point. No one has come close to touching Garage, and Animus will have our first major convincing lead as we finish out the first rotation of Hills.
That was a beautiful take coming in from the side of Animus. They just held this down so solid, and they couldn't even have any kind of presence whatsoever coming in from the side of Nova. Couldn't break because everyone else outside of the hill coming in from Animus was just so good. And now not only that, they're applying all their score streaks already here in P1. Narcs pulls out a hunter killer of his own, 19 to his name.
Just get on the heady. Though it might not be needed. Marvel and Drari with Annihilators out start to build towards streaks. Oh, so many in front of Marvel. And he says, not interested. 1 kill away from possibly finding a Goliath. Stunned up his Drari, can't get the shots to lock in. Marvel from the corner, though, does find an elimination, plus, again, a second behind it. That'll be enough for an early Goliath that could possibly be earned up and used here to blow the lid right off this game. But again, it just may not be needed. Animus is just cleaning things up from the front of the hill.
There's no presence whatsoever and no fire positions coming in from Nova. They're trying to get that, but then with 200 killers up in the sky, it's going to be very hard for them to have any kind of control, and there is none here so far. P1, this is going to be a contest hill, and so far Nova can't touch it.
Dominated it. That's just absolute domination out of Animus, not only to earn the time, but also to get Marvel on to 20 with a Goliath. Oh, reads the threat, tries to zigzag on the Saturns, but will not be bested here. Nearly gets the response on the Grizz as well, but on the rotation, Soccer will open, and Animus has control of the favorite spawns, and that's now the time to sit there and say, it's go time. Goliath called in, trying to just put this game well out of reach right here, right now. There's just no way that Nova can respond to this. Barely even any Annihilators there to try to get some extra damage done.
I mean, with Nova, yes, a while ago your break was good, but you can't do the same thing. You have to go and rotate early, and now with the Goliath for the defense, that's going to be so hard for you. Not only that, look at that Pred missile from Grizz taking down 2, and this is an absolute decimation here in Slum's hardpoint.
Not good news here for Nova. Narcs holding things down from the front. Marvel's called upon. He'll start to make the play out. A lot of damage onto the mech, but largely speaking, Marvel's fine. Eventually it's dealt with, but here come the reinforcements with the proximal spawns. To the 200-point mark, go Animus, as Nova are headed back over towards P3, and they're going to be met on rotation here. There's still an opportunity for Drari to possibly blow this wide open on the rotation, but shut down. Nova have a chance to hopefully earn some significant time here.
Yeah, it's going to be player number 2 that will decide the fate of where the spawns are going to be. Inferno 19, SKS to his name. He needs to have some sort of assist, and that's going to be number 4. It's going to be Saturn's. And so far, so good, getting the points here for Nova here in this early rotation.
Marvel calls in the Pred missile. That'll find Inferno deep. Look at the flood coming out of the minimap. Animus are just using this to just win back spawns. Number 5 in yellow is Spy. Able to find an opener, but nothing behind it. Saturn's realizes and recognizes that the threat is 100% imminent, and Creed's going to say, oh, I can try to lock this down with an Annihilator, but only gets one. Long-range shots from Inferno will assist. And maybe there's a chance here for Nova to start to bring this back. If they can hold off this final hit from Animus, they can be right back in this game. But right over the top ropes came Drari initially, but he was the only one as a part of that threat. And Nova have done well in the first 40 seconds of this hill.
Saturn's really big kills, goes out, repositions himself, knowing very well there's going to be one person. Narcs finally gets the kill. Big kills, big turnarounds coming in from Saturn's. And just does enough to give just minimal points away coming in from Animus. And now we're going in for the rotation. And yet, it's going to be the spawns that's favoring Animus.
Yeah, Nova have the numbers here first, but quick to reinforce his Animus, especially as Quithilla eliminates one side of the opening here at Garage. 208, 144. Animus with the opening setup. The break attempt from Nova comes straight out from the front. As Spy just cannot get anything going, man. He's trying his best, but he's 10 and 30. Just so uncharacteristic, and Drari's making him pay from the front door. Double Pred missile called in. Would you like a double? Why not? Oh my goodness. Goliath possibly on the cards, but no way it'll be needed as Cathil's already killed in his.
And not only that, they're just invested right now. They are heavily stacked when it comes to the operators and also the score streaks.
Wow.
They can very much end it here. There's no one else near from Nova. And what a show of dominance from Animus. They wanted to have that comeback coming in from that loss in a hand hard point, and they showed it here in Slums. It just goes to show how good Animus is in those smaller maps.
Absolutely. It's just their ability to finesse and create time and space for help to show up is some of the best that we've seen throughout the weekend. Not so that Nova is not doing that, but I will say, and you're going to see it here in the stat line, he pointed out in the middle of the map, Spy is just not having a series here. I mean, considering that he was the #1 leaderboard player in overall KD, for him to be dropping less than a 0.7 in this grand finals is really hurting the overall impact that we're used to seeing out of Nova.
That is such a surprising thing, especially after seeing what happened 10 and 30. That is just absolutely unheard of when it comes to this man. And for him to do it at this stage where you're already even at the points, so that is where it matters the most. And yes, you have 1 minute, the most out of everyone, but you just can't beat that. Narcs, again, you already know that his average here is 3 minutes, and he's 2 seconds away from that in this map. 29 to his name, and everyone else in his team looks so good.
32 and 15 from Marvel, who was just running routes all game. And you start to wonder, I mean, hey, Spy's the young guy up. I mean, first year of competitive eligibility, he was great throughout the group stage. But you start to all of a sudden, do you worry about the young kid not being able to show up when it matters most? I mean, this is a $15,000 game of COD Mobile. That kid's probably never seen $15,000 in his life. So is he just under too much pressure? Maybe there's something to be said about him feeling like he needs to force plays, because at the moment, the teamwork on Animus is just so solid, showcased to the highest degree here on this Slums Hardpoint.
I mean, he's delivered so much, and he's definitely proven a lot of himself here. I mean, Spy, definitely his first time here, the young and upcoming player that we definitely like to look at. And it really just messes with your psyche, obviously, especially going up against this team where you know it's going to be going the distance. You need that endurance. I mean, as a pro player, it's going to be very difficult, especially it's going to be your first year here. So again, a lot of lessons learned from this team, and now we are map away from an Animus win.
Yep, championship point now on the table for Animus. And it just has to feel good if you're Animus to get a respawn win here after, honestly speaking, struggling throughout the control and then just being battered back after a great start on the opening Hacienda. But you see Quithilla there in the bottom right of your screen, feeling it. Definitely thinks that a championship is within their range, and what a place to put it. Then firing range, search and destroy. A map mode combo that, honestly speaking, doesn't really favor either team, at least not convincingly, but we did get a really good look at Nova on this map when they played up against Limitless in that elimination final.
Yeah, that was a really good win, and we thought Limitless was going to give a little bit more of a fight. But again, if we're going to bring things down to a Summit control after that hardpoint matchup in Slums, knowing very well how Animus performs so well in these smaller maps because of the spawn control that they have, there was no spawn control whatsoever in this Slums hardpoint.
All right, let's go. Map number 5 5.
I know, I've lost count. It doesn't help that we have a map advantage coming from Animus, right?
Yeah. And we hate to keep highlighting what Spy is not doing in this series, but it has to be told. You just can't avoid it. Whereas for Marvel, he was lights out in Raid. Can he possibly be the turning point to get Animus a championship win here in Europe? We'll come to find out as Animus have a defense looking to get forward initially. Very measured, though. Not taking too much. Just enough to be in favorable spots for early contests.
And now player number 4. That's going to be really tough as Inferno goes down for Nova, and that's Drari all the way pushed up. He's going to be meeting 2 more players, rather. Creed. He's going to be in a really difficult situation.
I mean, Drari's safe here. And oh my goodness.
There you go.
Drari just does not care. He does not care. Get out of my way. I'm Drari. You want to take a fight? Neil says sure. Shutdown comes through, but it comes at a very steep cost. Although, Nova is fighting back, including Spy regaining trailer control. But Dylan doesn't see the player to his right. Hello? Oh, the 360! Spins onto Neil, but it comes at a steep cost as it's Marvel v2, a story we've seen before.
Oh, let's see if he's going to be riding it in the same way, as he's in a really good position to try and go and stop the plant. Oh, gets the hit mark! Tries to go in for another one, but no, what a good read. He knows the spot so well. And now they're just going to be staying here in trailer. Please, just stay in trailer. Because if you give just a little bit of maybe a pixel of your body to Marvel, he's definitely going to get it. And what he needs to do is probably pick up another gun.
He's very aware of the threat. That is almost a guarantee, I have to imagine. Creeps his way up. First shot has to land. Now, the pre-fire is just perfect. Well done by Nova to deal with the threat initially by Animus and then completely punish. A bit unfortunate, I think, Withilla just was hard focus on the one player he saw, wasn't keeping his eyes to the right side of the screen, and only walks away with 1 when it could have been 2. So a big opening round for Nova. What's on the cards here for the second round? Default setup, 2-2-1 split for Nova. No cheeky antics this time around for Animus on the initial defense, but Inferno gets caught kind of peeping through mid. And now a numbers advantage comes out for Animus as Nova tries to force a plant.
Spy gets the shots, though. Tries to go in for the plants, but that's going to be so tricky because there's going to be one person there, Gothilla, applying that pressure to him. Now the bomb, he's going to be throwing it. Not only that, exactly, but the trophy system is going to be good. And now we need some sort of backup here. He needs to go and slow things down. Yeah. He's going to be pinched. Finally going for the readjustment. Narcs goes down as well. Spy's actually just winning his gunfights, finally waking up from that game.
He would have to 1v3 and ace in this round. Deagle up initially. Forces out the gunfight. Has the heading to play off of, but Gothilla able to shut things up just at the nick of time. But goodness, did Spy keep things interesting considering the circumstances.
And now, let's see. I feel like that fight for mid was definitely a really tough one for Nova because you already know that Drari is just always going to be there. They already knew that from the first matchup.
Man. It's just the small variabilities in Animus' search and destroy. You mentioned the middle of the map. Yeah, it was Drari initially that gets the first round aggressive play. The second is measured. He actually finds a timing, and now it's Marvel who's watching the cross through mid. And Nova just cannot get anything going off the rip as we get to a very early 5v3 favoring Animus' defense.
Animus is just absolutely unreadable. Nova is just having a hard time adjusting to whatever play style that Animus has. And now finally the readjustment, and it's a good thing that for number 4, that's going to be Drari. Going to be a very troublesome guy because he's going to be going in for the flank.
The thing is, he's the sole defender. You don't have to worry about B at all. Everyone else can just focus on the numbers focus in towards A. You know that there's no threat towards B. He creates so much comfortability for this defensive setup for Animus. Spy once again, though, looking for a plant. Watching him is Neil. This time, Spy commits for the plant fully. Withilla able to finish things off. Good nades to help support. Inferno over the middle of the map needs to come down now all of a sudden to help. Because honestly speaking, Neil's just going to get flat out overwhelmed. The timing is not good. Inferno reveals his position, can only find the first elimination. And Animus, they were so good in their retakes that raid. So is the case here on firing range early.
Nova needs to have some sort of presence here in trailer because it's allowing Gothilla and one more person coming in from Animus to go in there for such a solid retake. And that happened in the last round, and it's just, we always get to see Spy always being backed in the corner because he's the only one there with no backup whatsoever from his team.
They have to find a way to just contest the mid-map plays that we're seeing right now at Animus. It's just too easy at the moment for the defense. And once again, The smoke is all it takes for Animus to technically win mid-map. 5-man hit. Nova looking to go quickly. Neil going to watch the flank as the first nade comes over the top. Drari catches Neil on the rotation. Now from behind, where's the communication? Drari! He's made a mess of it. The pistol gets the third. And just go back, try again, Nova. See you in round 4. 5, math.
How to math at this point in the game, but I mean, it seems like Animus definitely has the numbers to their advantage. And now for Animus, you're doing such a good job, honey. Good job, sweetie, in that map control here in mid. Nova has no response whatsoever in the past 3-4 rounds. And now Spy is going to be down. Marvels gets spotted. And there you go, Narcs finally finishes the job.
You cannot just ignore mid-map if you're Nova. Yeah. I get it. You have not been able to put together a solution to that problem. But the answer is not smoke and run. Not against this Animus team. They're so good about using these key positions to their advantage. And that time, it's just, you don't want to contest the mid-map, says Drari? All right, I'll get into your back line. And Nova's going to refocus things back over towards B. Grizz caught. Nade in hand initially. There is a little bit of assistance here, though. Marvel still trying to contest. Can't lock the opening shot, but it gets a second and third chance to try to recover. And Marvel will get out of dodge just in the nick of time. But Drari's going to try to cut a piece of timing through mid. Drari, you are so greedy. And I kind of like it. It's a really unhealthy relationship, but I kind of love that. I hate it.
Kind of toxic, but then pays the price here as he pushes a little bit too deep with no assistance whatsoever from his team. But then still, 3v3 though. I mean, it's still pretty good as Marvel even things out, gets rid of Creed.
And this is another look. Just, gosh, this is so damn brilliant from Animus. They have the mid-map control, so yeah, you overwhelm us at B, but how do you plant when you have a sniper that can watch the cross in? They're completely contained again. Animus is watching all three routes on exit. And you've got Marvel who can watch to see if anyone's going to play for a cross. With Phillip, makes a cheeky play happen, but only gets one, and that provides an exit if Nova wants it. And yeah, Marvel has to be considerate of that.
Again, still covered in this 2v2, and now they have to commit into this Bravo site because if they go try to cross it in behind here through wood, there's just no way they can win this gunfight against Marvel. I mean, again, we keep saying it over and over again, that mid-map control is just not present at all when it comes to Nova, but it's a good thing that they pushed up.
This is so smart. They see that there's no sniper mid-map, so they say, okay, they have to be playing on the outsides of this B zone. They may catch Narcs. This is a brilliant call from Saturn and Neil. Just comes down to the timing, because the bomb is not committed to either site as of yet. Neil's feeling out one side, Saturn's feeling out the other, and all 4 members have passed by one another like 2 ships in the night. Saturn's eventually catches timing on the Narcs, but the bomb gets planted at A. I don't think they realize that Marvel's nearby. He hits a hit marker, but can't finish the kill. And we go to another 1v2.
Marvel knows very well there's one player here in trailer, and he doesn't know where the other one is. So, Neil, all you have to do is just stay put. Wait for your teammate to go in and rotate. Finally giving the backstab coming in from Marvel. Getting basically the taste of his own medicine here if he does get the backstab. And now Neil needs to make some noise as Saturn finally puts that nail in the coffin. Man. What a great play from both of these teams.
That's absolutely brilliant from Nova. I don't know who makes the call, but Nova management, if you're hearing this, pay him double. That is the absolute perfect read. No sniper through mid means we can move forward and take this. And it leads to a huge comeback round. 1 more in the half. Nova down 1. Looking to just push through the smoke. Narcs in a position to get a read off that the stun will connect. He can't finish off Creed. It's nonsense in the middle of the map. Drari still comes out with 2. Inferno is now stuck mid-map with an SKS. And he actually gets a little bit of space to work with. The problem is there's no exit. And Nova once again get punished through the middle of the map.
And as well, we had such a brilliant last round. They tried to go in there for the mid-map control, but then, I mean, it was just a little bit too messy. You already know that Animus has such a good defense when it comes to this, and now Saturn's is just backed up against the wall. Grizz takes the shots. This is not what we say when we mean map control in mid.
Well, it's just Animus their flexibility off of their default setup is so good.
Destroy the objective.
So Nova, I would say, happy to not be down 5-1 right now. At least able to get 2 on the board. And an opening nade helps things out defensively as Nova have a huge advantage with the early numbers.
And now again, mid-map is what they're looking at right now for Animus, but they're not going to be over-pushing just yet because they know very well there's going to be at least 1 person there, and that 1 person will be Inferno. And obviously, they don't know that's going to be that presence there.
Well, just keep it, just put a pin in what this setup looks like for Nova. Is this going to be their default, where you're playing a 2-1-2, point of contact defense over the middle of the map? You just trust that Inferno can single-handedly find a gunfight because everyone else is hard focused on their respective bomb sites. Marvel's stunned. Not going to be tested, though. Saturn's continues just to throw shoulders. He's going to be the alarm bells for Neil, who's trying to watch the cross, but Drari slips behind Inferno. He had one job, and it was to watch the middle of the map. And now all of a sudden, Animus can get a plant and safely start to put together a post-plant defense.
And now speaking of number one, the defense is going to be on. That's going to be Narcs. But then brings out the pistol. Unfortunately for him, Neil spots him. That's a really good sign for Narcs. That's going to be a really big sign for Creed as well. A good retake coming in from Nova, and finally they put things together and just bring things down into a one-map advantage coming from Animus.
How good has Spy been? After a very poor performance on Slums, he's now at 8 total kills, and a main reason that that post-plant gets foiled with a double on the way in. So we get back to within 1 round. And now we have to take a look. What does Nova want to do defensively? We saw a couple of rounds where they were playing up against some of those. They decided to full flood. Not the case here. Same default setup. 2-1-2 split, same exact positions. Need to find more success this round, you feel like? Need to find more success this round, you feel like, out of players like Inferno, and he gets... First blood, watching the cross as Drari falls.
And now speaking of, that is going to be a really important kill for Inferno. You know very well he's going to be positioned there with the SKS. He has sights. He's not going to bring things on because Drari a while ago, he went all the way in wood because he has the KSP, and now for him, he readjusted and finally has that presence in mid. And now we're finally going through a 3 versus 2 here in A. And let's see if number 4, that's going to be Saturn's, if he's going to be able to take some sort of information, because Marvel, Neil finally gets a shot. I thought Marvel was gonna get it.
Can't have that, Marvel. He's hard scoped on that exact same cross. That's an opportunity missed. And Nova starts to get activated to try to foil the plant setup over here towards A. Withilla responds to 1, but gets caught on the reload. Just down to Narcs now. 1v4 around the corner. Spy finishes it off for his 9th elimination. And Nova tie us up at 4.
Overtime. I'm smelling an overtime here. Finally, the readjustment comes through from Nova, and Animus is having such a difficult time being on the attack. And now finally Creed, he has 3 here so far. I mean, he needs to step things up. Yeah, I mean, a different setup. A 3-2, split 3 in mid, 2 in A. That's going to be really big as we finally get 1 big kill from Saturns, but then Grizz here with the response.
Honestly speaking, that's fine if you're Animus. You lose the first blood, but you stop the cheeky play from really getting too much success. So now Nova kind of scrambles back to set up a 4-man defense. It's going to be trusted that Saturn's going to single-handedly watch B. Inferno, I imagine, is going to want to try to get back up towards sandbags, and yeah, that's going to be the case. And Animus will have the ability to try to figure things out, just kind of kill the noise, create a little bit of doubt. And they are going straight over to Saturn's direction. The shoulder peek comes through. First shots connect. Saturn can't finish it off. Expects the slide. Not there. And the kill comes through cleanly. But look at the quick rotation on Nova. Inferno watching the cross, gets shut down. Marvel finds the kill just off screen. Spy trying to get into contested. Oh, shut down by the Car9. And that'll be enough for Nova to be left to a 1v4 situation. Pardon me, 1v3. Neil was good with these earlier. Could he be once again? This is the first chance as Narcs gets the plan and gets out of dodge.
They are covering all 3 lanes, and that's going to be very big for them when it comes to the defense here. And now Neil has the massive opportunity to go at least take 1. That's going to be number 1 on your screen. That's going to be Narcs. There you go. Speaking of the man himself, he's going to go down. And now, clean up. They're going to be isolated so much. Neil could have won that, but then obviously Marvel with the information knows very well that where his location is at. And now we are a 5-4. Neil, though, that was a really good effort.
What's going to be the next defensive setup here? Do you go back to a default? Looks like yes. Yep, sure will. Same default setup here for Nova. This time, Animus not bothering at the middle of the map. They're looking to full flood and hit, but they've missed their chance. Saturn's has stayed alive. He's trying to throw stuns and nades to give himself a second life, but Drari punishes. Look at the quick rotation, though. Nova's here to try to challenge this. Over the backside of barrels, though, Drari! 3 opening kills! 1 more in the corner. Neil eventually shuts down the streak, but the damage has been dealt. The bomb is down. Grizz on the backside makes sure the plant stays safe. And Neil once again is left in the 1v multiple. Narcs first point of contact. We'll see the play. KSP out. Help has arrived. And it's championship point for Animus.
They can basically taste the rainbow here. 6-4. And now Animus, you got to close things out. Because if you give just one more shot, Nova can definitely smell that blood in the water.
Different look here for Nova. 3-man hit. Aggressive towards the boards at A. The stuns over the top connect. Oh, Nova win all the gunfights. What a brazen call. But they're still pushing forward. They're not just taking their numbers. And Animus respond. Creed still trying to stay involved. The forced engagement's coming up, but Drari's by himself, and he will not be able to put together a response. Nova, stay alive, and we're one away from OT for Nova.
Whew. It's very possible. And then what a great read coming in from Nova, knowing very well it's going to be a full send going into Alpha. Sends all of their squad as well into a pinch. And now let's see what is going to happen here with Animus. They're finally going to go in for that full Bravo push.
They guessed correctly.
That's a really good pass. It's going to be a 4v4 situation here.
Neil gets the opener. Nova's guessed correctly. Grizz forcing his way forward, gets completely cut down. OT on the cards. Nova puts together the blind counter. And to overtime we go. What a read.
I feel like me and Shift have this sort of luck when it comes to OTs, and I believe that this is definitely going to be a really good situation from both of these teams because they're evened out on the playing field right now. And now if you're going to be Nova, you have the bomb, and you had a little bit of a hard time here, but full send going to Bravo. No information whatsoever coming in from the side of Animus. There's no defense, only number 5 to bring Grizz.
Grizz just needs to find one and get out of dodge, and he's done well. Now the help can rotate over. The focus comes out on number 4, Drari, just throwing down some shots, but the bomb's still committing. It's going to get planted. Oh, this could still work out for Nova, even against the numbers. They've got an exit over towards Cubby. Jungle path is completely safe, although Spy second-guessed it for a second. And the retake for Animus is labored. They're waiting for this clearance out of wood before they start to make a play to try to pinch the zone. Here comes the first move out of Drari. Creed, point of contact over the top of the car. Simultaneously, the jungle pinch is starting to come out, but Inferno shuts it down. Nova, massive advantage over this post-plant setup. Drari can't find a kill. He's in, but he can't lock down anybody inside. Now towards Cubby. Nova puts together the perfect response once again. Narc's the last one left. Shut down, and Nova take the advantage.
Marvel just took too long to go in for the rotate. And yes, they waited for the pinch, but they needed one more person to make the biggest difference in that. And now Nova finally has the advantage. Target to 8. And when we thought Animus had the advantage, no, Nova says,
oh, they're
no
doing
siree.
It. This is the play they set up versus Limitless. Trophies down, full flood. Oh, but look at the response. Animus is playing passive. If you get a read on this, you can turn it immediately into Nova's face. The pre-fire comes out. Marvel, he takes the gunfight, falls. Response out of Gwithilla. And Nova will take their numbers advantage and try to back down. Oh, maybe not. They're still taking the gunfights. Creed stunned up. Grizz trying to punish. Shut down. And it's just down to Gwithilla, who can do nothing. Nova got the momentum going and snowballed. Hell, avalanched their way through the rest of that Search and Destroy. We're going to map number 7.
Wahoo! There you go. What a beautiful end to a game. And where we thought Animus just dropped the ball, I'm losing my mind over here, Shiv. That was such a beautiful wrap of both of these teams, and Nova with the response, and finally, yes, it was a late one, but it counted at the very end.
It's just, you cannot, you have to know if you're Animus that as soon as Nova starts to feel themselves, they will not stop. And first and foremost, for Nova to make the call down 6-4 to play aggressive off their defense and make it work, not just once, but twice to force an overtime, is absolutely brilliant. 100% brilliant. That is such a tough call to make, and that is an exhibit A of just the trust that this squad has built. As we look back over what was a very convincing start for Animus, retake dominance through the middle of the map, left, right, and center. But Spy kept his team in it. A couple of clutch moments out of the team just making unbelievably bold calls. Gets it to an OT, and Nova reaped the reward, just never slowing down after that.
I mean, both of these teams showed such great promise in the Search and Destroy. In the first half, obviously, Animus had the advantage, especially having that mid-map control. But for Nova, you like what you said, bringing that aggression at the very end every single time in all 3 rounds, winning that OT was just so important. I feel like that full send going into Bravo, and we only had one person. I think that was Grizz off of Animus. Gets that kill, yes, but then there's no follow-through when it comes to the rotation from Animus. And like I said, Marvel is just late in the rotation. This is a beautiful
bold.
Play.
So bold. Not once did we see Nova even overly threaten the backside of trailer. No trophies were down. Animus were thinking we just get an opening snipe if they push this, but 18 million stuns and the force of 1,000 suns come out.
And 1,000 tears.
Unreal. That is a terrifying display. As now we get to a $15,000 game of Summit Control. What?
And this is the map, and you told me, Shift. Yeah, listen, we're not going to talk about Summit Control because that's just so far away. You're right, but then we're finally here in just a blink of an eye. Summit Control, where, okay, it's a back and forth. And if we're going through whatever sequence that we see here on the screen, this has no basis whatsoever, by the way, no stats or whatever happened. It might turn red, but I mean, I do have some stats to back it up. Summit Control, Animus is just a little bit better when it comes to those smaller matchups, especially in a map like this. So if you're Nova coming in from that really hot, very hot firing range clutch, what are you going to do here in Summit Control?
The thing is, both teams played this map mode combination all throughout the Swiss stage. And if you're somebody who is a diehard fan, which if you are, you're a freaking legend, you remember our opening matchup was Animus versus Axabite. They got 3-0'd on this map against Axabite. So, maybe there's something there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just Summit Control. Hard to say. The thing about it is, after we gotten through the one map advantage because Animus came out of the winner's bracket and everyone just took their opponent's map picks, now we go to the most level playing field that we have for both these two teams. This map doesn't favor either squad or the other. How appropriate that this 50-50 battle is what determines an EU champion.
If we're thinking about the numbers here and the map wins, Nova definitely has an advantage. They had a win very convincingly up against COD Esports, bringing it 3-1 here in Summit. Prometheus as well, 3-0 Summit. And so yes, everything is going in very right for the cards of Nova Esports. But obviously, things can turn around very quickly, as what we thought that Search and Destroy was going to be the game of Nova Esports here into Raid Search and Destroy, but they seemed like they wanted to make a comeback and shut everyone down here in our firing range Search and Destroy.
It's tough to say. Ooh. Feeling saucy about this one, friends. Gosh, we love you. You're looking good today. You're looking good today.
You're looking good. You're looking good. Everyone here in the studio is looking great, but everyone else in the comment section back at home, take a little bit of a breather. Go to the bathroom. Take some food.
No, don't go anywhere. you stay here, okay? You better already be satiated and completely quenched because we're about to get an absolute, I mean, come on, $15,000 game of Summit Control. I remember when we did India, it was slums, and I was like, these are words I never thought I would say in my life. A $15,000 game of slums control. This is almost more incredulous.
More in the line. I mean, what's Game 7. We love to see it. And yes, Animus had the advantage, but wasn't able to take it into their hands and use it well. Again, we're going to have to remind them how much money they're playing for.
$30,000 for first. Casual.
Casual.
I mean, again, I've said it once, I've said it twice, I'll say it a third time. It's a $15,000 game of Summit Control. Did you hear me? Is the horse dead yet? Because we're beating it.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of battle passes. That's a lot of CP for all of these kids who are trying to play this mobile game that we love so much. And now it boils down into Summit Control, where Spy into the side of Nova has been absolutely crazy. Not only in the respawns, but also in this map in particular. MVP twice in a row up against Cold and Prometheus, having an average of 28 and 22 points each.
However, that was yesterday.
Yes.
In the respawn, Spy has not been as much of a factor in these grand finals. Does the kid have the ability to turn up when it matters most? He has been a major X factor and arguably a mainstay win condition for Nova throughout all of their games thus far. Does it just come down to who's the better fifth man? We set this up at the beginning of yesterday. Guathilla, Spy, the two largely untested players for either side. I'm just saying, I would love to see round 5, 1v1, Guathilla v Spy for all the marbles.
5 seconds going down, you need to go in for the defense.
Come on.
I mean, we've seen already here. Like, Lydia, from her team, it took just one person stepping on that hill for them to win that. We saw it a while ago from Kree. He wasn't able to go and step into the hard point, which is basically sitting there like a duck with his Annihilator out. And now let's see if it's going to happen here at the same time. And I'm going to put on into what you said. Guathilla's going to be definitely the playmaker for his team here. Not only that, actually, I kind of want to give a little bit of a spotlight to an oldie, a veteran in this game, Grizz. He's had 35 kills here up against Sidium, a 3-1 Summit. So, I mean, when it comes to that, when it comes to stats, it's 50-50 for Animus and 100% win rate coming from Nova. But the stats don't matter at this point because it's going to be a lot more at stake here.
Just throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Just give me...
I'm going to throw out my notebook. Here.
Best of one.
Bobby, catch.
Control. That was what? Those are those moments that you guys at home just will not be able to relish.
I know. I'm in the studio.
What just happened? Gosh. Players are wrapping things up, getting ready to go. Lobby is populated. Everyone's getting ready to go back at their stations because, let's be honest, you don't want to sit there and say, like, well, I would have been fine, but, you know, I needed to go get extra water. I don't even know what. Just do whatever you needed to do before you play the $15,000 game. Have I mentioned it's a $15,000 game?
I don't think you mentioned it. No. I think you need to mention it again. Just one more time.
So we're going to play Summit Control, and the winner will get $30,000. The runner-up will get $15,000. So the math suggests that this is a $15,000.
No way. No way. Shut up.
All right, we're done with this. We're done.
But anyway, I mean, that is a lot of pressure, and these teams definitely need a breather. And that's why we're here for them. We are talking and breathing for these teams just for them to get things together for this very high-pressure situation. As you can see on the screen, 3-3. Who can step it up here in Animus? And you know what? Something that I'm very, proud to say for both of these teams. If one man doesn't step up, let's say Spy doesn't step up, let's say Guthilla doesn't step up, anyone else from their team can. Neil a while ago was able to do that in the control.
Yeah, Neil's playing well.
Exactly. And for Animus, that's going to be Narcs.
I like the call. Man, there's just so much history between these two squads. And the thing, too, about this is not only are we playing for a lot of money right here, right now, but you also got to think of the implications of Stage 5 coming out as the #1 seed from Europe in a 40-team stage championship. Like, that ability to have a little bit more comfort and play against some of the lower seed teams coming out of other regions gives you a much more comfortable path in that format. So there is something to be said about this, not just being for the EU crown, but for possibly setting the tone and maybe giving yourself the foundational build to what your champions run could look like as well.
Speaking of setting the tone, now that we are essentially 3 regions down and we are ending here in Europe, how do you think this sets the tone when it comes to this region in general? Because you casted, you've seen LATAM, you've seen Japan already, they finished today.
Yeah.
How do you think this region stacks up into the others?
I mean, this is a lot of really great. I mean, they're not going to think about this now, but as you're prepping for December, you've got so much film to relearn off of. So not only are we seeing great COD Mobile being played right now, but they're going to have the ability to use their flaws or even just identify their successes and try to really embellish that as we make a play towards round 5. But there it is, Spy v Narcs. You had framed it up. We see it there in the graphics, how things have been going for either of these two teams. And as we get things going, it's going to be the defense initially for Animus, looking for rail control. Stuns, nades, all trying to land, but not really finding a lot of success on the initial connections. Grizz playing off the flank, looking to piece things up, but honestly speaking, Nova have done well to elude most of this and already locked in the first stick of progress at A.
Oh, that's a really good sign. Narcs finally gets a really big kill, so that's a really good sign for Animus, and he's definitely at a really great power position. And finally, yes, takes an A, but then it's going to be cleaned up really quickly by Animus. And everyone else coming in from the side of Nova is going to be so far away.
Still the first tick is appreciated for Nova. But now recovery has to happen. How do you fight back over through Grizz? And the answer is you don't. Hunter Killer Drone comes out. Creed survives just barely through it. But with that all said, still advantage goes the way of Animus as they continue to control this second floor.
And that's what you need to do if you're Nova. They keep going and funneling one by one, and they just lose their gunfights. And now for Narcs, has a very sick heady. And now for Inferno, needs to just back away from the situation because you're not going to be winning that gunfight.
He's just looking for a jumping SKS one tap. That's really what he's trying to do right here, which you got to tip. But thing about it is it's not going to be able to find the kill. So Nova now take their full focus with all the surviving members over towards B. First tick of progress on the left. Drari, just the next one up to contest, and he does well to keep his life, get the double, and take his focus to clearing out the interior. Well done. And Marvel will further defensive success. 23 playing up against 8. Nova not able to do too much outside of the opening tick at A.
Spot trap ensuing as well for the side of Animus, and it's going to be a really quick round over into the favor of them. 4-22, that's just absolutely crazy. Their fight going in for 2F in control room definitely wasn't really that successful. And then obviously, yes, the defensive side here is definitely going to be heavily favored, but I didn't think they'd be losing this much.
It's just, honestly, like, Nova's looking for the patient play, try to wait out the utility, but Animus take a greedy route out of Grizz, who just slips around the backside, mantles from behind the play, and then the pinch is just so easy. He's shooting everyone in the back. So a really good setup and a really good idea for how you get your defense going. Marvel's got 7 kills already, doubled up on the first 2 score streaks. If he's playing off the same life, be curious to see how close he might be to try to get a Goliath. Hard to say, but Grizz has also earned a very early operator with his 10-kill success in the opening round. So advantages here for Animus. Right on towards A goes Narks. Progress being made, clock being stopped. Grizz up the back. Sees Spy at range, but did not expect Creed to be as close as he was. And even though the first tick of progress is locked in, Nova have the high ground position. Just comes down to can you capitalize while trying to recontrol the zone.
And yes, they do have the advantage, but then goes down. One person already out. And now Neil goes out as well. That's going to be very unfortunate. And now for Narks, he's going to be finding a way to go and have more ticks here, but then it's going to be contested. Really big gunfights coming in from the side of Nova Esports as well, because they're stopping the push here in A, but just like that, it's going to be captured. Second hit down.
Annihilator out for Grizz. Number 5 in blue, making a play forward, just trying to zone off the defensive rotation, but he only gets a single elimination. Marvel over the top, well found, take down 1, but with an SKS, you don't really have the ability of full flooding on in towards this zone. And you have to keep in mind that Predator missile is not going to find much value until it starts to be a focused hit over towards B. Double up from Narks. That'll open the door. Guattilla with the Annihilator out, tries to watch from the high ground. Gets a read on the Spy. 1v1, a big one, and Guattilla is able to win it. Now down towards A. 16 plays 15. Guattilla looking to lock down Snowpath. May have seen Neil on the cross, but just gets caught losing the energy off of the Annihilator. But the third tick of progress is still on the way in. Saturn's Creed trying to get into defend. Marvel stunned up. Help from Grizz. They keep their lives. There's still a chance to convert, and Marvel gets the double. Last 1v1 comes through, and the A zone gets captured for an extra 60 seconds as Drari's making a mess of the defensive spawn.
Not only that, Nova's going to be down when it comes to the lives, and I feel like for Guattilla, even though he overextended there, it doesn't really matter because everyone else from his team is going in there for the backup now. The backstab coming in from Guattilla, the man himself loses that gunfight. Tries to go in there for the kills as well, but then just like that, it's going to be even down when it comes to the playing field. But then take a look at Nova. They do have 4 operating skills to go and play with.
Okay, they try to clear out with the Predator missile, but nobody falls off this. It does keep the defense a bit at bay. 8v5 situation. Do you start to pop out Annihilators if you're Nova trying to regain? They're trying to get there, but the zone of control is too significant. Just need 2 more eliminations. Narks locking things down over towards Jenny's. Puts it away for the KSP through mid. Nova trying to hang on, but can do nothing. And a huge advantage for Animus up 2-0.
The championship 1 point away from Animus. And for Nova, you have the tremendous job to win 3 straight control games. And that's going to be very hard because you need to win this into the attack. And now we're going in for another matchup here where Inferno with the SKS, I'm not quite sure if he's going to be able to use that to his advantage.
Still trying to lock things down from the high ground. Long flank on the way from Drari, of course it is. Number 4 in blue already into the offensive spawn. Grizz locks things up from the front. Nova deal with the threat of Drari's flank. So they get out of spawn successfully. But with only 60 seconds to play with and a laundry list of errands to do, still a hard ask and a lot of obstacles to hurdle here.
Marvel big kill. And that's how you use the SKS, and he's been trying to use this heady for such a long time. And now for the control though, you get to see Nova finally going in there, but really big kills coming in from Grizz. That 2-piece, he keeps getting so many kills, many multi-kills for him.
It's just, that was a greedy play out of Nova. No high ground control. They 3-man flood on towards B. And the player up top defensively for Animus just puts it out of reach. And that may be this map as well. 32 seconds on the clock. That's all that stands between Animus and the European Championship. Guattilla stunned. And, well, absolutely obliterated. Can Nova find a way to get on towards the zone? Where's the focus going to be? They're heading over towards A. Drari locking on one side. Grizz sidesteps this concussion. Can't do the same to the second on the way through, though, but still keeps his life. Good health from behind. 13 seconds. This is how it happens. This is how Animus recover from stage 3 and become your EU champions. One last hit for Nova. Kills come through and they stop the clock.
really good timing coming in from the side of Nova. Tried to stop it 11 seconds left. Grizz! Yet again with a really big opening pick coming in from Alva. Stops the push. 11 seconds left. There's still going to be 2 more ticks for them to go and try to stop this, but with only just 5 lives left.
And they can't stay on the zone. Inferno has to step foot onto A. The last hope in a 15v4, and Inferno actually does well to get a double. A chance for help to arrive. But Grizz, the X Factor, still up top working with Drari. The kills come out. Last one to find is Creed and Animus. Your European champions take down the rivals of Nova to take the #1 seed. And with that, the $15,000 round of control, which you mentioned.
$30,000 in their pockets, and we keep mentioning it. Go convert that into your local currency, because I'm not quite sure how much that's going to be, but definitely going to be a lot more, because I know that Europe has a lot more, you know, it's a bigger prize pool for them. So it's a really good deal.
Wow, what a show from these 2 squads. Nothing but respect at the end of it. But my goodness, this Animus team really caught fire. And outside of a couple of moments in the search and destroy, their ability to really punish this Nova team and Respawn at the end here was significant. 26-10 from Grizz, 20-14 for Drari. Good heavens, clutch the pearls. And on the opposite side, 8-19 for Spy, as question marks start to be sent his direction. Can he perform at the biggest stage that he's seen?
This is an immense amount of pressure, and we keep talking about this because it's not the first time that he's underperformed in this series. And now with 8-19, that is even worse than what he had initially, which was going to be 10-30. But I mean, KD's aside, well done, Animus. And I mean, I said it a while ago, I want it to be pretty, right? It's going to be back and forth, red and blue, and obviously at the very end, like what we're trying to see, the trend here. Animus takes control, Summit control, 3-0, very clean. And I feel like it was the lack of 2F control coming in from Nova. They tried to keep pushing in there, but they always lost their gunfights.
Forced plays, I think, could kind of be the easy catchphrase to kind of latch on, really for both sides. I mean, you look kind of in the middle of this series between map 2, 3, 4, convincing wins, and then again there at the very end for the final map, it was almost too easy at times. And I think the question now for this whole European region starts to turn towards stage 5. What kind of consistency, resiliency, and the ability to keep your composure as you try to formulate a response, because both teams showed some weaknesses there, but at the same rate, a lot to look forward to out of this European region for both of these 2 teams, plus, of course, Limitless, who finished off as the 3rd overall seed out of Europe, taking down Zidium to kind of what feels like the start of the day. But that's going to do it for here out at the casting desk. Animus, your champions, and our desk to take us home.
Animus, they get it done, and they are your stage 4 champions. Finally getting over that hurdle, which was Nova, and coming out victorious. What an insane series. We go to distance, Allie and Bobby, and getting all the way towards that game 7. As we kind of look back over this one, so many awesome moments to point out. But for me, I really think Animus took the turn for the better and really evolved in that map number 5 on Slums. They started off, they were down 80-20, and they had such hard point struggles before.
Yeah.
Then they go on a 220 to like 20 run, come out dominant, and I felt like they were kind of even on the controls in the S&D, but at that moment, I think they even felt like, you know what? We are the best team, now let's go out here and show it.
I love that point that you made, that it was in that hard point in that game 5. For me, it was then, but it was also the final 2 maps. Animus went into this with the edge in the search and destroy, and we clearly saw that in that map number 2. Technicality, there was technically map 3, if you count the one they were getting. Anyway, that doesn't matter. But the first of the series, I mean, 7-1, it was a dominant showing overall. And then they go into overtime in the second search and destroy in that series. Nova was not ready to go down and out, and for Animus to lose a map, to lose a mode that so heavily favors them, you would think that would put them on the back burner heading into that final game, heading into that game 7, but it did not. They came out swinging. If anything, it seemed like it was a restart of the series. If anything, it seemed like it was map 1, as if they had just come off a hot 3-0. So, I mean, I just want to commend the absolute amazing mental that Animus was able to keep heading into that final game.
Yo, it was such mental fortitude there in that on map number 6. Bobby, can you imagine being on championship point 1 round away and you lose it in OT and you got to go to Control Summit for the dub?
I mean, they showed that in multiple scenarios as well, because if you look at that Hacienda hardpoint, they should have won that easily. They heavily outslayed on that one. And
that was a slip.
Hardpoints, like, that's the only reason they lose right there. So they get tied up off the start. They have the opportunity to close things out in the search and destroy, and they're not able to do it there. And the fact that they still come through with that much confidence in the control to be able to 3-0 in Game 7, just on a different level.
It was probably the fastest control map that we actually had all weekend long on the final Game 7. And that honestly says a lot about Animus and how much they wanted it. And it kind of tells a little bit about Nova's story of this tournament, being in these positions where they kind of start off high and they have momentum, but it looks like maybe they're too comfortable or too complacent, or they just step back from the previous map that they were dominated, you know? So whatever it was, in the end, it was still a great final. And Nova comes out in second. Animus up on top with $30,000. These are your final results. Bobby, you know, I think the one thing that really stands out was our second seed in Light all the way down at the bottom.
Yeah, that's, I mean, something that people suspected might happen. They had a very different roster in Stage 3 than they had in this event, and obviously it showed the team chemistry wasn't there, and I saw a lot of tweets afterwards out of the Light players that just looked very dejected, and it just didn't seem like they had a whole lot of confidence coming into the event. I think there were a lot of pleasant surprises, and overall I was really happy with what we saw out of the European region.
Yeah, I was too, man. We got a lot of great storylines, even in the third place with Limitless and those players being able to make it to Stage 5 after the struggles they went through over the last few seasons. They get on through. And then there towards the bottom, you know, we had a lot of great competition, but, you know, Zidium, Prometheus, COD, Esports, Light, Axabite, you know, we see you guys next season, you know, keep practicing, but it was a show. You know, everybody came out and they gave it their all. Man, we saw so many awesome moments. And in a second, we're going to try to get an interview with the winning squad and see how those guys are feeling. They're not all together, but we'll be able to at least talk to one of them and see how they all feeling there. But we've seen so many awesome moments throughout the weekend. I want to kind of like reminisce and recap on the best of the best that we had so far from the European region. Maybe we even get our casters to give us some of their favorite moments as well. But Allie, what was yours?
Oh man, favorite moments. That one's tough. It actually was not the grand final. Even though we went down to the wire, it definitely wasn't then. My first overtime S&D, I have to keep going back to it.
Yeah, that was good.
I have to keep going back to it. I just remember we were actually at rehearsal, and we were in the green room talking up about how the day was going to go. And I was like, oh, it's been a while, you know, since I've been acclimated into the COD mobile scene. Like, is there anything super different? Like, oh, okay, we go to 250 now when it comes to hardpoint. We've added control. There's a couple of maps that we're not used to add to the map pool. Like, okay, cool, this is some throwbacks for me. And then I get told, oh, by the way, Search and Destroy has overtime, you have to win by 2. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Like,
it sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. So what? Like, you have to win like 6-4 now? Like, what's the deal? No, you can go up to like 30 rounds. With like the closest match you can have is 7-5. Oh,
we
so,
need
like,
a definitive winner, okay?
You can keep going.
And it played out to be some of the most exciting moments that we saw so far. Now it's time to interview our winner. We got Grizz in the building coming out from Animus. Grizz, are you there? Man? Hey, how you doing, man? Congratulations. You come out as Stage 4 champion. How you feeling?
Mixed emotions, honestly. I just want to say, Creed, you're shit. Do never shit on my team ever again.
Tell them like it is, okay? Say, don't talk down on us, as we could tell already that this was personal for you guys, especially in the region. You know, Nova came in and said, hey, that we are our toughest competition, and no one else is going to come out here on top of us. And you guys had some matchups would have been in the past that didn't go your way, but coming into this one, what was your game plan for victory?
I mean, coming into this tournament, we knew we was going to win. We all discussed it. We knew the strats was going to do. We knew the map pool, the map bands. We knew everything. Honestly, it was just the confidence. Like, we knew we could do it, but like in the previous tournaments, we've always just choked because we've crumbled under pressure.
You guys handled the pressure really well this event.
You guys handle it incredibly well. And I have to ask, what is the comms like? Like, especially in a series like a best of 7, you're going against a team like Nova, just that will not go down, will not give you a proper lead when it comes to a best of 7. Like, what is that comms like when you guys are going down against a team like Nova?
I mean, I got 4 French people on my team always yelling in my ear. Jay, I love these guys. I just want to shout out Shock, especially. We've done this with Shock. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to play this year. So yeah, I want to dedicate this win to Shock. I love you, man.
All right, much love to Shock out there. He couldn't play this year, but the team's sending you a lot of love out there. Bobby?
Okay, Grizz, you probably remember at the beginning of the year, Animus tweeted out that they were looking for an org to support them. And I tagged London Royal Ravens. And I said, guys, this is probably your best chance at winning a Call of Duty major this year. You should pick up this team. And they trolled me, but if they'd picked you guys up, they'd have a major right now. What are your words for the London Royal Ravens?
I mean, we're still available, you know. Just hit us up in DMs.
I love it. I love it right there. Okay. Oh, man, they would have definitely loved to pick you guys up. Looking like one of the best teams in Europe and the best team in Europe, especially with Call of Duty Mobile. And I got a little side question right here, okay? When it comes down to Guthila, the professor himself, okay, with the Oxford White, how do you pronounce his name?
We call him Gatilia.
Gatilia!
Yeah. That's so much cooler than what we were saying.
Yeah, it really was, okay? And that was just a side bonus question, okay? But my last for you is going to be, what words do you got for the fans out there and everyone who has supported you throughout the weekend?
I just want to say thank you for everyone who supported us, all the Animus fan base. And I want to shout out my teammates, of course, Nox, Marvel, Durari, Gatilia, Balance, our manager, SC, of course, Shock. I also want to shout out Arif as well. She's doing a watch buy right now. And yeah, just thank you everyone for supporting us, honestly. Thank you.
All right, Grizz, it was awesome talking to you, and congratulations once again. Everyone in the chat, give some love to Animus, your Stage 4 champions, heading to Stage 5 to look to be the best in the world. Now, that's not all, okay? We only have, 9 teams qualified for Stage 5 so far, and we got more to come. North America will be next week. Make sure you mark your calendars. It's going to be on August 27th to the 28th. We're going to have to come through and figure out who will be our final remaining 3 teams to make it to Stage 5, and you don't want to miss out on that one. We still got a lot of hard hitters out there in the world who are looking to host that trophy, and we'll see who can do it from the North American region. That's going to do it for us here at the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. We have had such a fantastic time with you all, watching the best Call of Duty Mobile players in the world battle it out. And that's going to do it from us. We'll see you all next time.